Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Formula SAE Australasia 2025, brought to us by Caterpillar. Big thank you to Caterpillar. They've been sponsors for 2 years now, a big major part of the event here. But we also have Toyota, Ford, iMove, Bruce Rock Engineering, Walkinshaw, PLS, Leap, Ansys, the ADF Careers, MathWorks, my apologies, Loctite, Supercat and Tesla Energy. Alongside me this morning is Kevin from ECU over in Western Australia. Welcome, Kevin.
It's great to be here, Phil. It's good to see you again in the morning. I love this day. This is the day we get to see the cars doing what they're built for.
It certainly is, and I guess there's probably been a fair amount of little bit of thought going on overnight as to maybe changes that they might need to make to the car today for the different events. What are your thoughts on what the guys may have been looking at changing, if anything, on their cars?
Well, I don't know that you'd have too many setup changes between the cars. I hope most of the teams have sort of got their cars ready to run before they left the track yesterday. But you are looking at very different events. So yesterday you had the acceleration, so we see you trying to run as minimal aero as you possibly can.
Yep.
And really looking for that traction off the line, turning your motors up if you're electric team all the way up as much as possible. They might not be doing that as much on the Autocross track, and certainly not on the endurance track. You can't really run an EV at full tilt on an endurance track and expect your battery to last. So I think those would be the main changes. Maybe a few aero adjustments and what they're getting power-wise for the EVs.
Yep. So we had a bit of an unfortunate situation yesterday with the weather coming in and just absolutely nailing our event yesterday afternoon. It was a little bit too dangerous with thunder and lightning going on. I'm not too sure whether that means that we're going to have a little bit of extra stuff going on today, a bit of change of program, but we'll see what we can find out about that and bring you that information as it comes to hand. Just looking out of our window, and I think out there's the team from Sydney, I think it is.
UNSW, I think.
UNSW, yep. So they're looking like they're going to go and have a bit of a run on the test track. So the cars and the teams are out there moving about, getting into position, making final adjustments and checking things out, getting ready for today's event. So we have a few things in the chute. Hopefully we've got some people coming up that we will do some interviews with during the course of the day, alongside the activities out on track.
Yeah, well, it's quite interesting. The run time for the Autocross, it's run in order of the finishing in skid pad. And so you can see the first car sort of lined up, ready to run is ECU. There's ready to go. The event officially opened at 9.
Yeah.
I think they're still sort of setting up. But the winner of skid pad, unless I was mistaken, is Canterbury. So we'd really be hoping to see them in line, ready to go onto the track. There are penalties if you miss your allotted run time.
Yeah. It's just on screen there. Edith Cowan University sitting driver helmeted up, all strapped in and ready to go.
Yeah, so this is our aero team lead, Kean Butler. He did really well in the UK as a driver. So he was usually acts as the first autocross driver for the team. The job was to put a banking run in, and so he went out on a very green track in the UK and managed to put a time in that ended up being the second fastest overall. So nobody was actually, until our second driver hopped in, nobody was able to match that time.
Oh, wow.
But I'd hazard a guess that there's a few cars here that I think have probably got the edge on us.
Yep.
So the Auckland car, the Canterbury car, and UNSW, they were faster in the skid pad, and I'd expect that a couple of those have probably got that little bit extra speed that we're going to need to chase down.
Yeah, the standard of all of the cars has gone up quite a bit, I believe, and that right through the whole field, and it's showing in their results as they come through. So it's really, really interesting to get up close and personal with some of these cars and just see some of the fine detail and the level of detail that's gone into these cars, the work that's gone on. And of course, there's always a bit of fun going on. There's one student wandering around here with pretty much no hair and a big blue stripe painted across the top of his head. Apparently it's his last year in SAE, so he's having a bit of a celebration as a result of that. So I've been asked to make mention of his blue head, so the blue head has been mentioned.
Oh, I wonder if that's a reference to Scott Wordley. So Scott would, he's got a blue mohawk this year. The first time he did that was about 25 years ago. And I've got it on a good authority that this is actually his final year as the faculty advisor of Monash Motorsport.
Oh, there you go. That'll be probably the very person that you're talking about, I think.
I did see a student that had it as well.
Okay.
Scott's been an amazing faculty advisor for Monash. I mean, he's probably been the most successful faculty advisor, absolutely the most successful faculty advisor in Australia, and would go close to that in the world. I think they've had an incredible series of successes. For a while, they were absolutely unbeatable. And really unfortunate that they've had an issue with their accumulator. It was a design issue that they've been asked to fix, and they've been working very, very hard. Hopefully we're going to see them come back. I've got word that they're going to be trying to get through scrutineering this morning. It might be difficult for them to make the Autocross track, but hopefully we get to see them out on endurance, because their new car is really, really good, Phil.
Yep. So the accumulator problem, was that to do with the bolts that were holding it together? I understand that there was a bit of an issue potentially with one of the teams with the bolts that were holding their accumulator together were potentially not quite compliant with what they needed to be.
No, I think this one was an internal one. I think it was to do with one of the boards in there. I don't know really the details there.
Yep.
A lot of the accumulators, that's really where the EV teams have huge differences between what they're doing. That's really the part where you can make a really big advancement in your EV.
Yep.
So most of your weight is in your accumulator in terms of your powertrain, so it's a really good place to take a little out, and that's where we see differences between, say, the approach of Auckland and Canterbury. So those two teams have been very close to each other. On one hand, you have Auckland with 4 in-wheel motors capable of doing 80 kilowatts all the way along the acceleration event. We saw that yesterday. It was an incredible run. But in order to get that car around, it's a bit more weight. They're going to have more battery capacity. Where you've got a car like Canterbury, they've gone for a simpler solution, only 2 wheels, so 2 wheels on the rear. So they do have some torque vectoring, but they'll be going for a much smaller accumulator. So that means that they're going for more of that lightweight approach. Auckland's gone for that more trying to maximise the absolute acceleration and downforce. And so really competing strategies, and we've seen a bit of give and take between those teams yesterday, and I think that'll continue today.
Yep. Excellent stuff. And just seeing on screen here that we've got quite a group of people gathering on the hill to keep an eye on what goes on out on track. It's quite away from our actual commentary position. We're commentating purely off screen, and we can sort of peek out the window a bit, but it's a very long view to get down to where the action actually is. So
I think we might have the better view. I think Blendline TV has been doing some fantastic footage.
Absolutely, 1000%. They are doing an absolutely superb job of covering the event. The camera work is absolutely brilliant, and we noticed yesterday that we'd started to mention about the work of the driver's hands on the screen, and the cameraman immediately zoomed in on what was going on. So we're just seeing that we're not very far from Tullamarine Airport, and so we get the overhead shot of an aircraft flying by.
Yeah, so Phil, just if you see here, that little box that's been taped to the gazebo there at Redback Racing, you got any idea what that is?
Well, I think I just heard in the background that it was something to do with timing, but
It absolutely is. So you can see Redback Racing here set up. I would hazard a guess that they've got a little bit of a telemetry set up there, Phil, and that is actually I think that's the unit that sends out the beam, and on the car you have a receiver.
Yep.
And so as the car passes that beam, it will trigger a lap time. So you can see this is absolutely what you expect to see from a professional race team. So monitoring the car as it's going around, getting those lap times. It's really good to see this sort of effort being put in, and the work that people are doing when they're not in the car. So it's not just the driver that is working for Redback Racing there.
100%. And a message in the background is that the official timing has opened. The event is now officially open, but we still don't see any action occurring on track. So we're going to have to just babble on a little bit longer.
Well, this is really interesting because unless I've missed them, I did not see Canterbury and Auckland lined up, but we haven't got necessarily the full sight of what's going there. So hopefully they're going to be there to get there a lot of time.
Yep. So just one of our other groups that are one of our supporters, I've got a bit of a script here on the Walkinshaw Group. So Walkinshaw Group is an industry leader in design, manufacturing and engineering, and has been there for over 3 decades. Starting life as Holden Special Vehicles, born from the legendary Tom Walkinshaw, Walkinshaw Group has expanded, applying its knowledge and expertise to a broad range of industries. Walkinshaw's group's range of businesses include Walkinshaw Automotive Group, Walkinshaw Performance, and the Walkinshaw Andretti United Supercars team. Walkinshaw also provides consulting, engineering and design services to a diverse range of industry participants, with a new 1,000 square metre facility just commissioned, housing 4 manufacturing lines and some of the world's biggest OEMs. Walkinshaw Group aims to be a destination for the best and brightest automotive engineers in Australia. So they'd be hand-picking some of the people out of what we see on track, the Walkinshaw Group. And at some point this morning, I'm hoping that we have someone from Walkinshaw come up to join us in commentary where we can have a bit more of a chat about what's going on.
Well, if you're around motorsport for any length of time, the name Walkinshaw certainly rings a few bells.
It certainly does. And there was another name in there that popped out, was the Andretti name. Mario Andretti, of course, being a very, very famous motorsport man, and a lovely man to boot, from what I'm told. So some friends of mine that are friends of his. So good to see that we've got plenty of action and activity yet to come.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a shame, the Andretti name. The whole F1 deal with the Andretti team, I thought that was a really good proposal that was put forward to have an Andretti named team in F1. Of course, Andretti is having their involvement in F1. They're pretty close to the biggest name in motorsport in the US.
Yeah.
So I was a little bit surprised by that.
I was too, but I guess we're not on the coalface. We don't know all the ins and outs. Decision was made, and that's what's happened.
So it's still great to see Cadillac in there.
Yep.
It's been good watching Formula One, and obviously Piastri's not just an Australian hero, but he's specifically a Victorian hero as well.
Yeah, from Shepparton. Well, his parents, his mother at least, is from Shepparton originally in the northeast. So there's a little bit going on here. We've got an engine running, so that's a bit of a bonus.
Yes. Yeah, well, this is definitely odd. I would have expected that we would have seen a car out on track before this.
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised at the delays that have occurred here, whether it's as a result of the bad weather last night and just needing to take a bit more time to get all of the setup and everything ready for this morning. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not a huge advantage to go early. I mean, at the moment the track will be in its absolute worst conditions to run.
Yeah.
I do like the idea that they send the teams that have done well in skid pad out first. I think they're the top competitors. If any team is able to deal with the conditions, they'll be there. So I hope that what we're seeing here is not games playing by teams trying to run a little bit later. It'd be really sad to see that sort of thing sneak into the competition.
Yeah.
So I know ECU seems to be warming up there, but we'd expect 3 cars before them. They're actually supposed to be 4th on the list.
Yeah.
So let's hope we see those cars turn up and run.
Now, there is a little bit of wind going on here, which we can obviously hear through the microphones out on the cameras on track. And if you tend to look not so much at the car, but at the trees in the background of that shot, doing a reasonable amount of swaying about. Will be interesting to see whether those windier aspects play a bit of havoc with some of the aero cars.
Yeah, it's definitely not great to run in these sorts of conditions when you're running the aero. Okay, so we are seeing that Edith Cowan University, despite being scheduled to start 4th, is first out on track. So, unless I'm mistaken, that's going to be seeing 3 teams that aren't going to be either they're going to be penalised or something. And we see University of Queensland lining up to be the next car on track. You can see how slippery that track is.
Absolutely.
Back end kicking out there. So driver here dealing with a very slippery track.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of aero, very tight track. This is a narrow car, so it is designed to run on tight tracks. Kean's a very experienced driver.
I was going to say, that's the other thing that's showing here is that he's no amateur driver. He's pedaling this car.
Oh, you can see how
well.
tight that was, and he's just brought the back end around very nicely there.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a few cars struggle around that area field. I think a few cones hit.
Yep.
But Kean's doing a fantastic job of this.
Gets a bit of speed up and then has to brake and wriggle around more of those cones.
Oh, there's no grip out there. You can really see just how slippery this is. These are very grippy tyres, and you can see how easy it is for the car to slide around. Ken's doing a great job here.
He is doing a fantastic job, and it's probably a lot of that would be to do with the fact that the car is a nice, easy to read car. You get a car that's uncomfortable and difficult to read, and when you're driving it, you'll put a good driver in it and they'll still be all over the place. So the car itself must be really, really good to give the feedback to the driver. This is a bit slippery, but you treat me nicely and I'll do what I can.
Well, he's whipped around that hairpin very, very well. Car's very well controlled. Oh, a bit of a stop at the beginning there. And we have the first time on the board, a 1:53.06. So we've got no context as that whether that's quick or slow. But I think that was a well-driven lap. Oh, you can see again sliding around. There is really no grip out there. Knocking a cone, didn't knock it over, so there won't be a penalty for that one.
No, very lucky to get away with that one. Really tight little circuit that they've set up down there for them. Oh, the car twitching there badly.
Yeah, very difficult to get around. I think this is putting into context just how good that lap from Kean was, because you can see how difficult it is out there.
100%. Car accelerates really, really well there. The car's got good speed.
Oh, that was well caught.
Tail out, well caught, yeah.
Oh, just
track conditions
very tight.
Incredibly slippery down there.
Oh, this is good watching.
Yeah.
That's they'll be really struggling with those cars, but this is great to see.
The drivers will get out of the cars absolutely elated because of they've been able to slip and slide the cars around, and they're catching them. And
so we've got University of Queensland has stomped out on track.
Got it restarted again. That's handy.
So this is where, as a driver, you want to be able to calm down, not have too much of the red mist. You're not going to get that time back.
Concentrate on the smooth, and the speed will come. You have those little glitches. You've just got to ride with them and continue on.
You can see the driver's doing very well here. That car stopping was nothing to do with what the driver has done.
No. Very straight-arm driving position there. It's probably...
Yeah, almost probably looks a bit too straight. You do want to get a bit of angle in your between your upper arm and forearm. You can just see how slippery it is out there. And a 2-minute 0.7.
Yeah.
And the second run for Kian in Edith Cowan University. He'll be looking to take a little bit of time out of that previous run. But we have UNSW out on track. Now, they were scheduled to go third, I believe, so they are running out of order, but they are there near the beginning.
Yep, nice and smooth coming through there. The driver just taking it steady. Making sure that they don't clobber any of the cones. Accelerate where you can and brake where you have to. Nice and smooth.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have that sort of raw pace that the other two were showing. But it's sometimes very difficult to judge. Sometimes smooth is fast. And it is a 156.6. So a little bit off where ECU were. Oh, and you can see Kian here is definitely going quicker now. Oh, you can see that move really well.
He's having an absolute ball at the wheel of this car at the moment.
And the plan for this was the first lap is to be what we call a banker.
Yep.
So slower than you ever want to go to make sure there's a time on the board. And if that was a good banker, then he's allowed to push a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Now, these are horrible conditions in terms of how much grip you're going to have on the track. We're going to see all the faster times towards the end. But this is an opportunity. This is a lap that's not really going to be the one that counts for ECU, all things going well. So it just frees him up. Once you've done that nice, clean lap, you can really push it.
Yep, you've got to get a run on the board.
Oh, that looks close. Pretty tight there, but you can see the small car, the value in there.
Yeah.
And a 148.6. He has really taken out about 5 seconds there in the second lap. That's an amazing run.
Yeah, he really opened up the taps on that run around.
I'll be very, very happy with that. Swinburne out there. Car's looking like it's not quite got the speed mid-corner.
Well, it's got plenty of speed there in the straight line when the driver opened up the tap on that, or should I say threw the switch fully open.
And you can see again that quite extended arms on this.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that that's where I'd be going with the ergonomics. I think, because especially when you're doing a lot of turning in these cars, you really want to make sure that you've got good actuation and you can bring that strength. Otherwise, your forearms really start to hurt.
Yep. And it's interesting that some younger drivers tend to sort of want to do that long arm thing and they feel more relaxed, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, I think in endurance you just end up with burning arms.
100%.
UNSW back out. We'd expect a bit faster from them. Swinburne having a little bit of problem. It looks like the drive is cutting out as they're going around.
It does. The other thing with the long arms is you don't have the leverage and the amount of control over the precise positioning of the steering wheel. You can do a rapid movement, but you don't have that precision in what you get the steering wheel to.
And I think you see here with UNSW a much better position, I think, for that steering wheel.
Yep.
You can see that it just really helps that control, as you're saying. It's not just about having the strength, but that fine motor control.
Yeah.
And that the Swinburne lap time was a 2:06.
Car's got good acceleration there as it came onto that little straight. More of the wriggly bits.
This is a much, much better lap than the first lap, but he's going to need to try and find 8 seconds in the lap to get to where Edith Cowan University are, and I'm not sure I'm seeing that, Phil.
No, I don't think I am either, but it's definitely I won't say commentator's curse. It's looking like a much faster run than his previous. Nice work getting around those cones at the bottom there.
Yeah, very well driven here. Got around that hairpin very well.
Yeah, that was good speed around there.
This is a section where it did look like Kian lost a little bit of time. So if he doesn't get caught here, that was much better through there. He would have gained time on that part.
Absolutely.
And a 152.0, so a big improvement.
Yeah, good run.
Still 3.5 seconds off that top spot, but a great run by UNSW there.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the electric vehicles are running in a separate class than the IC vehicles, so UNSW are sitting on top of the EV charts at the moment.
So we're just waiting for the next vehicle to come up. As I see the Edith Cowan University machine being pushed by our window.
Yeah, and I think having a time like that, having a good bank time, just allows the second driver to really be able to do everything. You've just set the groundwork for a really solid run for your second driver, and all the pressure comes off. And as soon as you're working a car and you're not feeling the pressure, you're feeling a little bit calm, the event can come to you. So we see Queensland out for their second run. Oh, sorry, my correction. This is Melbourne University Racing.
Yeah. So that's good. Car's looking good.
Yeah, I think it's lacking a little bit of that pickup. We saw this on the acceleration event. I'm convinced that the gearing doesn't seem to be right on this car. Because it's great in the mid corner. You can really see it's really it's really stable, but as soon as you slowed it down and you really need that pickup.
That's right. And we were talking yesterday about the various phases of cornering. It's not just a go around a corner. It's not a one thing. There's several phases to what takes place with a vehicle going through cornering process.
It's a beautifully presented car.
Yeah.
They've done a great job with it.
They have. Yep. Nice move there. Avoiding all the cones, doing a great job there.
So if you're in this situation and it's not really got that pickup out of the corners, the drivers are going to really have to focus on making sure that they take a line that can allow them to maximise their speed. So not necessarily the best traditional racing line, but something that keeps that line as open as possible, just to keep as much speed in mid-corner.
I think we're seeing another straight-arm driver here too. We've got a bit of a theme going this year with these straight-arm driving positions.
Yeah, I really think that's something that some of these teams could work on. And we see a 3-minute 52. So obviously some real issues there in getting up to speed.
Yeah.
Swinburne looking very rapid here.
Yeah, the car seems to have really good acceleration. So.
Well, Swinburne had posted on their socials that they were here at Calder Park a little bit earlier. I think it was last week or earlier this week. They were there with a few teams and they were doing some testing here.
Yep.
So they've got a little bit of an advantage going for them, and we'll see how that plays out for them.
Yeah, some people might think that that's not much of an advantage because the cones wouldn't have been out, etc. But they do get to understand a little bit of the grip levels on the surface of the track.
Oh, looked like a bit of a stop, but they're up and running again. They want to get on top of that for endurance because you wouldn't want to see that ending a 22k run. Yeah,
it's a shame because the car has got good speed everywhere apart from those little stops that seem to pop along.
And a 158.7, so a big improvement, dropping well under the two minute mark.
Yep.
Hopefully MUR's lined up, ready to go again, so hopefully you'll see a big improvement on their lap time. And still no sight of Canterbury or Auckland.
Yes, that's a conundrum that we'll have to try and unravel the mysteries behind that.
Oh, I see driver struggling a little bit.
And
You it's just not picking up. It's really hurting them, Phil. And you've got those acceleration events. There's so many corners on a track. Like there's so many changes of direction.
Yeah.
That you really need to be able to accelerate out of corners. This isn't. In go-karting, you've generally got a much more open track than this when you're go-karting, and you can really just focus on a mid-corner speed. But on a Formula SAE car, you need to be able to have good, solid brakes, but also be able to really come out of the corners fast. Yeah. UTS here, out on track for the first time. Now the conditions are difficult out there. The track will not be rubbered in. There's still quite a lot of wind. You can sort of hear it over the feed.
Well, we were talking yesterday too about getting around the cones, and I suspected a little bit of what's going on here is the driver is going, oh, which cone have I got to go around? Oh yeah, there it is, and goes again. So
I think this is probably going to be at Australia. They don't tend to put as many cones on. It's quite a large track, and if you go to something like a Silverstone track, there is a really clear corridor, lots of cones placed down. But here there's not as many cones, and it can get confusing. They do have the different colours, so if you see the blue, the blue are intended to go to the right-hand side of the car, orange to the left, so that helps. But if you're not experienced in these cars and you haven't done a good track walk, maybe you haven't taken the video and visualised it, it can be really, really tricky to figure out what direction you've got to go.
Yep. And the driver of this car has got bent arms. So there we go. We're going to keep on those arms bit.
Yeah, this almost seems at the other extreme.
Yeah,
very upright driver.
Yeah, almost looks a little bit too close. It's a difficult one to control because you're building a car that's for multiple drivers. So
yeah, and this is where some of the teams build adjustability in. So a lot of these cars will have adjustable pedals. Some will have adjustable steering systems. Some will just do it in the seat. So you might have a different insert. We only do that. We do an insert in the seat.
Yep.
But spending some time on building an ergonomics rig and really working with that and actually taking feedback from your drivers is really important. So especially if you've got somebody that's done a lot of motorsport or driven these sorts of cars, you really need to listen to your drivers as to what's comfortable for them.
And the driver themselves, they need to be able to feedback exactly what the situation is for them.
So we generally get all of the drivers in, make sure we get photos of them in different orientations, and because once you commit to a chassis build and your ergonomics, it's really hard to undo that.
Yeah, you can't go back and change it very easily. It's a big change.
So UTS there with a 2-minute 36, and we're seeing Tasmania out on the track.
Yeah, car's looking quite handy. No aero at all on this car.
I don't think that's really going to hurt them in these conditions. I think you've got a mixed bag when you've got a fair bit of wind with aero, because those side gusts, when you've got a big end plate, can be pretty disruptive to a car.
That's right, and they've got no front wing to get in the road and clip up cones as well. We've spoken in the past, I think, about how the front wing, because it protrudes in front of the front axle, can be a bit of a nightmare around the cones.
Yeah, we actually cut a bit of a triangle out of the front wing to remove that front edge and just bring that back in so that you're able to take a tighter line. And the tighter line, maybe you gain a little bit more speed by having the extra downforce, but you can see here from Tasmania the ease that you have. The ease that you have as a driver more than outweighs that slight loss, I think. And that was a shame, because I think that was going to be a really good time by Tasmania there. That driver was doing a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. And just not sure whether they're needing to go through a reboot. Yeah, he's trying. There we go. Underway again.
Oh, that's good to see.
Bit of handshaking going on, displaying some frustration at the fact that it failed on him.
Now, it's really important that these electric cars have some of those cut-off systems.
Yeah.
So if the batteries heat up, they do. If you treat this sort of lithium incorrectly, the consequences can be quite large. So
Yeah.
these safety systems are very, very important. And that's such a shame that was really near the end of the lap where that went wrong. So at 2:45, but I think they were probably stationary for well over 30 seconds there.
Yeah. They'll be hoping that they rectify that issue for the endurance, because you certainly don't want it continually misbehaving during the endurance event.
UTS there, you can really see here. Maybe it's clearer in the car for the driver, as I guess it is, but when you look at that section of the track there, it looks like a whole bunch of cones have been knocked over by the wind.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, and we have our first customer.
Oh dear.
Out onto the grass. I don't think I've seen this. Let's hopefully be able to rejoin. Be pretty slippery out there. I would say that after you've done something like that, you just try and rejoin as quickly as you can.
Yep.
Finish the lap, because time-wise,
It's done.
It's done. Yeah, Autocross really punishes any errors. So if that was an endurance run, you want to make sure you rejoin. So if you have an off course, it is a 20-second penalty.
That's right.
Unless you come back and loop around to before you went off. So if that was an endurance run, you want to make sure you do that, get the time. But in an Autocross, the time is done.
Yeah.
Well, ANU here, this is looking good. Hopefully we'll follow this car for a little bit. Another one of the IC cars. This one's a 4-cylinder, so it should have a bit more power to drive it along the straights. Not quite sure what was happening there.
I think there was some cones on the wrong side of the car there at that point. I'll leave that to the judges of fact out on the track to ascertain as to whether the car went on the wrong side of those cones or not.
It just shows how confusing it can get out there, Phil.
100%. I'd be all over the place. I'd probably pick up all the cones and want to throw them in the over the fence.
Oh, it went out a bit understeery on the exit there, but it pulled it back in.
Here we go with the replay of the spin, and the car's just looped around when he's gone onto the brakes, and
I think in that situation, I think I would have turned right instead of turning left there, Phil. Just rejoin the track.
Yep.
This happens. These cars, you can really see, especially early on, maybe it's starting to get a little bit cleaner now that a few cars have gone through. But in that early run, you could just see how slippery the track was.
Yeah, 100%.
And these drivers haven't driven on this track. There is no practice on the track before you get out there. So that was only the second lap that driver had ever done on this circuit.
Yep.
Possibly a new driver.
Yep. They do get to walk the track prior to the commencement. Is that correct?
Yeah, you do walk the track, but it's not a good substitute for driving it.
No.
You really want to focus on that track walk and making sure that you have a good idea of where you want your car at each part. That's far more important than trying to figure out how fast you're going to go.
Yeah.
And so that time from ANU was a 2:10.8. So even though they went off course there, they rejoined. That was a faster lap. That was their best lap.
Yeah.
Tokyo Denki. So this is the team that won acceleration for the ICs yesterday.
Yeah.
I think this car is sort of made for a track like this, because this is a very tight and twisty track, and this is a very small car. So it'll be interesting to see how close they can get to ECU here.
Yep, it certainly will. Driver comes down, hooks it to the left. Nice move there.
I think they may have actually missed the gate there, Phil. Oh, it's looking very stable there.
Yeah. So in the case of the missing a gate, is that just a time penalty that's added?
Yeah, it's a very big penalty. It's a off course, so unless I'm mistaken, off course for Autocross is the same as off course for endurance, which is a 20-second penalty.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a big hit.
Now, don't take my word for that. I haven't read the comp rules for quite a while. I just knew when I was driving, you never went off course. We used to have an idea that you, as an endurance driver, you can have 2 cones. That's about it. Anything more than that, and I don't know, maybe you have to buy a round or something. But you don't want to be hitting cones. You don't want to be going off course because you don't make that time up. There's no amount of speed you can get to make up those penalties.
Yes, once it's gone, it's gone. It's I do commentary on hill climbs, and it's the same sort of deal. If they have a run and they have a bit of a miscue on one of the corners, the run is done. There's no making it up.
Well, this has been a very good second half of the lap here. You can see the drivers really getting used to the situation.
Yep.
The first half didn't look quite quick, but this is looking as good as anybody that we've seen in this back section. See, no problems hitting cones there. Very, very small car.
Yep.
Tokyo Denki with a 2:14, but I'd hazard a guess there's a lot to come out in the first part of the track.
Yeah, I think so.
Denki.
Yeah.
Launching off, we have QUT, Queensland University of Technology.
Oops, and it's come to a stop already. So a little bit of trying to reboot the system there.
Well, that is not good to see.
No. So just a little bit of fiddling with all the knobs and buttons and switches and things there.
I'm quite a fan of the stickers on this one. It's old school, putting a bit of flames on it.
Yeah.
Good to see.
They'll be hoping that the flames aren't real.
Yeah. Don't want them anywhere near the accumulator.
No.
QUT off again. So this will really just be a sighting lap for the driver now, getting used to what the circuit is. Looks like they've hit a cone there, and very difficult to find their way through. I wonder whether the organisers will be able to use this as an opportunity to see the parts of the track that the drivers are really struggling with, and maybe make a few alterations or a bit of clarity. A bit of clarity for the next session.
Yeah. So rolling on down through there, nice and smooth. Not all that fast at the moment, but hopefully they'll be able to pick it up. University of Newcastle on track. This car is looking quite rapid, getting good speed around through the initial parts of the track here.
So I do see out the window, we do see Canterbury sort of coming here. Auckland are sitting there. Now, both Canterbury and Auckland have missed their scheduled run times. I really hope that's not trying to game anything, because I hate seeing that sort of thing at these sort of events.
Yeah.
And hopefully it hasn't been an issue that is going to come back and bite them in terms of a technical issue.
Yeah, we'd like to try and find out what the story is behind their situation there as to why they're so out of kilter. University of Newcastle carrying good speed around here. Car's changing direction really well.
Oh, that's very rapid there.
Yeah.
Great acceleration from that car. That's possibly some of the best acceleration in that section we've seen.
Yeah. And great camera work too. They're following the cars beautifully. Wrangling through the cones there up over the hill. There's a bit of a hill there on that section of the track, and then they start to come back down. So that's another thing that the drivers have to contend with, is the change of elevation as they get around the track. Braking going uphill is a lot easier than braking coming downhill.
Yeah, this looks like a really good lap from University of Newcastle here.
Yeah, this is looking really good. Car's running well. Changes direction really well.
Oh, that's a very, very good run there from Newcastle. A 2-minute time. Tokyo Denki coming out for their second run. Fully expect this to be a much better time from Tokyo Denki. You can already see, you know, compared to the last lap, the driver is immediately quicker out of the box.
100%.
They've got a lot of time to catch up if they want to get into that sort of top spot for ISC. I think that's going to be very difficult for teams to do. I think that run from ECU is very good, but the conditions are going to get a lot better. Any team running late into this run is going to have a really huge advantage on this track.
Yes, we've still got quite a bit of wind going on out there, but Calder is a windy place.
Oh, very well gathered there.
Yeah, and so close to the cones, but didn't dislodge any of them, so that was really well done.
Oh, very, very agile. Just whips it around. This is a really good drive.
And the car is displaying that it is an agile car. It can make those rapid changes really, really well.
Well, that was a good run up the straight there. This is a much, much faster run from this driver. And you can see here the lack of aero especially, and you can see the driver quite close to that front axle. And, you know, you're not quite getting the drive out, but when you have a lighter weight car and you're not really getting a lot of drive anyway because of your engine size, being on that front axle allows you to really control the car and get that turn in. So they've got great visibility. They'll see every last bit where the cones are, so they can put this car comfortably a lot closer to the cones than some of the drivers where their head is a lot further back from the front wing especially.
Sometimes the added aero bits can get in the road of visibility.
Yeah, this is really good. You can just see, the eye line of the driver as well, where they're looking, watching the cones, and how close. That was just over the cone, not knocking it down, so no penalty there. This is a very, very good lap from Tokyo Denki.
Yeah, that's looking really good.
And a 2:04, so knocked out 10 seconds on their previous lap. UWA here. UWA had a great day yesterday, had a really good skid pad time. They ended up finishing third in the acceleration event. They've had a good statics run, so this is a team that's up looking for a podium in the EV class.
And it's performing really well on this so far, too, looking really good.
Yeah, it's surprising to see them so low down, because this has got a lot of speed. This is a good run.
Climbing up.
Oh, that's moving quite well. I think the UWA students will be really happy with what they're seeing here. This driver's doing a great job.
Absolutely.
And I really think this is a team that's on the ascendancy. They've been improving year on year. They had a bit of a patch where they weren't getting cars out on track. Last year they had a really good finish in the competition, and it looks like they're really getting their team together and functioning really well, which will be very worrying for the other teams in the competition.
And how worrying for the other West Australian team.
You see a 2:02 there. Quite a good lap time.
Good lap time.
That puts them in 7th place overall, but 6th place in the EVs. Now, we certainly didn't expect this. We haven't seen Canterbury and Auckland come out. We haven't seen the top two EV cars come out, but it's really odd to be this far in and see an IC at the top of the timing charts.
It is, and that was a blisteringly fast time, really. The car looked absolutely brilliant as it flipped around.
Yeah, well, Kian is I think started calling him the postman at comps because he always delivers. And he really has. I mean, this comp, he did a great skid pad run. He does the business presentation for the team, one of the students there. So he's very involved with the design. It's very busy come comp time. But he's put the lap in, and he's going to sleep well tonight. But we're seeing QUT here not having the issues that they had on that first lap. So their first lap was a 3:22, but they were stationary for so long.
That's right.
So hopefully we get to see a really good lap time and what this car is capable of.
Yeah, I think they've possibly pulled a bit out of the car just to... Oh, no, it's quite slow there coming out. Maybe they pulled a little bit of the power out of the car to try and keep that reliability up. Give it a bit of a flurry at the end there.
Yeah, 220, which is great. A huge improvement.
Yeah,
a huge
right.
improvement. Lots still to work on. UWA has a really good banker in. They've got that 202.
Yep.
They have the second run from this driver. Now that they've sighted the track, they've got a really good idea of what the car's doing. They're going to be able to squeeze a bit more time. So I'd expect that this is going to be challenging, a time that might even challenge that Swinburne time. Oh, we've just seen, we haven't seen it on the site, but we've seen Newcastle that's gone with a 150.2.
So that's second spot. That's a great run.
So times are starting to come down. I think the track's cleaning up. Oh, you can see the speed here from UWA.
Yes, there's a bit more, a bit more going into this one. Really tight around those corners down there. Through the tyres. Oh, that's big speed through there.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah, that was nice.
This car's looking very, very good. Driver could probably get a little bit closer to the cones. You do lose a bit of time, especially in those slaloms, by going a bit too wide, especially when you've got a bit of width on the car. You want to make sure you're getting really close to those cones. Great driver control, though. The car is looking very, very stable.
Yeah, it's looking very stable, and the ability to change directions is really, really high on this car too.
Yeah, you see it in that really tight right-hander before coming into this section. And a lot of cars running wide on that, pushing, and this car just rotated.
Yeah.
It's very, very good to see. Running on, really getting those tyres sorted well, making sure that front end is giving you a lot of grip right at that corner entry is very important in these cars. This is going to be a quick time.
This is going to be a very quick time, I suspect. Very agile through the cones there. Driver doing a great job.
And I definitely think the track is now starting. You can see that the slipperiness we saw at the start, it's gone.
That's gone.
So all of that slipperiness that we saw the UNSW and ECU dealing with early on, the track is now much, much better than that. Those were really greasy conditions at the beginning. This is a good run. Very, very clean. This bodes well for endurance for this team. And a 154. Great run from University of Western Australia.
Yep. Still a long way off Edith Cowan at 148. That's a bit of a blinder, the Edith Cowan run.
Well, I think seeing the improvement of the conditions here, I don't expect that 148 is going to hold as the best.
We just clobbered a cone.
But what's really good to see here is this is Wollongong out on track for the first time in the event. So good to see them here.
Very taily coming out there. They have taken a cone. So that's going to severely impact their time, but the driver pressing on it. The car's showing good speed. A little bit slippery.
Yeah, a little bit taily there.
Yeah.
I think that's maybe more driver induced than track on that one.
Yeah, I think so. The driver's keen to get on with the job and maybe just that little bit anxious.
Yeah, so you see that pushed a little bit wide on that right-hander. I think if I was sitting myself anywhere to watch this track, I think it would be that tight right-hander and the sequence before. I think that's the cars that are handling that sequence well are going to be the cars that put in a really good lap time.
Yeah.
Because you can really see that transient balance. So when we look at a skid pad, where, yes, it's changing, it's transient and the temperatures are changing, but you don't really have to see how the cars turn in. You don't need that rapid turn in.
No.
Once you get to the autocross track and in the endurance, you really start to see which cars are behaving well on transients. And a car that's good on a skid pad is not necessarily good on a circuit like this.
And it's interesting to note that this has got a front wing and under tray, under ground effects, but no rear wing.
Well, I think this is a smart middle ground between...
Oops.
Taking a cone there. No, a smart middle ground between a full aero package and no aero package. So you are getting some of the gains, some of the turn-in advantage by having, especially that front wing, allows you to grip up that front tyres, and you're not carrying the drag.
Yeah.
And so Wollongong there with the 209, but you know, you can definitely do a cleaner lap.
Two cones taken along the way, unfortunately, so that's quite a penalty that they're going to incur there. But the driver will hopefully be able to regroup their brain thoughts.
And the drag, it's not really going to slow your lap time down too much. These are not cars that are hitting really high top speeds. So the drag's not really a penalty here. It is a penalty on the acceleration event.
Yep.
But where the drag really hurts you is when you hit the endurance. So anytime you're pushing that through the air, that's just energy you're using. So if you have a low drag car and you've still got decent speed, you can end up with a really good, endurance run and fuel economy.
Yeah. Flinders University coming up for their run.
Well, this is interesting, is Edith Cowan are going out now. I can see them going up the line. We still haven't seen Canterbury and Auckland run. So Flinders lining up. So I think we're actually heading in, officially heading in to the second heat. So the second drivers now. So something's going on. I hope those teams are okay.
Yeah. I hope that there's not some sort of an issue that's occurred that's preventing them from running at all.
I see Wollongong lined up for the second run. We'd expect this second run from this driver to be a lot faster.
Yeah.
They now know the tricky parts of the track. You don't get that until you've done your first run.
No, you don't.
So even the driver that was sitting up on top, there was still a 6-second improvement between lap 1 and lap 2.
That's right.
And you can already see now where that was a stepping out, that was a controlled slide now.
Yep.
Now you still don't want to get that back end out too much, maybe in the tight sections. But if you're going to step it out, you want to have it controlled.
Speaking of stepping the back out, that was a big step out. But it did appear to be a controlled one, but probably a bit further than what you would want for ultimate forward acceleration.
Well, I think sometimes as a driver you can use that, especially when you're developing a car, you can use that as a crutch.
Yeah.
So you're stepping the back end around to rotate the car instead of really working on that front end to make sure the car can, really point into a turn.
Yeah.
We see here just that pushing out that little bit wider. We saw, say, University of Western Australia on that right-hand turn. A bigger car, but it was still able to rotate very quickly there.
Yeah, that's right.
But this is a much better run from this driver.
Oh, yeah, 100%. There's no cones taken for a start. So, it's looking good.
Yeah, looking good through there. Driver's much more in control. You can just see the confidence there, having done that lap. The nerves are gone. Often when you're driving, you're almost sitting in the car thinking, oh, can I even remember how to drive?
Yeah.
And then as soon as you get out there and you do a lap, you go, oh, okay, this is coming back to me now. It's all good.
It wouldn't be the first time I've seen a driver, not at SAE, but at other events go, yeah, my head's just not in the right place. I'm not going out. So...
Well, you do spend a fair bit of time around hill climbs, and this is very much that sort of hill climb approach, isn't it?
100%. So it's you get out and have your go, and it's all over and done.
Great there by Wollongong. Great run. 2:03, so a bit of an improvement there.
Yep.
Currently sitting in 8th place overall, but 7th place for the Electrics.
It looks like we don't have anybody in the queue. So we might just take a moment to thank Caterpillar, our major sponsor and naming rights sponsor, for their support of this amazing event. Formula SAE been around in Australia, I think, Kevin, from around about the 2000 mark, and what a great event it is.
Absolutely, as we see Flinders here lining up for their run. So one of the IC cars. Currently in the IC class, we have Edith Cowan University, and then quite a bit of a gap till we hit Tokyo Denki and ANU. So this is a great opportunity for Flinders to sort of break into that top group.
Car moving through the chicane. Well, it is a chicane, isn't it? It's a bewilderment of witches' hats.
Yeah, it doesn't really have much pace at the moment. Yeah, maybe this is the driver just getting a handle on what this car's doing.
Yeah, a little bit of, I'm confused, where have I got to go here?
Yeah, I think they're in a situation now where they're just looking to get a time.
Yep.
And maybe when this driver gets their second lap, they've driven it, they'll be able to put in a bit faster run.
Yes, well, as you say, that first run, and you really don't want to mess it up. You don't want to be picking up cones. So the nerves would be much higher on that first run.
Well, one of the things you notice, I've driven these cars a fair bit earlier on when I was a younger man, and when you're driving them slow, they're actually harder to drive. So before you get up to close to your peak slip angles, the steering will feel heavy.
Yep.
The car won't rotate. You're not really using the balance of the car. So, you know, if you're coming in fast into a corner, you can often have a bit of rear brake on it where you can really stamp on the brake to get it to rotate. And when you're going a bit slower like this, you actually lose a lot of that control. And so a track can feel tighter when you are not at speed. So it might look like it's easier, but this driver's probably doing a lot more work. Everything's feeling a bit heavier.
Yep.
It's important when you go testing with these cars and when you're running these cars, you have to run them at race speeds, because you'll find that a driver that's a little bit slower will have completely different idea of the balance of the vehicle, because they're just not in the place that the car needs to be.
Yep. All very slow through there.
Very early on in the I think it was the second competition, Peter Brock was attending.
Oh, okay.
And one of our drivers at the time was talking to Peter and saying, you know, we've got a number of drivers, and most of them are complaining that the car is oversteering, but I think it's understeering. And explained the situation. He said, Peter, what do you think? And Peter's Brock's answer was, well, who's quicker?
Yeah.
And I thought that was a really simple and accurate answer.
That's right.
Is that whoever's fast and whoever knows how to drive, they've probably got the best idea of the balance of the vehicle. So we've seen Canterbury coming here. They've been out in the practice track, so hopefully they're going to be able to get out and get running. We haven't seen them line up. What we're seeing is Edith Cowan University getting prepared, so it looks like we're heading in to the second driver heats.
Yeah, it does.
And we're still to see, well, it's really the two. It's the two New Zealand teams that have been doing so well that haven't run in this first heat.
There's got to be a story there, and I want to find out what it is. If someone out there is listening, they can pop a message through to us in commentary. We'd love to know what's going on with the two New Zealand teams.
Well, Flinders lining up, so hopefully this driver will really just push it. And you know, I always figured when I was hopping in these cars, you never know when your last time to hop in one of these cars is. And I thought, well, I never want to waste the opportunity. Just go hard.
Yeah.
Looks like they are pushing a little bit more now. Now, it does look like there's a timing error that's popped up on the screen, because we're seeing Flinders at a 1:37.6. And I think what happened there is when they finished their last lap, they didn't cross the beam properly. The driver made a bit of an error. So at the moment, I don't know whether that was tactical, Phil, because Flinders are sitting there currently with the fastest lap time, but I think that's going to be corrected. So we've heard in our ears that if they do a really quick pit stop, they just trigger another lap.
So car moving on here, but not at great speed. Nice and smooth, but the speed is not showing that we've seen in some of the other cars.
It is a little bit quicker than I think the last lap.
I think, yes, I'd agree with that, but still well short of some of the other cars.
But I think what I'm hoping for Flinders is that they have built a reliable car. Because if they build a reliable car, they can go back home with it, spend a lot of time tuning it and adjusting it. And I think when we're approaching this, we see this as a sort of a design competition or design and build competition. And it's really easy to miss out the testing part.
Yeah.
And cars are really made fast when you run them.
Yep. And sometimes it can be just those small little tweaks that need to take place that can make a huge difference.
Oh, so we've got University of Queensland coming out.
Very aggressive. And the change of direction is really, really good on this car.
Yeah, very rapid.
Yeah, that's looking really sweet. This is a very aggressive drive.
Oh, well, this is what we hope to see from Queensland. I think they had a little bit of an issue at the beginning, so we didn't see what this car was really capable of. But now they have got a much nicer track to run on.
Yep.
The car is way faster than it was last time we saw it. Really moving, just sliding it through there. Oh, pushed out a little bit wide on that.
Driver picked it up well though, and certainly working the car really well. I'm noticing we're not quite the full straight arm position, but we're nearer to a better driving position there with the arms of this driver, although at lock there appears to be a fairly straight arm.
Yeah, I think there's maybe a little bit of testing they could do to fix up that. It looks like they're not quite getting that front end really turning, because you can see the driver having to really work that steering wheel.
Yep.
Driver's doing a great job here.
Yeah, did a great job, but unfortunately clipped up that cone.
Do you know, if I'm running this, I'm happy with an occasional cone hit, because if you're not really pushing it, especially in this autocross, they've got a bank time. They need to push it in these last couple of runs.
Yep.
That's what this driver is doing. You want to see the speed. So they're sitting with a 159.6 at the moment. That cone will be 2 seconds. But they've gone fastest overall, even with that penalty. A 144.3.
Wow.
That was rapid.
Yeah. Yep.
So the track is definitely in. Even though that's going to be a penalty, they are still sitting number 1 overall. But ECU won't want to take that lying down.
No, they won't. See Al Faisal University sitting in the background just behind our man with the lollipop at the moment too, so we've yet to see them come out today.
Well, I think we're seeing a little battle here now. UQ's put a time down. Now, you sort of you don't even really want to know the time when you're sitting in the car running as a driver.
Speaking of ECU, on track at the moment, so here we go.
So this is Tristan. If there's anybody that is in the ECU team that will be able to take this time, it will be him. He won both the autocross and the endurance in the UK. Will look like a little bit of a problem there. Yeah. Has recovered it, but that will cost time. Yeah, I think that Queensland probably had a little bit of an edge. The back kicking out there.
Yeah.
Recovered well. Probably didn't cost them too much time, but they did lose it in that section before. Definitely more grip than when Keane was out.
Yeah, I think Tristan pushing the car really well.
Yeah, and you see, University of Queensland just had a little bit more acceleration in some of those areas.
Yeah.
That's where that EV powertrain is really helping you. The single-cylinder motor doesn't really have the same drive out of corners. So when you're making mistakes as a driver sort of mid-corner on a car like this, that's where you're losing your advantage.
Yeah.
So I'm not expecting that this is going to be as good as what we saw from that Queensland time. But he doesn't need to match it. He only needs to go within the penalty of that, as long as he keeps his lap clean.
Well, it's looking pretty good so far. And wrangling through there quite well.
Very well turned there. That was very quick.
Yeah, it rotated beautifully through that corner.
Yeah, this section is really doing well. Really need to work on the start of the thing. There was a little bit of a mistake there. He's shake of the head. But what does he manage to do? We're not seeing the time. It looks like there's been a little bit. There was a 1:52.
Yeah. Okay.
So didn't better it. Queensland's out, but Ken took about 6 seconds off in the run. There were a few mistakes there. Oh, a cone hit there by UQ, so that will be a penalty to them. But this car is moving.
Yeah, this has got a lot of speed.
I did say this was going to be a car to watch. So yesterday, noticing that this is a car that we've seen on the team socials as moving, and this driver is really doing a great job here. Knocked another cone, so that's 2 penalties on this run.
Yeah.
Well, that's really unfortunate. And there's been an issue with the car. Oh, well, that's really unfortunate. They're really moving well.
Got it going again very quickly, so that's an advantage. See some of the electronic cars, that when they decide to pull up, it takes a little bit to get it to go again, whereas that Queensland car seemed to be able to recover from that situation very quickly.
Yeah, well, that's hurt them a bit. They won't be able to get a better lap time then as a result of that, and that was a 1:50.3 from Queensland. MUR hitting a cone there. It does look like the wind is picking up just a little bit more than it was about 15-20 minutes ago.
Yeah, driver taking it quite steady through the cones here, picking it up a little bit. Wrangling the car through this section. Quite smooth out, a little bit wide, but I think the driver's gathering a little bit of confidence as they go through. Oh, here we go. We've got quite a few people jumping about with face masks and things out in front of our window. We can't see that on screen, but that's fine.
So I think the trick with this Melbourne car is going to just have to be maintain as much speed as you can through corners.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the pickup out of the slower stuff. I think once they get into an endurance situation, you get a bit of heat in the tyres, the driver starts to get a good feel for where the track is. But Edith Cowan back out on track now.
Yep.
So looking to go a little bit faster now. Tristan will not have been happy with his previous run. He sets himself a pretty high standard for his driving.
Tell you what, he's doing an extremely good job here. That's looking really, really quick as he wrangles through the cones.
Well, it's really interesting between the two drivers. So Kian is a driver that is, very excitable, and he needs to go in and be calmed down.
Yeah.
But Tristan often drives his best when he's a little bit annoyed with himself. So, that previous run probably didn't hurt this run. And you can see there's a rotation of the car. It's beautifully set up.
Yeah.
It's carrying a lot of speed. The team is looking to take this to the UK next year.
Okay.
So this is a good idea to see, is this a car that's worth putting on the boat and sending over to England? Oh, and he's hit that cone. He's going to need to shake that off because even with the penalty, apparently he's hit a previous cone as well. That's a real shame. And you can see that's maybe just put him a bit over the edge.
Yes, he's driving angry towards the end.
Yeah, that was a little bit too much, and a 1:49.4. Well, that's really unfortunate for him.
It's Al Faisal University next up, and put it into a gear. It does help. Oops.
Well, I think that puts that into context, just how good that early drive from Kian was.
It was, yeah.
So really slippery conditions, and just put the best lap out there. And it took Queensland doing really an incredible run from that driver to put in a better time in much better conditions. I think that that really speaks a lot to just how well that was driven.
So Faisal University doing a great job just getting here. A long, long trip for them to come back to Australia 2 years running. Really, really good to see them here.
Yeah, it did look like they didn't quite do that gate leading onto that section.
And that wind has certainly kicked up quite a lot. Driver getting to grips a bit with the track now. Oh, that was so very close there.
You know, I think what you're looking for is when you're a team like this and you're near the beginning of your journey, especially with traveling international at a competition like this, your focus has to be finish all the events.
Yeah.
There's a number of teams here that are looking to try and get those places and to win events, but at the start of your program, you just need to finish, and that's what these guys need to be focused on.
Yeah.
So if they get around, you get a time on the board, that's it. And then you move forward to the next one, try and improve your pace a little bit. But for them, the big test is going to be endurance.
Yeah, for sure. A little slow over the top there, but driver picks it up again. Car appears a little unstable.
It doesn't look like it's a particularly fun car to drive at the moment.
But they're doing so much better than they did last year. It's all about improvement.
You can definitely see the driver really working that steering wheel, having to put a fair bit of force into it in some of those slower sections.
Yeah.
And that's going to be pretty exhausting.
Whoops. That's quite a spin around.
Yeah, loop back around. The car does have some power.
Yeah. Managed to not knock the cone.
Do you know, I think the team that Al Faisal really need to go and have a talk to would be Tokyo Denki.
Yeah.
I think that Tokyo Denki have a very simple approach to how they're building their cars, and just minimising what's on the vehicle is really where you want to be.
Yeah. Swinburne coming back out now. Speed here.
Yeah, this is what you're going to need to do with this car. Just make sure you don't ever have to stop.
Yeah.
You really don't want to get into an incident with you. Just drive it really, really smooth. Despite their issues that they had picking up, they still managed to do a 1:58.8. So
Yeah.
they've still got a nice, respectable time,
Yep.
and that's going to be really encouraging for them going into that endurance event. Swinburne are previously sitting on a 1:58.7. They'll be looking to improve that, and this car is looking pretty quick.
Yeah.
So they did stop a few times on their previous runs due to drivetrain issues. So hopefully they can get a nice, clean run.
Yeah, car looks to be changing direction really well, actually. This driver, quite an aggressive style, but smooth as well. So. And got that relaxed arm position. Doing really well. Down around that tight section, that little bit slow coming out of there. Oh, unfortunately, clipped a cone. And working away around through the bottom section here and into the finish. And Tasmania back on our screen. This car is working really well. Drivers piloting this really well indeed. No aero on this car, and just the change of direction that it's achieving is really, really good.
Yeah, this is looking really good.
Yeah.
I think this car showed some really good promise in that first heat.
Yep.
So looking forward to seeing a really good time from Tasmania. And Swinburne there was a 150.9, so a big improvement from Swinburne. They've moved up to third place in that EV class and fourth place overall.
Bit of a head shake there from the driver, but I'm not too sure why. I think they might have been just a bit confused as to where they were. Whips it around and through the finish.
Oh, and ANU is out. This is looking really good for them. They had a good run before. Oh, they've done an off course there. So they missed the turn.
Yep.
That lock-up has just sent them past the cone they needed to turn around.
Yep.
But this driver will have a couple of runs, and this car's looking pretty rapid.
Yeah, it's looking very quick.
And I think the danger that you have when you're that second driver, you've got a good bank time there, is you've got to be careful not to overdrive. The track ends up getting grippier just because the track's been cleared up.
Yep.
You just need to settle in. You're not looking to completely dominate what the previous driver did.
That's right.
You just want to take that extra 2 seconds or 4 seconds you might get off the lap from the conditions. I think we saw that. The ECU driver overdrove it. The car was there, the conditions were there, and they just pushed too hard.
Ooh, it was a bit of a balk there.
And even the Queensland driver, you'd think that time, line 44.3, is a really good one, but they hit a cone on that lap.
Yeah.
And the second lap was far too messy. You take the cone out, drive a little bit slower on some of those sections, just a little bit more within yourself, and maybe you get a 145, but a 145 without a penalty is better than a 144 with a penalty.
Yeah, that's right.
A good recovery from the ANU driver here. And it was a 204.7, but the off-course. And Alphys is out for some fun here.
Yeah.
Really throwing the car around.
Unfortunately, he clipped a cone.
And that chattering you can hear, I'm fairly sure that's when you get that chain drive and you're going in, and if you don't get that entry right, you do your braking and your gear changes in the wrong order. Generally, if you try and change too early, you get a lot of chain slap, and that can really unsettle the back end. So one of the things you need to do with these cars is when you're downshifting, you need to wait until the revs come down a little bit. Yeah. And what I used to do is, if you had that hand shifter, is just hold a little bit of pressure on that hand shifter. When the car's ready to shift, it'll just pop in. Yeah. You don't have any resistance from it. You don't have any chain slap.
Yeah.
And really with these chain-driven cars, you can tell how much time somebody has been in these cars based on how much of that chatter you hear in a corner entry.
Unfortunately, Alphys has picked up a couple of cones along the way with this run.
I know they'll be going to go fast here. I think in the situation they are in the competition, I'd actually just say to their drivers, go out, have a bit of fun, push the limit of the car.
Yep. Tasmania back out, and
it looks like a little bit of an issue there with the Powertrain. It really does move though. It gets up and moves.
It certainly does.
It just looks like it's not got that consistent drive. I don't know whether that's a powertrain issue. A little bit of a stalling as it's exiting the corners.
Yeah. Could be. Good speed down that little bit of a straight. Whipped it around through those cones nicely. Yeah, good work through there. Driver doing a great job here. good acceleration.
Yeah, very nicely driven.
Yeah. Driver's doing a great job on this run.
Yeah, looking fairly tight to the cones, keeping a lot of speed up. Oh, that was very well done.
Yeah.
So Swinburne, as we haven't been watching, Swinburne have gone second place overall with a 1:47.
Wow.
Obviously a very good run from Swinburne here.
Yeah.
I'm still seeing the Swinburne on Natsoft though as a 150.9. So some difference between what we're seeing on the Blendline TV and what's on there. That may have been that triggering again after the stop. But Tasmania, this is all about what Tasmania's doing in this lap. They are looking very good. I think that Powertrain's letting them down just a little bit because it's just stalling on the exit some of the corners, but the driver is just doing a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good run through.
Yeah, I'm not actually seeing a time there from Tasmania coming up on that soft, but we do have a 1:55 for them on the screen. So maybe a little bit of a disconnect with what we're seeing in Natsoft and what's on screen. And that might just be that I'm delayed, that I've lost the feed.
It could be. You were looking at yesterday's times. Turbo lag.
Old man turbo lag.
Speaking of turbo lag, it's a thing that doesn't tend to be an issue these days.
No, not too many people going turbo anymore.
Well, but in the general realm of things, the turbo cars don't tend to have turbo lag anymore. It seems to be managed. Oh, big spin around there, and a backwards and over a cone, but forwards again. Nice flick turn.
Well, UTS did have an issue spinning before, didn't they?
Yeah.
They'll want to work on that for endurance.
They certainly will.
Yes. So really good to see. That last lap from Tasmania was a 1:55. So
another cone.
Back up and running with Natsoft now, so can be nice and accurate. But ANU out, and this driver is really looking to put a time in. They'll want to get above Tokyo Denki here, but they'll need to do it without penalties. They've got a 2:01.8, so if they only hit the one cone,
okay,
they may have nabbed that second place. Tokyo Denki still have another driver to go in.
UTS coming through, being driven nice and smoothly.
Very good. Good recovery. Good mental recovery too. You've had an incident early on. The lap is long, and you think that time is not going to necessarily count, but you just, as a driver, need to get your head back in immediately. Leave the mistake in the last corner.
That's right.
And that was a Sydney Technology, a 2:18.7, so their fastest time, but with a penalty. Now UNSW will be looking to challenge the very top.
Yeah, they will. This is a fast car.
This will likely be their faster driver. This is the best conditions they're going to see for this car. And that was a 1:55.4.
Yeah, okay.
So again, putting in perspective just how good those early runs were by the first driver from UNSW as well. You know, difficult track conditions are very early on. One of the first cars to run, and they put in a 1:52, and a lot of teams are sitting well behind them on their first driver run.
Yeah. And we see Taiwan coming through.
So we're still to see the two New Zealand teams running.
Yeah.
Both Auckland and Canterbury haven't been out for a run. Not only did they miss their allotted time in the first run, they've missed it in the second. So I don't think that they would have been wanting to do that.
No, I'm pretty confident that they would not have wanted that at all. I'm sure there must be some sort of an issue going on for them. And I do hope that it's something that they're able to rectify for endurance. So that will hurt their overall points quite dramatically.
Oh, it's great to see Taiwan here. They're doing a pretty good job. This looks
doing
pretty
a very good job. It's nice and smooth. Car's got good speed when they open up the tap. Good driver position here too. They maybe a little bit too close to the steering, but certainly not that straight-armed position that we've seen in some of the other cars.
And I think it's nice in these cars to have the driver a little bit upright. It's not as good for your aerodynamics. It's maybe not as good for your centre of gravity height, but that extra vision that you get can really help you around these sorts of tracks. And often that's not a big consideration for teams. They're looking for the ultimate car performance instead of thinking about the car and driver performance.
Yep. Oh no.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Manages to turn it around. So that will be I think it was an off course. I think they went onto the outside of that, which is a bit of a shame because I think that driver was doing a very good run there.
Yeah. And into the finish.
Oh, UNSW looking quick here. Yeah, they'll be looking to move up. This driver now, we generally see anywhere up to 4 to 6 seconds improvement from lap 1 to lap 2. So if they're in that sort of 4-second region, that'll jump them above Newcastle if they can manage to do that, and really put some pressure on Swinburne and Queensland. The driver just needs to let the track and the car come to them, not overdrive it, not try and wrench that 4 to 6 seconds out. But the driver's doing a great job here.
Yeah, and that change of direction through that really tight right-hander there was brilliant.
Yeah, this is looking very, very good for a good lap time. No mistakes there. That's caught a lot of drivers out that section.
Has. Oh, yeah.
And a 146.4.
Wow.
That will be interesting. That's very close to Queensland with that penalty.
Yeah.
So I think the Queensland will have still had the faster lap time. But only by a tenth or so because of that penalty. And that second run now from that UQ driver, where they just sort of pushed a bit too hard, is going to come back and bite them, I think, because they would have been hoping to put a really big points gap between Queensland and themselves.
They would have.
But the New South UNSW driver didn't want anything to do with that, just put it on the line. We did see University of Western Australia ran earlier. They were running very quick. They had a 154. They've still got to have a run. And we're seeing the times are definitely coming down now. It's a little bit warmer. The track's nowhere near as greasy. We're not seeing the cars sliding like in the first few cars. The wind is still a little bit of a problem. But this is probably as good as we're going to see conditions today. There's not too many more cars to run to clean it up. Now, what's odd is the Auckland car has been sitting out here beside the window near us for quite a long time.
Yeah, I wonder what the story is there.
So Queensland University of Technology, they have had some issues with their powertrain. Good to see. They do have a time on the board, but it's not an incredibly competitive time at a 2:20. So hopefully they're not dealing with any issues that are causing them to lose speed. Car's very well presented, very well built. Oh, it looks like they're really slow around that turn.
Yeah,
still looks like they've got drive though.
Issue happening there. Good to see that we've got quite a few comments coming up on the chat side out on YouTube as we watch the car come around there a little slow, as you say there, Dr. Kev.
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing the potential of the car here. I think we're seeing a limitation of the powertrain at the moment.
And that driver does appear to be a little bit boxed in there too, and a little bit bunched up and not necessarily comfortable in the car.
Yeah, there's a lot of students who work on a lot of areas of these cars. So you've got students working on suspension and aerodynamics and chassis and so on. And if you do end up having any powertrain issues, which is the normal reliability concerns that you would have at a competition, well, you don't get to see all of that good work from the other students. So how is the suspension working? How is the aero working? Because you're just being limited by what the motor can provide.
Oh no, we're coming to a stop.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Yeah.
You can see the lights changing on the roll hoop, indicating the whether you're getting drive or not. If it is flashing, I believe that's where the car is live. So you can see it's flashing again.
Yep.
So hopefully the driver will be able to get something moving here.
It's going back to green. And of course, there'll be another car on track, I suspect.
I think we can hear something. Yeah, so Taiwan, they'll have to repeat that lap. And you never want to be in a situation when you're driving this autocross where you have to repeat a lap if your car has got a little problem.
Driver from Taiwan continuing on with the lap, even though they will be repeating it because that impeded their time. We'll probably give the driver a little bit of extra experience behind the wheel on this particular track, so not all bad. As Queensland University of Technology back on the move again. Thailand doing a really good job here. And through they come.
Yeah, I think they would have liked to have that lap unimpeded. Sometimes when you get impeded on a lap and you get to have another go, it allows you to sort of have a faster lap. So it's a give and take. Sometimes it's good to have that extra go at it. You can get a bit more speed, but sometimes you just don't want to, run the risk of something breaking.
Correct.
So UWA lined up. They went very fast last time. They had one of the times that was sitting there in the top three for the EV class.
Yep.
I think they've got the car to get back up in there. It will be difficult to catch Swinburne, who's sitting in third place. They're going to have to find 7 seconds in that car. But it did look very, very stable. Looked like it had the power you needed, but also really good turning.
Looking pretty good here on the start. And the first few sets of cones.
I've had a look at the suspension on the car, and I think everything that all the basics are done really well.
Okay. Looks to have nice long suspension arms on the front as well as on the rear.
And making sure when you're building these cars, having a good balance between where you're putting your resources. How much effort are you putting in your suspension? How much are you putting in your aero? How much are you putting in your powertrain? I mean, those are your three main areas for performance. What your aero performance is, what your mechanical grip, and what your powertrain is delivering. And you need to allocate those resources. And when you see that fast right turn that they're doing, I think they're doing that as good as any team out on track.
Yeah.
So that indicates that they have a really good aerodynamics and handling package. They've only got the one wheel. They're not running torque vectoring, so they're not relying on their powertrain to give them that really big advantage. So this is just the setup of the chassis and the aero working for them.
Yeah, well, it's doing a really good job, and the out and out performance under acceleration does appear to be pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think they're down on power. They just don't have that torque vectoring. They did pretty well in the acceleration yesterday, so clearly they got some good drive.
Yep.
But when you see a car stable like this and you know you're going into endurance later in the day, you're starting to feel really, really confident about how your team's going to go in the event.
Absolutely. It all comes down to reliability at the end of the day, but the car stability and the performance of it at the moment looks really, really good. Oh, little flick.
And it was a 158.3, so not as quick as that first driver.
No.
But I'd expect the second lap will be really good once they're dialed in.
Yeah.
Woolen going out now with the second driver, getting the back end kicked around, but recovering quite well. This car's probably a little bit too taily, I think.
Yeah, I do wonder whether it could benefit from having a rear wing on it.
Yeah, knock that cone with the rear wheels there. I think if you're not going to run a rear wing on something like this, maybe even just a shark fin. Something just to give you a bit of yaw stability.
Yep.
They have gone faster though. That was a 157.9, so they've improved their position a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
So QUT have got running.
Just their second run through, I think.
Yeah, they haven't managed to get on top of that car yet. There's not a lot of time before we get to the end of this event.
So Taiwan there coming through, doing a really good job keeping this car going. And really good to see that we've got so many internationals coming along. We'd love to have some more, of course, but really good to see the ones that we've got.
Well, it looks like QUT are getting a little bit of a run here, but you're sort of just watching this thinking, you know, the powertrain just needs to keep going.
Yeah.
You know, if they can get a nice clear run where the driver can really apply throttle and ensure that they're able to keep its speed, I think this car is a car that can go a lot faster than what we're seeing here.
Yes, we've seen examples of its potential. Unfortunately, they're being curtailed by the reliability a little.
Yeah, I think there's some sections of the track where you see it's at speed and you think it's got some really good grip in a couple of places, but it's just not able to get that whole lap together. And I think, you know, for drivers having to fight with the powertrain, keeping things down, maybe not keeping enough input into it, you know, it's hard to string that lap together. And on an autocross, that might not hurt you too much in an endurance once you start to get the flow, but in the autocross, it just really kills your lap time.
Yeah, this is where it stopped before. No, got going.
And I think one of the things also is you're thinking about that as a driver. You're not able to relax and just let all of the pre-programmed stuff that you have just work for you.
Yeah, when you're fighting with the vehicle, it distracts from your ability to drive.
And that was a 241.9, but the car to watch now is University of West Australia. The back kicking out, but the driver catching it immediately.
Yeah.
This car looks very, very drivable.
Very.
It's a wider car, but it's not making the track look like it's very narrow. This is looking like a very good lap. The car is really moving.
Yeah.
I have it on the radio that they have hit a cone.
Yep.
But, you know, I don't really care about the cones right now. I'm just enjoying watching this. Driver's doing a great job.
What cones?
Oh, he's ripped around that hairpin.
That was
very
super
good.
quick through there.
You know, those hairpins are a real test. If you don't have to slow down too much there, you can gain a lot of speed.
Yeah, for sure.
That difficult section for a lot of drivers, he's done that really well.
Yep. Oh, very good run.
Yeah, crossing with a 150.4. It's their fastest time. Unfortunately, hitting a cone there, they will have a penalty. They look pretty clear from Tasmania, who are sitting in that 7th place overall.
2 cones.
Yeah.
This car, just as you say, it looks really taily.
Yeah, this needs a little bit of setup work, this car.
Yeah.
You can see it's got some speed, but you just need a little bit more stability than that.
Yep.
And it looks like you're taily, but I would actually hazard a guess that what it could be at the front end. The driver could be counteracting and having to really move that back end around.
Yep.
It does look a little snappy under brakes when the throttle is feeding on. So there's something in the transients that aren't quite working for this car.
And yet there's so much about how it seems to be out on track, unfortunately coming to a stop, but there's so much of what we see that looks like it's got a lot of potential.
Oh, yeah, there is speed there. You know, the tyre, with these cars, it can be very simple. You've got the tyres, you've got a certain amount of weight, you've got a certain amount of power.
Another cone.
Everyone's running pretty similar tyres.
Yep.
It's really about who's making best use of those.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not going to find significantly more in a tyre than another team.
Correct.
Through driving. No. You know, you've got to set that up.
Yep. There's an ultimate point of the maximum amount of grip that you can get out of those tyres, and from there on it's a matter of how much you lose as to how you've set the car up.
Now, in these autocross, there's a really aggressive setup that might be a bit difficult to control. Can help you if you can feed temperature into the tyres, but there is a limit.
Yeah, for sure. Flinders University. Nice smooth run there. Wrangling through the cones.
Yeah, good run. This looks like a little bit faster than the first driver. This driver maybe looks a little bit more comfortable in there. Still not really pushing the limit of the car. But what I do like about how Flinders have gone about this is that they've tried to keep the car very simple. You know, so from an engineering point of view, if you're not at that really pointy end, so I would say in this, if you're not easily getting 150s in this competition, you know, where are the wings helping you really? All they're doing is creating extra work for yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
So you've got to cut back the work until you're getting competitive, and then you start to add some of this stuff. You need a really good, as a team, you need a really good base to work from.
Yep.
And I think we're seeing here the best example of this is the University of Newcastle. They've had some really good speed. They're sitting at a 150.2 as their fastest lap so far. They did hit a cone a bit earlier, but this is a very basic, well-sorted vehicle. And unless you're beating this, you've got to make your car simpler.
Yeah.
It's not any more complicated than that.
That's right.
You know, I think this, at the moment, they're sitting fourth. This driver's got a really good chance to put this car on the podium at the moment. Now, we still haven't seen the two New Zealand teams that we expect to be really fast here.
Yep.
We are running out of time. There's only 38 minutes left to go in this run.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So right now, we're seeing a drive to try and put this on at least third place.
The driver is doing a really good job. This car is performing really, really well. Down into this part and close to where we, bit of a tail out there again, but really quick through there. That was a good change of direction.
Yeah, this is looking very good.
Yeah.
Nice drive. Shame about that cone they hit, but I don't think he's going to be too worried. He's got another run. A 149.06.
Here we go.
Oh, so Canterbury finally out on track.
Yeah. This will be interesting to see how fast this car goes.
It looks rapid. They didn't quite have the acceleration capacity, but they were the fastest car on skid pad. So this is a car that's got a lot of cornering grip. Very well turned there.
Yep.
No, did that reasonably well. I still think maybe UWA was quicker on that right-hander.
Yeah, we've got another of these fairly straight-armed driving positions.
The car looks beautiful. This is by far the best turned-out car at competition.
Yeah, the level of presentation of the car is just stunning. You go up close and this is brilliant. I tell you what, the change of direction there, left to right, that's doing pretty well as well. Down the back straight, wriggle it through a few more cones.
Yeah, car looks very well sorted.
Yeah.
This is very encouraging for them for endurance. As long as they can run reliably, if you can do this lap after lap, you're going to have a really good finish.
Yeah, that was really quick there through that really tight right-hander.
That's an area that's been catching a lot of people out. They handled that very well.
Yep.
Canterbury there with a 159.1.
Yeah.
So it didn't look rapid.
No.
I wonder if there's a bit more to come out of it for them.
Well, I wonder whether, because they're so well out of the time slot, I'm wondering whether they've just been cautious because nursing the car for some other reliability issue that they've had to deal with. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it looks like they've been gaming things. I don't think that's the full potential of that car.
No.
So hopefully whatever issues they've been dealing with are being resolved.
Yeah.
We do want to see them run well. I think that car is going to be capable of more than that. It does have torque vectoring on the two rear motors, which is not as handy as having it on the front on these cars, or having it all the way around.
Yep.
It doesn't have quite the power that we expect of something like a UNSW or an Auckland vehicle, or even Swinburne. But it does have very lightweight, so you'd expect a really good time from them.
Yep.
Now, Flinders looking a lot faster than they were last time. It's still not at the sort of speed that we're seeing from the faster cars, but the driver's slowly gaining confidence here.
Yeah, and that's a big point, confidence in the vehicle. We don't know how much testing or how much driving experience some of these drivers have had. Car's looking nice and smooth at least, but not being driven super hard.
One thing I do like about this is sometimes when you see the teams that are maybe not as quick, the cars might be a little bit on the rough side, but the Flinders car is not. It's really well prepared.
Yep.
They've put a lot of attention to detail in. And that attention to detail, if a car is clean, if it's well put together, they generally are reliable.
Yeah, it's usually a good indicator, isn't it?
Now, Newcastle here, they'll be looking. They did have a penalty in that previous lap, but it was fast. They did do a 149. That I think they're going to be threatening the very top here.
Attention to detail. I just go back to when I was an apprentice motor mechanic. One of the trainers at one point said, "What's your most important tool?" to everybody, and various answers sort of came forth, of which all of them were wrong. And he said, "Your eyes."
Oh, absolutely. And when you're looking at something like this, your eyes are enjoying the look.
Yep.
So we see Flinders finish that lap with a 2:28.77. Just drops them ahead of Al Faisal. We've got Canterbury on track. We've got Newcastle on track as well. It's all happening at the moment. So right at the end, these are the best conditions you're going to get. It looks like the Canterbury car's a little bit more rapid than it was previously.
Yeah.
Okay, so driver pushing a bit. We're seeing Newcastle here coming to the end of the lap. This driver knows what they're doing. This car's well set up. Very simple. This is a rapid run.
Yeah, this is a good run.
They are setting the benchmark here, Newcastle. And a 144 flat.
Wow.
The fastest lap. That's a car with no wings.
No wings.
No wings at all, as simple as you go. So, you've got to ask the question, if you're not beating Newcastle with all of the toys and everything on a car, then you need to be going in and having a talk to them about how they're getting that speed.
Yep.
That's incredible. Well driven.
Absolutely.
Well set up.
Yep.
Canterbury here looking much faster than last time. Driver still having to do a little bit of correction there.
Yeah, it's not looking quite as stable in the changes of direction as I thought it would.
Yeah, I think that's that changeover from
look
running.
How quick that was around that right-hander. That was super quick through there.
Yeah, getting those transient behaviours working well is really important. It does look like a faster lap than the previous one. They may have had to have that banker. And we're seeing a 149.5, so a big improvement under the 150s. So definitely the conditions are much better now. I do see that Auckland are lining up to walk up there. Al Faisal.
This would be their second driver. And taking it very steady. Getting underway. Here we go. They're starting to use a bit of throttle. Very confusing coming through there. Ooh. Oh no.
Yeah, there's a position. These cars don't have reverse.
No.
There's no moving around from that. They'll probably a bit of distance away from the organisers there.
Yep. So it was unfortunate that they've just gone a little bit wide there. Certainly not able to reverse out of there. Here we go with one of the officials coming up to leap the wall when they are given the all clear that they can do that. Quite a lot of wind going on out there. We can hear through our microphones out on the cameras. Meanwhile, Canterbury, this would be a driver change.
Yeah, so they are getting both of their runs very late, out of order. I do not know what sort of penalties, if any penalties, are being applied. But you know, they are getting now the best track conditions.
Yeah.
And we're talking about this track conditions quite a lot. But when you're looking at these events, you'll have seen it on hill climbs quite a bit. Is that, you know, yesterday there was a bit of rain that came through, a bit of thunder, a lot of wind, so you get a lot of dust onto the track, and so any sort of rubber that might be there or any really good lines that might be there from previous events, that's sort of washed away.
Yeah.
And you start with a very green track, no rubber down, not a lot of grip, and a lot of dust that you're dealing with. And if you have a look at the earlier cars, they were just really struggling. It was very greasy, they were slipping around all over the place.
Yeah.
And now it's a lot more stable, and the track just continues to evolve. So it is at its best at the last run. And the reason the competitors or the organisation has had the assigned runs is to try and counteract what would be the normal thing, is all of the teams just waiting and playing games and trying to get those last runs.
Yep.
And it's not really in the spirit of what this competition's about, which is an educational competition.
Correct.
And so they have decided to run them from fastest to slowest, and it sort of gives that slowest in autocross, slowest from the skid pad times. And the idea there is to, you know, any advantage that would be there is not going to the faster teams.
Yeah.
And so, ironically, what we're seeing now is the fastest teams are getting the best conditions. And the teams that they're running close against, the other fast teams like Newcastle, Queensland, UNSW, Swinburne, they were all running much earlier. And so some of the difference we're going to see is in the cars. Some of the difference we're going to see is in the drivers, but some of the difference we're going to see is in the conditions.
Yeah, 100%.
So it's worth keeping that in mind. Now, over the whole competition, these things have a way of working things out. You very rarely see that this sort of strategy makes the difference between first and second. It tends to work out, but sometimes these competitions get very, very close. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of the teams are maybe having a few questions to the organisers, because what we don't want to see is when you come back next year that you have a whole bunch of teams going, oh, okay, well this is how we can do it. There's one thing that is said, but there's another thing that happens.
Yeah.
And then we end up straight back to a situation where we've got all of the teams playing games again.
Yeah.
And what they would end up with is an autocross event where nothing happens until the very end.
Yeah.
And you're just not getting to see cars running. And the poor teams that end up getting the worst of it are maybe the teams like this Taiwan team who are coming here and not playing the games. They're just doing what they're told, running when they're told. So we definitely don't want to see the competition go back to those sorts of circumstances.
No, we don't. And the car a little slow there. I think that was possibly just a bit of driver confusion. I think this is the second driver for Taiwan. Making sure that they're not picking up any cones. Wriggling the car through.
Drivers looking like they're maybe not fully comfortable with the car yet.
No, I think there's probably a few race miles or competition miles perhaps needed there just to bring the driver up to full comfort level with that car.
Yeah, and you have this when you're developing the cars. You're not just developing the cars; you are developing the car and the driver together. And so sometimes you're going to find a lot more pace in your driver than you are in your car.
Yeah.
And these cars, you do have to sort of grab them a little bit. Grab them by the scruff of the neck and really throw them around, get some temperature in the tyres, really get them up near the peak of the tyres.
Yep.
And you have to be able to do that aggressive level driving. It's very tight and twisted track. You have to put a lot of steering input in. And you need to do that at a pace. And so, building up that work rate and a little bit more aggressive. You do drive these a bit more aggressive than a normal race car.
Yep. Yeah, the tighter and more wriggly the track. Oh. This car's looking very quick on its second driver.
Yeah, this looks like it's a bit faster now.
Yeah.
This will be challenging that lead spot.
Well, maybe not. Oh, well caught. That was quite a moment. Car got very, very sideways.
And this is where they've got to be careful. The comp's not going to be won here.
No.
You don't need to push it too hard. You need to put a good time in, but you can just as easily throw it away with pushing a bit too hard. And I really think, especially that first run of a driver, you have to really use that as a sighting lap. But that was a 1:46.15, so a very fast time there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I saw any penalties.
I didn't notice any, but
may have missed that cone there.
We didn't see the full lap, I don't think, from Canterbury.
Well, that would put them on the podium for the EVs. It would put them into third place. It's not showing up on the screen yet, but it is showing up on NatSoft. So that is a pretty quick time, putting them in third place overall. Taiwan looking for the second run of their second driver.
Feedback there for the crew. Push up for the next run through.
They're getting nice late runs here. This is really good. The only car that we've seen run that hasn't been out yet is Auckland. They're the team that did, I think, finish second overall in skid pad and easily won the acceleration event.
Yep.
And interestingly, in both of those events, they were the last to run. So the last to run in skid pad, last to run in the acceleration. And if they're lining up, they're looking like they're going to be last to run here. Oh, great launch there by Canterbury. Hopefully we can see the whole lap here from Canterbury. See this car in action. Beautiful vehicle.
Through the cones.
Oh, that's very, very fast.
This driver is really comfortable in this car. Takes a wide entry into there to maximise the speed through the corner. So
nice
this
run.
driver, I am tipping, has got some race experience.
Yes, this looks like a very experienced driver. They've either got some race experience or they've spent a lot of time in the car. The car still is not doing that right-hander, perfectly, but we did see in the hairpin on the previous lap, they run around very quickly.
Yeah. Good speed there.
The car looks like it's got great balance. We saw this on the skid pad. The car looked incredibly easy to drive. And when you have a car that's easy to drive, it just lets the driver, it just takes so much work off the driver. They're not fighting the vehicle.
No. That is doing so well.
You can see now, I think compared to the first lap, it doesn't look like the driver is overworking it. Very smooth interactions with the steering wheel. Just nice, definitive controls. That's exactly how you want to go about this. I think this is going to be a very quick lap.
I think so.
Very controlled. Beautiful power slide into that. Little bit of an error there. That's a fast lap time, and that is a clear lead with a 1:40.3.
Oh.
That is a fast lap.
Yeah.
Well done to Canterbury there. You could just
top
see
of the tree,
it was actually just dialing it back, not overdriving it. Nice smooth controls. Every time you change that steering wheel, the tyre has lag. It doesn't build up. It doesn't build up grip straight away. So the more that you are chopping at the steering wheel, you might feel like you're going fast because you're doing a lot of work, but it's actually just slowing the car down.
That's right.
And that would be really worth, if you are watching this, spending some time going back and watching that Canterbury run in detail, and really keep an eye on how the driver is working the car, and you'll see it was very, very smooth.
Yep. Taiwan back out on track. Looking a little bit like there's new tyre stickers on that tyre.
Yeah, hopefully they haven't had something that needed a repair. But it does look like there's a new tyre sticker on that. So the tyres are sealed for this event.
Yeah.
So they're only allowed to run the one set of tyres for the entire event. Now, for some of these cars, if you're carrying a bit of weight and you're going into an endurance, it can be difficult to get the tyres to last the whole event.
Yeah.
The lighter weight cars, that's a really big advantage of running a car a little bit lighter, is that you don't hit those tyres quite as hard.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought they would have done enough running yet to have brought those tyres to a wear limit. Maybe they've just picked up a bit of paper on the track.
Taiwan there with a 2:54, so not bettering their time before of a 2:14.
No.
So we've only got 18 minutes left to go. By my reckoning, there's only one car that still hasn't run, and that's University of Auckland.
Yeah.
They're well outside their allotted slots for both the first session and the second session. So that might be a problem that they're facing. But at the moment, we have Canterbury leading with a 1:40.3, Newcastle with a 1:44 flat, Queensland with a 1:44.3. So there's your podium places for the EV class. University of New South Wales, very, very quick. We note that Queensland time did have a penalty. So New South Wales time, best we could see, was clean. Now, we do have reports that the session has been closed.
So there we go. That's going to be harsh for...
Well, yes. And that, you see that Canterbury has just put that time in at exactly the right moment.
100%. What a time.
That has put them in absolutely a prime place to win this competition. If they can finish endurance and finish well, they're not even going to have the same pace. Auckland, who have been so close, they've been pretty much the leading team going into this event, are coming out of Autocross with no points. So clearly they weren't gaming the system. There's something going on with that car.
Absolutely.
There's no way that Auckland would have risked not getting a time on the board.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a real shock here.
It is. And a bit of a notice there that Edith Cowan University looked like it was the fastest of the internal combustion engines.
Yes, I do know the team, we've come here trying to run with the best of the electric cars, and they won't be happy with that.
No.
They weren't happy with the acceleration time yesterday. That's not where the car is. And that's the second driver, Tristan, there was definitely not happy with his run. They had an opportunity to go a little bit closer to the EVs, but Autocross has been owned by the electric class this year. I think last time we were here, they were fairly competitive, and I think second fastest overall in Autocross, but they've definitely dropped the game a little. And we've seen Canterbury on top, Newcastle, Queensland, UNSW, Swinburne sitting with a very good fifth place, sorted out issues from the first run, and they've ended up with a 147 flat. Then Edith Cowan with a 149.4. So we're seeing 9 seconds difference between the fastest EV and the fastest IC car.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
University of Western Australia with a 150.4, and then a bit of a gap to Tasmania at the 155. Now that University of Western Australian car, I fully expect that to do a really good job in the endurance event. They're still absolutely in this competition. Wollongong, a little bit messy with some of their laps. That car's got a lot more speed in it. They managed a 157.9. Melbourne with a 158.8, and I think that driver managing to keep good mid-corner speed despite having issues driving out of the corners. ANU, a little bit messy in their runs. That car's a lot faster than the 201 that they put on the deck. Tokyo Denki looked very good at one stage. They were a bit of a class. They didn't come back for their second run, though. I would have expected they would have dropped under the 2 minutes, but they finished with a 2:04. Then UTS with a 2:07. Taiwan with a 2:14.6, just getting a decent lap time for one of their drivers. Queensland Technology, University of Technology, a little bit of problem with their powertrain. Weren't able to show the full ability of their car with a 2:20.6. Flinders, a little bit on the easy side with that car. There's a bit more speed to come from that. That was a 2:28.7. And Al Faisal, very interesting to watch, getting the back end kicking around in a few places with a 2:28.7 and with a 2:29.0. So a great session to watch. It's been really good to be here, Phil.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant, Kevin, and thank you for so much of wonderful insights on what's going on there with all of those cars. Your insight in Formula SAE is absolutely superb. A little bit biased with those Western Australian cars, but I know.
I'm absolutely...
Right. We will forgive you.
I'm absolutely biased, Phil. I don't make any apologies for that. No, but I do love this event. And honestly, that Canterbury lap, that really, the driver just did the perfect drive on 100%. That. I don't think I saw any better driver than that.
No, I don't think so. And I certainly intend to do a bit of a scroll back through the Blendline TV and just have a look at that lap probably during the week sometime, I think.
Yeah, they did a great job of showing on the coverage too, because we got to see that whole lap, and you could just really see how composed the car was, but how composed the driver was. I think for me that the other drivers that really made a difference was the Newcastle driver.
Yeah.
So they took a car. What we've got is the Canterbury car, that two-wheel electric vehicle with sort of moderate downforce, with a clear win at a 140, but then the very next car, no aerodynamics.
Yeah.
Just a very well set up, well-driven car at 144. It really makes you wonder, all of the teams that are sitting behind Newcastle there, you've got to think, are you working on the right things?
Yeah, exactly.
And that includes us, ECU as well. Are we working on the right things? We should have been a bit more like Newcastle and put that time on.
Yeah. All right, well, look, we'll wind that up there at the moment. I'm going to come back very shortly and have a bit of a chat about something a little bit different. So we'll just take a break for a couple of minutes while I get set up ready for that. And then we'll have another break, and then it'll be the next event, the endurance.
Oh, good to be here with you, Phil.
No worries. Good on you, Kev.
Bruce Rock Engineering was established in 1980 by Mike and Gay Verhoot. For humble beginners, operating out of a 300 square metre workshop with one employee. BRE today, driven by the Verhoot brothers, has grown to include multiple business divisions, over 320 full-time staff and 4 state-of-the-art engineering facilities throughout Western Australia, while head office is still based out of Bruce Rock. BRE's brand new purpose-built Perth facility is home to the cutting-edge technology, superior workshop equipment and modern offices. After being in business for over 4 decades, Bruce Rock Engineering is driven by their vision to not only be the leader in the Australian road transport industry, but renowned for excellence in innovations, quality and value. The values of integrity and continuous improvement means exceptional Australian-made sustainable road transport solutions. Bruce Rock Engineering was established in 1980 by Mike and Gay Verhoot. For humble beginners, operating out of a 300 square metre workshop with one employee. BRE today, driven by the Verhoot brothers, has grown to include multiple business divisions, over 320 full-time staff and 4 state-of-the-art engineering facilities throughout Western Australia, while head office is still based out of Bruce Rock. BRE's brand new purpose-built Perth facility is home to the cutting-edge technology, superior workshop equipment and modern offices. After being in business for over 4 decades, Bruce Rock Engineering is driven by their vision to not only be the leader in the Australian road transport industry, but renowned for excellence in innovations, quality and value. The values of integrity and continuous improvement means exceptional Australian-made sustainable road transport solutions.
Okay, I'm here with Angela, and Angela is going to talk to us a little bit about Formula Kids. Angela, what can you tell us? What have you got there?
Oh, thanks, Phil. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here to talk about Formula Kids. We're really pleased to launch it this year. It's really for up-and-coming enthusiastic kids to encourage the uptake of STEM, which is science, technology, engineering and mathematics, particularly in primary schools from years 4 to 6 or the ages between 8 and 12. Through the annual Formula SAE competition, basically conducting this on the Friday, which is probably the day that we run most of our exciting industry tours and primary school events. So basically Formula Kids is about working in partnership with Motorsports Australia and also real-time learning. And Formula Kids will be visiting the Formula SAE competition at Calder each year from usually the second weekend of December, to witness and drive the passion of over 1,000 role models, which are the students here that have built their very own Formula-style vehicle while studying at university in the various engineering disciplines that we have here today.
Yeah.
So basically the aim of Formula Kids is to inspire and encourage the interest in STEM subjects and expose them to the many industries that are seeking the best and brightest engineers to join their workforce. Formula Kids will undertake various workshops that are practical through thought-provoking whilst learning about problem-solving in a teaming environment. All this alongside their bigger brothers and sisters as they bring to an exciting and their long-year university project. They are truly inspirational role models. So we've got the backing of the board and our president to do this from year to year. As I mentioned earlier, it's going to be done in conjunction with Motorsport Australia and real-time learning. So Formula Kids will be offered to the most innovative, dynamic and practical experiences possible to ensure they too think about an exciting career in engineering one day. And the kids that we had here on Friday, there was about 6 that came from Mornington Peninsula, a primary school there. And I can't remember the name of the school, but they were from Mornington Peninsula. And they need to go through a survey. So we only select those students that want a career in motorsports or want a career as a mechanical or electronics engineer. So we will only choose those ones that are really seeking to get into that industry sector. So for most of all, Formula Kids will have, more importantly, a lot of fun exploring what it's like to solve problems in a team and management, a project management setting. So we're really excited to be here. And if anyone wants more information about Formula Kids, we really want it to go national and international, and hopefully other SAEs that run formulas around the world will take advantage of this particular program as well.
Yeah, awesome. Now, Angela, Formula Kids, obviously this is primary school kids, what we would call primary school in Australia. I'm not too sure whether they call primary in other parts of the world, but that age group, what are we talking?
So we're talking about the ages of 8 and 12, and we believe that that's the age that we need to get them. And university studies have suggested that that's kind of the age that they want, is promotion and awareness raising through those age groups. And the number of kids we had through, which wasn't very many, but we had 6 through the Mornington Peninsula, but we had a couple of students come in, or young aspiring engineers come through in the afternoon, and they were fascinated. And we had some fantastic hospitality by some of the teams that allowed the children to go into the car and pretend they were steering the wheels and so forth.
Brilliant. I see that so often at motorsport events, and probably the most notable one is at the Grand Prix, where there's lots of historic cars there. There's masses and masses of people around, and some of the owners of the cars see a family walking past. Would you like your child to sit in the car? And this little kiddie hops into a race car. A couple of the guys actually start the car for them while they're in the car, and it just, you see these kids just light up. It's absolutely brilliant. Yeah,
the faces and the enthusiasm, and people will see Formula Kids because we managed to manufacture some T-shirts with a logo in the front and back, and that's really raised some awareness around the park here. and so much curiosity to say, what's this all about? Because it's a really soft launch this year.
It's very new. It's something I didn't know anything about until I walked here, so that's really
secret.
good. Yeah. And I'm going to ask you now, how do schools get involved in this? How are they being approached, and what's going to happen there?
Well, it's going to be a couple of ways they can do it. One, through real-time learning, who already do something similar to this, but and they also do things throughout the year. But because I've had a couple of primary school principals through the door, they would like to contact me directly. So it could be directly to SAE, or it could be through real-time learning. It's something that, as I said, it's a bit of a soft launch this year, but our first meeting to kickstart this for the 2026 event will be in February this year. So a real early start for us.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we are challenged by is that this event is so close to Christmas.
Yeah.
And we've got to start early and not as late as we did this year. But still, as I said, it was a soft launch. It was meant to be. And we're really excited. So if anyone wants to have a look at the T-shirts, they can come into administration. But we'll hope to see about 40 of them here next year. That's about what we can take each year.
Yeah, okay.
When I said about going global and national, we want other universities from around Australia to kind of take this on as well.
Yeah.
So we have the ownership of it.
Yep. Well, I'll certainly carry the word. And
as you do.
You may well hear of Formula Kids from some of the other events that I do commentary at. So
especially regional Victoria, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I do all of the Victorian Hill Climb Championships, and quite often I find myself doing the Australian Hill Climb Championship. I do things at Phillip Island for the Classic. I do Winton Historic, Winton Festival Speed, Sandown Historic. I've got the Sandown Revival in January. There's quite a few events that I do. So,
well, I'll give you a yellow fluorescent T-shirt so you can wave the flag at each of those events and start promoting them. But yes, they can be in touch with me or through real-time learning.
That sounds brilliant.
It'll be on the website anyway, shortly enough.
And big congratulations to you for having the idea and getting it going, because there's just needs to be more. It needs to be more.
Yeah, I think it's really exciting, and what I said before about looking at their role models, seeing it in action. They're going to be at that age one day.
Yeah.
They want to go to university, many of them do, or they just want to be a driver. And to be encouraged by all these students here today, probably over 1,000, it's just a wonderful platform for us to really support this STEM program and promoting kids to this environment.
And now that the under-16s can't go onto social media, Formula Kids, that's what they can do.
Yeah, there you go. There's something that they can do outdoors without their phones, all that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's all good stuff.
And they're active, getting their hands dirty, that sort of thing.
Absolutely. Angela, look, thank you very much for coming and having a chat with us and telling us about Formula Kids. I look forward to seeing the growth of that immensely, and let's hope it does go global.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Thanks, Phil.
No worries.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take a bit of a break for a while, and we'll be back with you later on.
Rock Engineering was established in 1980 by Mike and Gay Verhoot. For humble beginners operating out of a 300 square metre workshop with one employee, BRE today, driven by the Verhoeven brothers, has grown to include multiple business divisions, over 320 full-time staff and 4 state-of-the-art engineering facilities throughout Western Australia, while head office is still based out of Bruce Rock. BRE's brand new purpose-built Perth facility is home to the cutting-edge technology, superior workshop equipment and modern offices. After being in business for over 4 decades, Bruce Rock Engineering is driven by their vision to not only be the leader in the Australian road transport industry, but renowned for excellence in innovations, quality and value. The values of integrity and continuous improvement means exceptional Australian-made sustainable road transport solutions. Bruce Rock Engineering was established in 1980 by Mike and Gay Verhoeven. For humble beginnings, operating out of a 300 square metre workshop with 1 employee, BRE today, driven by the Verhoeven brothers, has grown to include multiple business divisions, over 320 full-time staff and 4 state-of-the-art engineering facilities throughout Western Australia, while head office is still based out of Bruce Rock. BRE's brand new purpose-built Perth facility is home to the cutting-edge technology, superior workshop equipment and modern offices. After being in business for over 4 decades, Bruce Rock Engineering is driven by their vision to not only be the leader in the Australian road transport industry, but renowned for excellence in innovations, quality and value. The values of integrity and continuous improvement means exceptional Australian-made sustainable road transport solutions. Bruce Rock Engineering was established in 1980 by Mike and Gay Verhoot. For humble beginners, operating out of a 300 square metre workshop with one employee. BRE today, driven by the Verhoot brothers, has grown to include multiple business divisions, over 320 full-time staff and 4 state-of-the-art engineering facilities throughout Western Australia, while head office is still based out of Bruce Rock. BRE's brand new purpose-built Perth facility is home to the cutting-edge technology, superior workshop equipment and modern offices. After being in business for over 4 decades, Bruce Rock Engineering is driven by their vision to not only be the leader in the Australian road transport industry, but renowned for excellence in innovations, quality and value. The values of integrity and continuous improvement means exceptional Australian-made sustainable road transport solutions.
Okay, back on air for another little bit of an interview. We've got some people here from Walkinshaw, and I've already forgotten the man's name.
Hello, everyone. My name's Darcy, and I work for Walkinshaw Andretti United, and that big, lovely transporter that you can see on screen at the moment.
Isn't that wonderful? So, Darcy, your role within Walkinshaw?
I work in the commercial department, so my role is to find as many partners and sponsors as we can for the race team, which is a pretty fantastic role, if you ask me. I started in Formula student, actually. I was a student at Monash in 2021 and 2022. So, a little bit, I guess I'm a bit of a pretender at being that I'm not an engineer, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm. That's all right. So what did you study at university? What was your role within SAE, and where did that all fit in?
Yeah, so I started as a commerce student, and that was back in 2020, and I was fortunate enough to get an opportunity to be a part of the Monash Motorsport team, and I ran alongside some other students, ran our business department. And so we had up to one point in time, I think we had 10 students in the business department, and managing everything from events to design to all of the livery and then sponsorship as well. So it was a really great opportunity for me to cut my teeth and learn and understand how it all works in the industry, and ultimately that was what gave me the skills to find my way into to a job as an adult, which is pretty exciting.
So you're classifying yourself as an adult now? That's a really good thing, Darcy.
You know what? I think it depends what day it is, but yeah, certainly I do my best. I do my best to masquerade as an adult and a functioning member of society.
Well, whilst you're functioning as an adult at Walkinshaw, what sort of things can you tell us about Walkinshaw and what they do, the services they provide, etc.?
Absolutely, yeah. So Walkinshaw Group, we're sort of here representing two sort of wings of our business. So the biggest and part of the business is that we are the remanufacturers of Ram, Silverado and Tundra vehicles from left to right-hand drive. So all of those big American trucks that you see, or the vast majority of them on the roads in Australia, they actually come over here as left-hand drive vehicles. So they arrive to our shores, and then we have relationships with each of these OEM manufacturers, and we will convert them from left to right-hand drive on an independent production line. We've just opened our brand new facility out in Dandenong. So it's a 60,000 square metre factory on a 100,000 square metre site in Taylor's Road in Dandenong, right out the back of the Jayco caravan sort of precinct. So so we're actually the largest automotive manufacturer in Australia. So our business, Walkinshaw Group, is effectively spawned from the ashes of HSV. So in 2016, when Holden Special Vehicles, or Holden pulled out of Australia, we pivoted our business, and now we have over 9 OEMs, 1,200 employees in the group, and an engineering team of 60 strong engineers for effectively who redesign these vehicles for Australian roads and for right-hand drive application.
And that's no simple job in having to engineer all of those changes, because there's all of the safety compliance, and I'm sure just simply rearranging stuff for the airbags is probably a big enough chore on its own.
Absolutely. So my colleague here, Zach's probably the expert to talk about that sort of stuff. The other side of the business, I guess, which is the racing side, which is, I guess, quite attractive to a lot of the students here. So you can see just at the back of that truck assist transporter, you can see we've got a Toyota 86 there. That's our entry-level race car. But we have what's called the Walkinshaw Andretti United Foundation Academy, which is where we bring young people into our race team. So that's the other component of the group. We go racing, and we're currently, I guess, we won the championship with Chaz Mostert this year, so we're one of the leading teams in V8 supercars in Australia. We have a program that we just designed to bring young people into motorsport. So I was fortunate enough to be a beneficiary of the academy, but it's commercial people, it's drivers, and certainly engineering interns and graduates as well. So we have a number of FSA alumni in our sort of business. Sam Scafidi, I think, was on RMIT years and years ago.
Right. Okay.
And then there's as is always the case in motorsport and in the engineering world, there is SAE alumni.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Excellent. So, what else can you tell us about Walkinshaw Group?
Well, we are looking to be a destination, I think, for young engineers insofar as we do a lot of really interesting engineering projects, and I think there's a large misconception that the automotive industry in Australia doesn't exist anymore. But in fact, we're the strong believers that it's absolutely still alive and thriving. As I said, I think in our biggest year of HSV, we produced 8,000 cars, and then last year I think we built 16,000 cars.
Yeah, right.
So as far as and it is an entirely bespoke production line. These vehicles, that's body off chassis, new firewalls, etc. Over 800 unique parts in each vehicle. So there is a huge amount of engineering design that goes into each of the systems, and so for us, we love supporting this program because we can see the passion. I'm certainly a big advocate because I was involved in the program myself and understand what a great opportunity is to cut your teeth. And when I did get the opportunity to meet the people who work at Walkinshaw, I think the skill set that I developed at uni was something that was quite appealing to them, and I think that's what we see in these students and these teams. You got a really great group of people that are they're learning and they're making lots of mistakes and they're failing and they're finding out what it takes.
Yeah, a mistake isn't a mistake entirely. It's often a learning experience, and you make a benefit from that longer term.
Totally, and my heart bleeds for some of the teams out there. I know Auckland are having some struggles and didn't get to make the Autocross event this morning, and Monash obviously didn't get to run today or yesterday or today it looks like either. So these moments are really, really hard for the students and incredibly difficult, particularly given the amount of work that's gone into this point. But certainly I think there's some strong learning involved there, and no doubt I'm sure they'll all come out stronger and better for it as individuals and as engineers, because you don't always get the fairy tale ending.
No, that's right. Well, if it was easy, everybody'd do it.
That's exactly right. So so we're really proud to be a part of the event, and hopefully that there's some an opportunity for more of the businesses in our industry to get involved. We're really pleased with the way that the competition's heading, and the way that we're engaged as partners. And so, we're looking forward to continuing to support FSA Australasia in the future.
Fantastic. Now, have you had plenty of people coming and seeing you at your display down here?
Certainly in excess of students. We wish we could employ all of them. I think there's been a massive amount of interest. Obviously, the students are so far invested in their programs. I think they sort of realise at some point in time they're going to have to get paid to to do this stuff, because the voluntary hours that put in is crazy. So heaps of interest. Lots of students asking some really great questions. I think next year the design event finals was a great sort of introduction for this year, and we'd love to be a part of that next year and get to hear the students talk about justifying their designs and why they've made each of the decisions. So that's something we're really looking forward to being a part of in the future. But a huge amount of interest and I've been here for all 4 days. So it's been great through the rain, the hail, and the shine. Yeah,
well, it was a bit unfortunate that we had all of the thunder and lightning there yesterday, but
that's right. Welcome to Melbourne. Yeah. For the teams from Saudi Arabia, even the Kiwis. It's 4 seasons in 4 days.
Yeah, well, sometimes you can get all 4 seasons 3 times a day.
That's right. And plenty of wind out there today. So fantastic.
Brad, look, thanks very much for coming up and having a chat with us. I'd encourage anybody who hasn't been to see your display down there to go along and have a bit of a look around and find out more about the Walkinshaw and Reddy Group. And let's see what can happen down the track.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Phil.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Bruce Rock Engineering was established in 1980 by Mike and Gay Verhoot. For humble beginners, operating out of a 300 square metre workshop with one employee. BRE today, driven by the Verhoot brothers, has grown to include multiple business divisions, over 320 full-time staff and 4 state-of-the-art engineering facilities throughout Western Australia, while head office is still based out of Bruce Rock. BRE's brand new purpose-built Perth facility is home to the cutting-edge technology, superior workshop equipment and modern offices. After being in business for over 4 decades, Bruce Rock Engineering is driven by their vision to not only be the leader in the Australian road transport industry, but renowned for excellence in innovations, quality and value. The values of integrity and continuous improvement means exceptional Australian-made sustainable road transport solutions.
Okay, we are back, and I've got a little bit more Walkinshaw and Reddy going on. Zach has joined me this time, and we're going to talk a little bit about these conversion stuff that you do from left-hand to right-hand drive. Do you ever get it the wrong way around?
Yeah, no, not yet.
Not
we
yet?
do a huge amount of work with the conversion, so yeah.
So what is some of the outlines of the processes that go on here? Because you've got so much safety equipment already built into the vehicles, and that has to be transferred. It's not just simply a matter of pull the steering wheel out of one side and stick it on the other side and move the pedals across as well, is it?
Yeah, so basically I start with the start. So we get the OEM CAD from the OEMs.
Yep.
So they send us all the CAD. We work through what we need to do to meet compliance in Australia, and then we actually change over everything as an OEM level. So we work with OEM suppliers,
Yep.
and they pretty much deliver the same part. We then have a production facility that breaks the cab off. So we have a cab off the chassis online, runs down the lines to be able to get all our parts in. And then it's a fully assembled vehicle within a day, and then drives out as a OEM vehicle. So you shouldn't be able to see a difference
Yep.
from when it drives in to drive out.
Yeah, apart from the steering wheels on the other side.
Pretty much, but yeah, it's. I wish it was simple as a steering wheel from one side to the other side, but it's a huge amount more than that.
So there must be an immense amount of work in the dashboard, because obviously glove box compartments, I'll talk old language, and glove boxes, and they're probably not called that anymore, but you've also got all of the electronics to do with the dash and all of those sorts of things. How complex and how complicated is that? Is it reasonably okay to pluck the bits and pieces out of the old dash and put it into the new dash and make it all look nice and pretty, or is it,
I wish. Basically, we start off with the left-hand drive components, and sometimes we can mirror them. Most times we can't, so it's a remanufactured part for the whole assembly.
Yep.
I think the biggest thing is you see a dashboard, it looks very clean and simple. Underneath the dashboard, you've got a whole HVAC unit and steering boxes, and a HVAC unit is extremely complex, and all that's going to be remanufactured to suit, because most times the HVAC unit sits on the right-hand side, and of course we put a steering wheel right in the centre of it.
Yeah.
So that's all switched over, put over, and yeah, it's a huge process. There's a lot of parts, a lot of validation, a lot of testing on each component, but yeah, it's good.
So you're talking about a lot of parts. There must be a lot of various materials that are involved in those parts. They're not all just a bit of the old mild steel hammered into a different shape, are they?
They're basically all OEM materials. We match the same as the manufacturer to be able to meet the warranty. That's the main part. So we want the vehicle to perform as is left-hand drive in a right-hand drive format in the Australian conditions, which is sometimes times more brutal than overseas.
Yeah,
so we actually do test trips all around Australia every year for each program to make sure these vehicles can meet their expected life.
Yep. I do recall a story from back in the 1970s when I was an apprentice mechanic. Mercedes had built delivered one of their top-end machines to Australia, and within just a few thousand kilometres it was back at Mercedes in Melbourne, and all of the suspension had collapsed, and they were ordering parts out of Germany, and Germany was saying it can't be possible, you've done something wrong, there's etc. etc. They ended up sending engineers from Germany to Australia. They looked at the car and went, oh yeah, it is had it. We'd like to have a look at the environment that this vehicle's been getting driven in. And they went and had a look and went, oh.
Yeah, so, it's completely different.
Yeah.
We use a lot of US standards, and then we actually make our own Australian standards to make sure that it can meet the Australian conditions, because it's brutal with the ferrous dirt from Northern Territory. That can get into everything, and it's a huge component of our vehicles, of how we proved for Australian conditions.
Yeah.
Which came back a lot from HSV. A lot of the vehicles from HSV, they did huge test trips back in the day, and we got a lot of understanding and knowledge from there, which is brought into the conversions, which has made the business boom.
So that testing process, are you testing just around Melbourne area, or do you go to the Northern Territory? You just mentioned
full
Northern
lap of
Territory.
Australia. So
full lap
of Australia. So all conditions. So you get the.
Do you get to go both directions?
Normally it's just one big loop, but normally you get the tropics of Queensland, and then you get the dry red dirt WA, and then you also get the high country of Victoria to be able to get all the water ingress, a lot of river crossings to make sure, because most of our vehicles now are four-wheel drives, so they need to be tested to that level.
So I know that some of the vehicles, the original manufacturers, and I'm not picking on the American ones that you're working on here, but some of them from some of the other countries, they actually have a warranty limit of 6 inches of water, and if it's over 6 inches of water, then the warranty is wiped. So there's some interesting bits and pieces. People go out and buy their Butte four-wheel drive it through a river crossing, they have some problems, and it's all of a sudden not under warranty. So you're covering those sorts of things as well.
Yes, or we're basically covering to the warranty of the OEMs. So what they test to, we also test to, but we try to do it in Australian conditions, which is different. So again, if you're driving in 2 metres of water, that's a difference to warranty. So it's good. We also have another part of the business, which is a vehicle upfit. So we also do the Isuzu D-Max Blade. And then we previously did a Walkinshaw Amarok 580X and 580. So they're a vehicle upfit, which we pretty much get an OEM vehicle, and then we upfit it with a Walkinshaw nameplate, and then also a whole bunch of suspension, wheels and tyres, so it handles better, nicer interior, a lot of decals, and that's a huge part of our business as well.
Excellent. So what's next for you?
For myself, I'm currently just an engineer in Walkinshaw, but I know there's a lot of new programs coming along. The business, as Darcy was saying before, we've moved to a new facility, and it's huge, and there's a lot of new programs coming, and I wouldn't be surprised if we fill out this facility very quick and we might have to do another one.
So
exciting times.
These new facilities and the growth, that's all looking like more employment.
Yes, that's why we're here, to see who's around, try and get the best of the best. It's a good team to be a part of. I'm one of the 60 engineers there, and the team's there. The knowledge what's there, the people that are there, really shows what Walkinshaw is from the nameplate. So
excellent. Listen, we'll wrap it up at about that point. I think. Thank you very much for coming and having a bit more of a chat about the things that Walkinshaw and Andretti are up to, and potentially up to in the future. We wish you all the best, and thanks again.
Perfect. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it.
We have another bit of an interview coming up right now. I have sitting with me
Dr. Abdul Nasser Dawood from Al Faisal University.
Yeah, brilliantly said. So much better than what I do. I fall over your name all the time. I love you as a person. You're a great guy, but just change your name. No, really good to have you here, and brilliant to see that the team is able to perform just that little bit better than what we saw last year. And you were saying that the last year the car arrived on basically the day of competition. And
at the end of the day of the competition.
Yeah, so that was really, really tough for you last year. But you rose to that occasion and you got the car out there. You did really well. And you're back again this year, and the whisper it wasn't a whisper. I asked you loudly, are you coming back next year? And you said yes.
Yes, sure, so, I will come.
We're looking forward to that. But the little things, so some of the stories that you've told me off air, I'm not too sure how many of those that you can tell me, but some of the background of what's occurred in the last 12 months from last year's competition.
Yes. See, Al Faisal is a very small university.
Yep.
For example, the batch of students in mechanical engineering, which is the backbone of my team, the batch is 12 students.
Yeah.
When I am having 6 or 10 students from those, it is a huge number. To find students who are having passion about the sports car and ready to spend most of their time and days in the workshop with designing, working, it is very tough.
Yeah. Yep.
To find such students, it is not easy.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the main things. Other things are the resources.
Yeah.
For example, in Al Faisal University, we don't have a lot of resources. For example, I don't have a track.
Yeah, you were saying about this. And
yes, I have a parking for the car. I'm closing it.
Yep.
In the weekend. It's not big parking, small parking.
Yeah. Yep.
So we will start training there for a few hours, and the weather is not helping.
Yeah.
You see, when it is 50 degrees, you cannot even. So we will wait for night. Sometimes we'll bring our cars and
shine the lights.
Yes. So many things we have to overcome to reach this stage.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, as we said, we came a little bit late. Thanks God we managed to pass the inspection. This is one of the main things that I'm concentrating on.
Yep.
So this year we came a little bit early, and before the competition, we filled the oils, we bleed the brakes, and fill the coolant and these things, and we have a car ready. Although the weather and the altitude of Riyadh is different than here.
Mm-hmm.
The tuning will become different, and we don't have the facility to retune again, and we will try to do tune. And for example, air to fuel ratio there, when we just came here, it is different.
Yeah.
So every time we will have to other thing, we are learning from others.
Yep. Of course, that's probably one of the best parts of SAE, isn't it? Is the ability to chat with other groups. You were mentioning off air, you'd been talking to the university from Tokyo. So
they were saying, I asked them, what do you think? Shall we go to Tokyo? Shall we go to Japan for the competition? He said no. Melbourne is better, more advanced. I thought that it might be something else.
Yeah.
Then now we are trying to communicate with others to improve our designs. Our car is very big, heavy. We will.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first car, second cars. When I'm seeing other universities which are from 1999.
Yeah. They've had a long time to develop.
Yes. things are developing in a great way.
Yep.
So I hope next year we will have a brand new car.
Oh.
Yes, and we already started from last year to improve the things, learn from our mistakes, try to reduce the weight, making the car smaller, building things in proper way.
Yep.
And one of the things, we don't have resources in matter of other companies. Yani I'm seeing sponsors for the other teams, Honda. I'm here. I'm there. I'm not having a sponsor. I am having this year. Thanks God, I have great sponsor, which is Roshan Group in Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
They have sponsored us with a great amount of money, and they are supporting us in all manners. Maybe they will provide us as a track for training or something like that.
That would be really good.
Yes.
Yeah. So after the competition, let's pack up and head back home. When does the school year start and finish for you? Because
it is going on. No. It is going on now.
Okay.
After some of the students are having exams nowadays.
Oh.
So we got special excuse for them to allow them to come to the competition, and they will retake they will have makeup exams.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
The good thing about this competition, it is a very nice learning experience for my students.
Mm-hmm.
As I told you off the air, one of the companies phoned me, and we are making this project as a capstone project.
Yep.
They are learning dynamics, airflow, and building things, carbon fiber, and welding, and many things. So one of the companies phoned me, and he took the report they are making, and he asked me, I need Usama Al-Haq, I need Muhammad Kambar, I need Ibrahim Darwish, the students who work with you on that project, and one of them was hired there.
Yeah, okay. Brilliant.
This is one of the greatest things that we are achieving by this competition.
Yep.
And one of the things, when you are working with other universities, international, you are comparing on the same level.
Yeah.
You are not alone or local or something like that.
Exactly.
When we are seeing Monash, MIT, Tokyo, these are high caliber universities.
Yeah, well, Edith Cowan universities, we missed them last year whilst you were here because they'd competed in the UK and won the competition.
Uh-huh.
So it's very high level. So as you say, and the diversity of the universities and the students that are here is absolutely brilliant, and I really do thank you for bringing Al Faisal University out here, and I hope to see them year after year for a long time to come.
With improvements, I hope so.
Well, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yes.
Nothing's ever perfect, nothing's ever finished. We've always got to keep that motivation to improve and make things better.
Yes.
Abdul
Nasser,
thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much
coming and being a part of the competition. Thanks for coming up and having a chat with us in the commentary position, and I wish you and the team all the best for the afternoon's activities.
And next year.
We'd look forward to seeing you back.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No worries.
Bruce Rock Engineering was established in 1980 by Mike and Gay Verhoot. For humble beginners, operating out of a 300 square metre workshop with one employee. BRE today, driven by the Verhoot brothers, has grown to include multiple business divisions, over 320 full-time staff and 4 state-of-the-art engineering facilities throughout Western Australia, while head office is still based out of Bruce Rock. BRE's brand new purpose-built Perth facility is home to the cutting-edge technology, superior workshop equipment and modern offices. After being in business for over 4 decades, Bruce Rock Engineering is driven by their vision to not only be the leader in the Australian road transport industry, but renowned for excellence in innovations, quality and value. The values of integrity and continuous improvement means exceptional Australian-made sustainable road transport solutions. Bruce Rock Engineering was established in 1980 by Mike and Gay Verhoot. For humble beginners, operating out of a 300 square metre workshop with one employee. BRE today, driven by the Verhoot brothers, has grown to include multiple business divisions, over 320 full-time staff and 4 state-of-the-art engineering facilities throughout Western Australia, while head office is still based out of Bruce Rock. BRE's brand new purpose-built Perth facility is home to the cutting-edge technology, superior workshop equipment and modern offices. After being in business for over 4 decades, Bruce Rock Engineering is driven by their vision to not only be the leader in the Australian road transport industry, but renowned for excellence in innovations, quality and value. The values of integrity and continuous improvement means exceptional Australian-made sustainable road transport solutions. Bruce Rock Engineering was established in 1980 by Mike and Gay Verhoot. For humble beginners, operating out of a 300 square metre workshop with one employee. BRE today, driven by the Verhoot brothers, has grown to include multiple business divisions, over 320 full-time staff and 4 state-of-the-art engineering facilities throughout Western Australia, while head office is still based out of Bruce Rock. BRE's brand new purpose-built Perth facility is home to the cutting-edge technology, superior workshop equipment and modern offices. After being in business for over 4 decades, Bruce Rock Engineering is driven by their vision to not only be the leader in the Australian road transport industry, but renowned for excellence in innovations, quality and value. The values of integrity and continuous improvement means exceptional Australian-made sustainable road transport solutions. Bruce Rock Engineering was established in 1980 by Mike and Gay Verhoot. For humble beginners, operating out of a 300 square metre workshop with one employee. BRE today, driven by the Verhoot brothers, has grown to include multiple business divisions, over 320 full-time staff and 4 state-of-the-art engineering facilities throughout Western Australia, while head office is still based out of Bruce Rock. BRE's brand new purpose-built Perth facility is home to the cutting-edge technology, superior workshop equipment and modern offices. After being in business for over 4 decades, Bruce Rock Engineering is driven by their vision to not only be the leader in the Australian road transport industry, but renowned for excellence in innovations, quality and value. The values of integrity and continuous improvement means exceptional Australian-made sustainable road transport solutions.
I'm back, and if I just reach across there. Okay, so now I am back, and I have with me Annika from University of Western Australia. Annika, why are you here?
Hello. I'm here with the University of Western Australia for our competition as well, and I had done a internship with SAE earlier in the year, so I thought it would be good to give some of my experience.
Wonderful. So that internship, what did that entail?
Yeah, so it was an industry development intern position. So SAE was looking to expand their membership base, especially over west, because we are from WA. So they thought it would be a good opportunity to see what kind of market there was there, what kind of companies were working, where there is sort of a opportunity for SAE to expand and go into the wider mobility space.
Yep. Okay, and what did you find? Can I ask you, what did you find? How did we go with that?
I think I can. I've already done my presentation. So, so there's a lot of heavy industry, like in WA, a lot in mining, a lot in your trains and your heavy haulage. So as far as wider mobility goes, there's definitely a lot of opportunity there, and small-scale manufacturing as well. Lots of little fabrication companies that do specific things for mobility. Yeah. The wider mobility industry, I guess.
Okay. So coming back to your involvement with the SAE team this year, how are things going within the team? Has there been any little hiccups that you've had to sort out as a team, or has it all just been smooth sailing and it's wonderful?
I think as far as any SAE team knows, that nothing is ever smooth sailing. We've definitely had a fair bit of troubles in the last couple of weeks during testing, lots of things that were coming up, but I guess that's what testing is for as well.
Yep.
I think we're quite happy with how we're going. We're quite lucky that everyone's put in a big push to get the car to where it is, so we're quite happy with that, and we're hoping that endurance goes well now as well.
Yeah. Any particular area that's been more of a problem?
I think our motor's definitely been a bit of an issue throughout the year. We've had some issues before. We've worked a lot on cooling the motor this year as well, and implementing options for that. So, and we've recently had some issues with it in testing as well. So, we've got a new one in there, and we're going to hope it goes all right. Okay.
So, how many drivers have you got in the team?
I think more or less the 4 that we have driving at the moment.
Yep.
Wasn't so much a focus this year. Hopefully, maybe next year we've got some more driver training going on, but we've got some pretty experienced drivers who've been doing it for a couple of years, so we're quite happy with them.
Yep. Now, what other questions have I got for you? Now, the car itself, is that a brand new car this year? Is it a modified from last year? Where are we at with that?
Yeah, sure. I think there is quite a few changes this year. From the powertrain side, they've definitely done lots of work on the accumulator cooling and the motor cooling. From a vehicle dynamics perspective, we've done a lot of work on the kinematics and fully redesigned the suspension in the front especially. Okay. And there's new packaging for that, so it should look a little bit different as well. You should be able to see it. And it is our 25-year anniversary of the team this year, so that's been a big thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Your role within the team, where do you fit in the team?
So on the technical side, I've been in vehicle dynamics for the last 3 years, and this year I was the outreach lead on the business side. So internal and external events sort of on that side. And then within vehicle dynamics, more with the steering and a little bit on the front suspension.
Yeah, right. And your field of study, your degree, what do you study?
I'm studying mechanical engineering and management.
Okay. Interesting. Right. So I'm going to come back to front suspension. What sort of things have we been looking at there? Are we roll centers?
Yeah, so they definitely they went back and redesigned the kinematics from ground up. I couldn't tell you the exact numbers.
No, not looking for exact numbers. Don't want to reveal any secrets, but I've seen walking around looking at some of the cars, the scrub radius on some of the front suspensions look as if it's pretty ordinary. Is that an area that you've looked at on your front suspension, the scrub radius on the front?
Only a little bit, more so much on the motion ratios and what we wanted to target for that. We do have a front anti-roll bar now again in the that we haven't had for a few years, so that's one of the big things you can see physically as well.
Okay.
And this packaging's changed, so we've got inboard suspension now.
Yeah, right. Another question for you.
Yep,
The
correct.
caster angle.
Yes.
Any idea on where that caster angle might be? How big, small? 6 degrees. Okay, so that's quite small, really. I'm not sure about what the other SAE cars do, but I'm going to ask you a question. Do you have any idea how much caster is run on the supercars?
No, I do not.
They were running 26 degrees.
My goodness.
Rules are that they've had to come back, and I think it's back at about 18 or 17 degrees.
Yeah, right.
So
it's definitely far more than what we run.
I was sort of blown away. My days of racing cars back in the 70s and what have you, 7-8 degrees was sort of the thing. So to hear of those sorts of angles is massive.
Definitely very different.
Yeah, very different. Rear suspension, not so much your role, or you've had a bit to do with that. Is it what sort of things are going on there?
Nothing too crazy. It's direct acting, and we package it sort of like transverse to each other with a rocker in between.
Okay.
But nothing too crazy there. We have anti-roll bar in the back as well. Yeah. That has 4 different settings that we change the stiffness with.
Okay. Is that driver adjustable on the track, or is it a preset? You make the adjustment in the pits and that's it for the run?
Make the adjustments in the pits and then it's done for the run. It's not something that we change too often either. It is something that we do a bit of testing for if we're doing a whole day of track testing. Yeah,
I think I've seen a lot of people overemphasise the value of small adjustments on roll bars, and you go, yeah, okay.
Well, we'll see what our drivers reckon.
There's probably
now.
some other things that they needed to adjust.
Yeah.
So, camber angles. What sort of camber are we running on these cars?
0.
0 degrees. So straight up and down. Maximum braking from that point, because you've got full contact right across the tyre. And also, if it's 0 on the rear, which I'm assuming is also the case, he's not 100% sure, our little man, our little telltale man in the background.
Old VD lead, thank you very much for coming up.
No, that's wonderful. Look, maybe we might wrap it up at about that, unless you've got some other things that you want to talk about. Or
good.
You're all good. You can't tell us anything else. What's Western Australian like?
Western Australia is pretty good, I think. We definitely have some good beaches that everybody else around the paddock likes to tell us. They've been once or twice, but we've got some good teams down there, and we definitely have a good relationship with CMT and ECU as well. So definitely a good little camaraderie there.
Awesome.
We're happy to see them run.
Thank you very much for coming up, Annika.
Thank you very much.
All the best for the rest of the competition.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We hope to see you back next year.
We'll be back.
Yeah, good stuff. No worries,
Thank
Annika.
you.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you very much. We're going to run down to Euros as well. Cheers. See ya. Best of luck.
G'day, I'm Dr. Kev. Welcome back to Endurance. This is the event, Phil, and look at this. We've got on the screen here 2 beautiful cars, very similar philosophy in what they're doing. Very simple, cut back, lightweight. That you can see that the size is about the same of the two. One of them, a 2-wheel drive electric vehicle, so a motor on both of the rear wheels, does have torque vectoring, and the other one, a single-cylinder internal combustion engine,
which was very fast out on track earlier on, and both of them, as you say, different but the same. They're both very fast, and it looks like they're the first 2 up in the endurance.
It's amazing how you put these 2 together and you think it's the same class, whereas some of the other cars are very different in the approach. And the approach has led to both of these being the lightest cars in their class.
Yeah.
Now, the ECU car very, very close to the Tokyo Denki. So that was only a Tokyo Denki a couple of kilos less, but of course doesn't have the aero and a space frame chassis. So you've got nothing really different here in the concept apart from the powertrain approach. But Canterbury's final lap just was amazing in Autocross.
Yeah, that was a stunning lap.
Yeah, and talked to them afterwards. They were having some problems with different connectors and everything. That's why they were out a little bit late. So they were worried about whether they'd be able to get running at all. And, of course, we saw Auckland lined up. I don't know if they were ready to run or whether they had an issue, but they didn't manage to get out before the event had closed.
Yeah.
So Canterbury, as the Autocross winner, is the car that's going to start off.
Yep.
And here we go, the start of Endurance.
Good steady start, not really flooring the throttle, but good speed, maintaining pretty much an even speed, therefore trying to minimise the amount of modulation or change on the throttle position, I would imagine, because a big part of this is energy consumption.
Yeah, absolutely, and this will be the real trick for them. They won't be able to run at the same pace that they were running in Autocross. They will have to conserve a little bit of their energy to make sure that they do the 22 kilometres required of this endurance event. Now, typically, that would be an advantage that the ICs have. They can run at their full pace, the whole lot. But I'll give you the insider tip, Phil. We're not confident about our fuel capacity.
Oh, here's a bit of a run. Yeah.
So the team had made a change to E85. So they won't really be able to run at their full pace the entire time.
Yes, and E85 not as efficient fuel consumption in terms of out and out volume.
So this is looking great. This is what you saw, that this car had the capability to do this right in the very first event in Skid Pad.
Yep.
You saw it was stable, and this is where it's going to really pay off. Easy to drive. They could just go around and nail this endurance event.
Just flowing the car beautifully and not running too fast and not losing too much momentum through the corners, maintaining as even a speed as possible.
And we say endurance as, it is a speed event. The winner is whoever gets the fastest, and they do count efficiency on this. And where Autocross was really a test of the out-and-out speed, this is a test of reliability. And you would think that 22 kilometres in endurance sense, that's nothing for a car in normal motorsport. We would normally think in terms of hours of running, so 6 hours or 12 hours or 24 hours for an endurance event. But given that these cars are newly built each year by non-professional students, 22 kilometres is an endurance for these vehicles.
Yeah, and, well, there's a lot of corners and twists and turns in this event. There's far more twists and turns, as we see, in that short space of time than what there is in most circuit racing events, where you come out, you nail it, you go down a long straight, and you might have 2 or 3 corners before another straight. This is just corner after corner after corner after corner, so everything working spot on is vital.
Yeah, and the lap that they qualified with, or the lap they got for Autocross, was a 140 flat. To give you an idea of difference in speed, their first lap there was 159. Yeah. And you can see the driver's definitely not pushing it at that. You're not seeing that same approach to Autocross. And that approach in Autocross we saw it with a second ECU driver, that you can push a bit too hard, and it can come a bit unstuck. In the endurance, the drivers are generally, let's drive within yourself. So maybe put it at 90% of what you can do, and just knocking back that last little bit of effort, it can make this look a lot easier than what we saw in Autocross.
Yeah. Car working really nicely as comes around again.
Yeah, this is a beautiful looking car. It's just well balanced. It's not having to struggle. The driver's not having to fight it. And if they can, I don't think the 159 is going to be fast enough, but we'd expect that in the second lap, that time comes down quite a bit.
Yep, everything's warmed up and flowing a little bit better, and I think we're already seeing that little bit of extra pace.
Yeah, so at 156, dropping that 3 seconds from lap 1 to lap 2. I'd expect that you'd want this driver, by the end of their stint, they'd want to be probably close to a 153.
Yep.
So a good 6 seconds down off that initial lap.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see how this develops.
The ability for this car to change direction is really impressive.
Well, and the other thing that comes into play is the tyres start to heat up as well.
Yeah. Yep.
So at the beginning, these tyres are all very cold. You haven't got a lot of grip in them. As the car comes together, you don't necessarily have to push as hard on the engine and lean on it, because the car will come to you just with higher tyre temps.
Yeah, that's right.
Now we see here the Edith Cowan University vehicle. This will probably be Sebastian. This is the team leader. And he's taking it pretty easy. So this is going to be just in there, try to make sure the car finishes.
Yeah. And
you can definitely see the rapidness of both of these teams is not where they were in that Autocross run.
No.
But again, both of these cars, very small, very nimble.
Yep.
Not having any real difficulty getting around the cones.
Yes, again, this car seems to change direction very nicely. Ooh, big burst of speed down there, as you say, with the internal combustion engine. Let's ramp up the pace from the engine a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
so
that could pay against you if you're concerned about the total fuel consumption.
Well, they have a plan. They've run a few endurance runs in Victoria before coming there, and we see Canterbury going with a 1:53, so a very good lap from there. They're already at that time that I thought would be good for them to get to, so they are speeding up a little bit.
Yep.
Obviously, that first few laps, the driver's just getting used to it, so maybe we'll see a something in the 140s from them.
Yeah.
So Sebastian here, he didn't drive in the Autocross, so this is his first time out, the very first lap, so we'd expect that he'd actually gain a little bit more time as he's going around. And given that the ICs aren't competing directly against the EVs, we pretty much gave them the instructions. Go and have a bit of fun out there. Just enjoy the process. You worked very hard to get a car out there, and just realise you're getting an opportunity that is really quite rare. Now, we didn't get a time there from Edith Cowan University, so hopefully that's not a timing issue.
Yeah, I hope they haven't knocked the Dorian off. Swinburne next up.
So 3 cars out on track. They're not to race wheel to wheel though, Phil.
No.
There are passing lanes. So that Edith Cowan time, it's very slow compared to that first Canterbury time, about 9 seconds off that Canterbury time with the 2:08, but we'd expect that to come down quite quickly as Seb gets used to it. Swinburne there, very slow out of that corner. But again, all of these cars are going to be conserving a little bit.
Yeah. And making absolutely certain that they're not picking up cones and going off track or getting a wrong direction in some way or other. Vital that they try not to incur any penalties as they go around.
Well, I had my old faculty advisor is here, so the faculty advisor that I had when I was a student at University of Western Australia. He's here and was still advising me over lunchtime. And one of the things that he said, he was repeating some advice that had been given to Colin McRae when he was a young man, which is all of the prizes are at the end.
Yeah.
And I think that's really worth keeping here. Is you've actually got to finish if you want to be in those prizes.
That's right. If you want to finish first you've got to finish.
And of course, rally is not too dissimilar to what we see in Formula SAE, where you can have a lot of incidents.
Yeah.
So Swinburne coming through to complete their first lap soon. They're coming up on that hairpin. We'll get to see how this driver handles the vehicle around. And what you want is on those tighter sections, you want to be able to just do that fairly easily each event. You don't want any corner to be something you've got to work at every single lap. Otherwise, that's where the mistakes come.
Yeah.
And you can see that car's straight around, no problems. That looks like an easy car to drive.
Yeah. Yep.
Edith Cowan's second lap there, a 2:01, so shaving 7 seconds off the first lap. So Seb's obviously getting used to this. We've got a little bit of work to do to get down to Canterbury's time, but they don't need to do that given the class that they are running in.
No, that's right. And of course, internal combustion engine needs to be able to change gears as well, so trying to minimise the number of gear changes and therefore the risk of getting a missed gear change.
Yeah, absolutely. And that time from a Swinburne there, a 2:09, that's quite a good first lap.
Yep.
So a little bit faster than Edith Cowan University's first lap. So Swinburne should be pretty happy with that. That time will definitely come down. The last lap from Canterbury was a 1:53.7. So, now we've seen that the drivers had that first few laps where the time has dropped quite rapidly, and they'll probably settle into a little bit of a rhythm now. Oh, it's very fun in these cars. When you first start out and the tyres are a bit cold, the balance is a bit off, you usually push a fair bit into that first corner. So you've got to watch that you're not collecting cones in that first half of a lap until you get a little bit of temp in. But as you're going through the run, once you start to get to 5 or 6 laps in, the tyres are really getting nice and warm. The car just feels better. It feels easy to drive. And a lot more fun because you're not having to fight it as much. You just really get to enjoy the process. So crossing there, another second out of that lap for Edith Cowan University. And Melbourne now on track, going a lot slower than the other cars on track. So they will likely get past. That's going to be a little bit of a barrier for some of these teams rotating around. I think Edith Cowan might be the first one to catch them given where they are on the track.
Yeah, the driver certainly taking it very steady on the out lap. Oh, hit a cone there, I think.
And this is why they try and have cars that are running at very similar speeds on the track at the same time, because this isn't wheel-to-wheel racing. So you really don't want to have situations where cars are trying to be in the same part of the track at the time. And you can already see Edith Cowan has closed that gap tremendously. They're going to have to get this past, and it's going to take a while before getting to that passing lane. And this is where the driver of the faster car really just needs to be patient. But what can happen is it looks like Melbourne there has missed the passing lane.
Oh, no.
Sebastian is moved aside. That's fantastic. Really good. You've got to be really patient. The people, the track workers are doing the best they can. And you've got to think that's not going to ruin your lap. And as we're saying this, Canterbury has done a 1:52.6, so now the fastest lap of the event.
Of course, the wind has kicked up even more than what it was this morning, Kevin.
No, it certainly has. And I think they've actually done the run times of this were based on the skid pads still. Which, when it comes to something like what we're seeing from Melbourne, they're struggling with power delivery. So they've got fine mid-corner performance, but they're actually probably running in the wrong group of teams here, because they just don't have that pace on track. So so all of these other faster teams are going to be coming up to Melbourne, I think actually probably 1 or 2 times at least in their stints. And you can already see that you've got another 2 cars closing in very quickly on Melbourne, so there will be another pass. And in that shot, you can see Canterbury is closing on Swinburne. So, very, very quickly too. So Swinburne's last lap was a 2:11. And the last lap from Canterbury was a 1:52.6.
Oh, yeah.
So Canterbury's really moving out there. And you can see immediately on the back of Swinburne. It did not take many corners before that happened.
That was very, very swift to catch up, and certainly we'll be looking for that passing lane as soon as possible.
And so both of these are catching Melbourne, and at the moment, at least Edith Cowan University has got past. They're going to get a clean lap, and Melbourne has had a little bit of an incident in the background there. They're looking very, very slow at the moment. So both of these teams are about to catch them. This isn't working out very well here, and it's looking like, University of Canterbury is going to need to get past Swinburne very quickly. So that last lap from Edith Cowan being caught behind Melbourne was a 2:08, which is 8 seconds slower than their fastest lap, and that's what you're losing. Every lap you're caught in traffic, you can be losing far more time than what the driver's going to lose by having a bad lap.
Yep.
Give an idea, that last lap from Canterbury was a 1:54.5, being caught behind Swinburne, and you can see 3 in a row now.
Yeah.
And this is going to be awkward for the track marshals, because really we want to see Canterbury in front of both of these cars.
Yeah.
But you also want to see Swinburne in front of Melbourne.
Yeah. This is a very tricky one coming up.
Okay, so Canterbury's through.
Yep.
But now it's going to be seeing, are we going to see Swinburne going through? Now the last lap, Edith Cowan crossed with a 2:03, so not managing to get under that 2-minute mark. The only car able to do that so far is Canterbury. And we're going to see in this lap from Canterbury, the previous lap was a 1:54.5. We'll see how much time that they have lost being caught in that traffic.
Yeah, it's quite an armful of time lost on that one. And I'll tell you what, that wind has kicked up even more, I think, outside.
Oh, absolutely. And you can see the driver now actually driving a little bit much more aggressively than he was before for Canterbury. And you're just hoping, just keep it cool, make sure that you stick to your game plan. Any time lost, it's not going to come back, but you can run the risk of maybe not having enough juice left in your batteries to finish the event if you push too hard. Yes, and we see that Canterbury's lap was a 1:54 before, but that lap was a 2:12.
Wow.
So you can just see how much time is being lost. 20-something seconds, which is about the same. It is the same as having an off-course penalty.
Yeah.
So you can see that in this sort of traffic situation, it's better to go off course than to be caught behind a slow car.
Yeah.
So
Swinburne still caught behind. So
absolutely. And this can be really frustrating, because this is going to be the entire event for Swinburne and Edith Cowan University and Canterbury. Their whole event is going to be running with a slower car on track, assuming Melbourne finishes. And that's what that's going to mean is these are the cars that are supposed to put in the really fast times. Yeah. It's opening up a really interesting possibility for an endurance win by one of the other teams.
Yeah. So there we go. We've got Swinburne through.
And so, of course, Edith Cowan will be closing in on Melbourne fairly quick too.
Yeah, which is possibly going to occur this lap, but the way it looks from what we've seen time-wise.
Yeah, Edith Cowan's last lap was a 2:03, so they're not getting those really fast lap times. So Canterbury is doing very well. Edith Cowan University not quite getting that speed. But look, they're in a situation where, from an IC perspective, if they finish endurance, they have the IC win. It's not a combined class.
Yeah.
So that'll be playing on how the team is prepared and what their plan is. But Canterbury have to put a good time in here to really see off a potential challenge from some of the teams like UNSW. University of Queensland was very quick, and of course Newcastle as well. Swinburne doing very well there.
Yeah, that's doing well up through the over the bit of a rise. So there's a bit of rise and fall here on the track, which is showing up on our screen beautifully. Big thank you to Blendline TV for bringing this wonderful footage.
So having cleared the traffic, so Canterbury, having cleared the traffic, just did a 152.8.
Yeah.
Just 0.2 slower than their fastest lap time. So you can see how much they were being held up. And now they are chasing down Edith Cowan University. I think actually Edith Cowan University were pretty happy that Melbourne provided a gap. But of course they have to get past Melbourne again. So it will be back in this loop. And when you are approaching a slower car on the track, sometimes there's a bit of good fortune. If you happen to get on them right before a takeover lane, you don't lose too much time.
That's right.
But you can get caught for almost half a lap, and that's when you're really in trouble.
Yeah.
So Melbourne are lapping at about 2:35. Edith Cowan has passed with the 2:01, so they're just behind Melbourne now, running at about 34 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah. Yep.
So Swinburne in nice clear air here. They're not really catching anybody. They're not being, they are going to get caught by Edith Cowan University and Canterbury, but it might not happen in this driver's stint. So both Edith Cowan University and Canterbury will have to get through Melbourne before they're on the back of Swinburne.
Yep.
So hopefully for this driver, they can have a nice uninterrupted drive, really get into a groove and not have to pull over. Getting past, you do lose a fair bit of time as that happens.
Swinburne there wrangling the wheel. I've no idea how many turns there are to the left and the right on this track, but boy, there is a lot.
Yeah, it's a very high workload. So you can see pretty clear there doesn't seem to be any cars at all close to Swinburne. And this is really what you want, although we do see, it looks like that, is that Canterbury or Edith Cowan University? I think Edith Cowan University may have got past Melbourne fairly earlier on in the lap, so it maybe didn't get too disrupted, and they are closing in on Swinburne really quickly.
Yeah.
And behind Edith Cowan University is Canterbury, and Canterbury's closing on Edith Cowan University very quickly. So this is a bit of a time, and I definitely think that Canterbury are going to be looking to get past these. So you make a statement.
Yeah. The car looking really nimble.
Yeah, it's driving really well. Swinburne crossing with a 2:14 and Edith Cowan with a 2.6. So Edith Cowan still looking for that sub 2 minute time, but you can definitely see that Sebastian's now in that car, getting it really smooth, has it well controlled. They are short shifting, making sure that they can save fuel where they can, conserving just a little bit. But he'll certainly be happy to be free of Melbourne. It shouldn't have to. He as a driver in this event probably shouldn't have to catch them again.
Yeah, right.
So that'll be really good.
And that front-on shot of the car showing up how this is a much narrower car than many of the others in the comp. And this slalom event, that helps out quite a bit because you haven't got to turn quite so far.
Yeah, and I think when you're starting to look at penalties add up.
Yeah,
it's 2 seconds a lap and straight past Swinburne.
Yeah,
that was almost perfect. You're caught in.
Yeah.
He'd only just caught him.
Yep.
Didn't get caught behind for any length of time and straight past. He'll be really, really happy with that.
Yeah.
Cones are really nasty as a penalty here. You hit one, it's 2 seconds off, and you're only doing 10 laps in a stint. So it's the same as if you don't hit that cone, you can afford to go 0.2 a lap slower and still be okay. So we haven't seen any image of Canterbury for a while, so we can't really see where they are on the track. But Edith Cowan have got through Swinburne, and maybe the Swinburne driver might be able to adapt a few lines and maybe follow a little closer now that they've got a slightly faster car in front of them.
Well, I'm wondering whether Canterbury may have completed their number of laps.
Yeah, it may be.
Because we are not seeing them on our screen.
So I'm not entirely sure how many laps we have per stint. Edith Cowan there crossing with a 2:01.9. They have completed 9 laps so far. And Swinburne crossing with a 2:22. So you see that that time, they lose about 10 seconds being passed.
Yep.
And that can really hurt. So if you are running slower, you just want to stay a little bit forward. Melbourne there, starting to get a little bit quicker, I think.
Yep.
The driver's gaining some confidence, but I'm convinced that the gearing is not right on that car field.
Yeah, something doesn't match what they need.
Yeah, I quite like this section of the track here where we've got the hairpin. It's a pretty good place to watch. It'd probably be my second best place to sort of sit in front of. I think the other one, that really fast right-hander, or that really tight right-hander on the far section of the track, that's probably where I'd be sitting to watch the cars.
Well, I think I'm very happy sitting where I am in the in the commentary box out of that wind.
So we were saying there that Melbourne looked like they were gaining a little bit of speed, and that's absolutely true. They've done their fastest lap there with the 2:18.7.
Yep.
So they don't have that pickup out of corners, but they are finding some pace in the middle of the corners. Not quite got the drive out. So Edith Cowan University here. Yeah, so we're getting a message. We can't seem to find Canterbury on track.
I'm wondering whether they did complete. They've been certainly knocking over plenty of laps. So
we haven't seen them for a while. Unsure of what's happened. Yeah, so Blendline TV, we're staying on this in this corner to see if we could see them, and we're actually seeing that every car has gone round. So is that an issue for Canterbury? Have they gone off somewhere?
Could be. The great unknown at the moment.
So Edith Cowan completing that lap with a 2 minute and 5 seconds. No, we do have a lap. So Canterbury has crossed the start-finish, but 7... So they just come out of the pits. I don't know if that was driver changeover or not. So very, very interesting there. The last lap from Edith Cowan was a 2:01.9. So maybe that was driver changeover.
Could have been.
We missed that. But good to see Canterbury out on track and running.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be an issue with the car because it just looks so happy on the track.
Yeah, absolutely. And if this is the second driver, then this is great.
Yeah.
The heart in the mouth sort of issue you have is when you're about to go and restart for your second half of the endurance. That's where most of the issues happen. And so, especially for an IC car. So, restarting in the middle of the run, quite difficult, especially if there's a bit of a heat soak.
Yep.
Fortunately, quite a cool day, so I wouldn't expect that overheating is going to be a particular problem for some of the IC teams, unless they've made a real hash of their cooling system. But if you're not cooling on a day like today, then you're probably got trouble cooling your car.
Yep. It's interesting noticing some of the locations of the cooling systems on some of the cars. Some of them have got them right at the back of the car in probably not the best airflow, but being aided with fans.
Well, I think in the situation where we see this, the fan in the back here, it doesn't really need to do the same cooling load as an IC car. Yeah. So if you see this, they're drawing air through to cool all of the electrical components and the accumulator, whereas when you're running an IC car, whatever horsepower you're making, whatever energy you're using to power the car forwards, you've got about the same amount that has to be dissipated as heat through the radiator.
Yep.
So that can be quite difficult. And Canterbury there crossing with a 2:09. So not the same sort of pace we saw. I'm going to assume that is a driver changeover because we haven't seen a time from Edith Cowan University.
No.
And they came in after 9 laps.
Yep.
So I would say that this is second driver for University of Canterbury. I think I was mistakenly operating under the idea that it was 11 laps per driver. I probably should have got my facts straight, Phil.
Oh, well, never let the facts get in the way of a good story.
So Canterbury here are just doing a really, really nice drive on this car.
Yeah.
One really good news. So yes, has been a driver changeover because that's the second driver for Edith Cowan University.
Yeah.
This is Tristan in the car,
Yep.
ready to go. And you see here, it's a good shot of the radiator. So unlike the EV cars where you've got the radiator in the back of Canterbury, here cooling is an issue.
Yeah.
And so you have to have your radiators. That's only one of two, so they run the same radiators as from the bike.
Yep.
And you make sure that you've got good airflow to those radiators
Yeah.
to keep the temperatures down. So Melbourne's last lap was a 2:16.8, so they've actually got themselves a bit of a groove, as we thought that they would do after being out there for a while. Have found a place to find some speed. So you're just seeing Melbourne pass there, and I think that what the organisers are doing here is just making sure there's a decent gap between Melbourne and Edith Cowan, because you don't want to send them out and immediately have a pass.
Yeah, that's right.
So Tristan is a little bit upset after his autocross run, so he's really just looking to have a little bit of redemption here. Maybe just finish the event, feel okay. The team here is just looking to complete everything, have a reliable run. Coming out on the second half, that's really good to see. As long as they've got enough fuel, this should see the end of this event. So Canterbury's last lap was a 1:59.8, so the driver down into sub 2 minute time. I would fully expect that this Tristan, once he gets into pace, might be able to get a little bit closer to Canterbury than the first driver was able to do.
Nice and smooth through the chicanes around the witches' hats.
Yeah, it's really nice to see, and he'll be really happy to have an opportunity to, when you've had a bad run, it's not just letting the team down that you're sort of thinking as a driver, which is ridiculous because, he's done a fantastic job. It's just not getting the chance to drive the car in a way that you know it can be driven.
Yeah.
And that can be really disappointing as a driver. But, the good thing about driving is you often get a second go. I'm hoping that Oscar Piastri next season,
second go.
we get to see that. And you can see already closing in quite quickly on Melbourne. So that gap that was created by the marshals is quickly getting eaten up. So Canterbury's last lap was a 1:59.8. Swinburne has come in for their driver change. Their last lap was a 2:14. You can see Canterbury a little bit of distance to them back to ECU. So ECU want to be running at a pace where they can, even if they're running slower, they don't want to get past, because that's about a 10-second deficit.
Yeah.
So Melbourne still has another lap to go. You can see a little bit of a gap there. And that lap from Edith Cowan University was a 2:04.
Okay.
So first lap for that second driver, I'd fully expect that he would drop into the sub-2s. There's a bit of space between Edith Cowan University and Canterbury, and thankfully Melbourne has got a bit more pace than they had. They should be coming in for a driver change probably at the end of this lap, Phil.
Yeah,
So
that would probably put the timing about right. And those bright yellow gloves, you can see the driver's actions on the steering wheel. They're quite good.
Yeah, very good. Quite smooth on the steering. I don't think there's any issue with this car in terms of its handling and its grip. It looks pretty well sorted. It's just the drive. And I think they have been asked to pull over in the blue flag. I think that's because Edith Cowan would have caught them before the next one. So one thing this is that's really cost Edith Cowan University no time. So Tristan will be very happy with that.
Yep.
Anytime you have to slow down, there is a chance that something could go wrong. These cars run their best at the speed that they're designed to run.
Yep.
All your cooling works at that sort of speed, so you don't like travelling slow behind a car if you can avoid it.
Yeah, that's right. And like you were saying before, the heat soak effect can kick in when you have to travel at a slower speed. Those things that are all nice and hot, that will just soak, and up go the temperatures.
Well, one advantage we've found switching to E85 is the engine temps are usually a bit lower than they are running on the 98, which is just really nice. We do use a lot more fuel, but it does bring the temperature down. And that's looking very stable there. And a 1:59, as expected, dropped down into the sub-2s. A very good run there.
Yep.
So we're hearing some cheers, so that looks like Melbourne's coming in for their driver change. And that last lap for them was a 2:12, despite getting passed by Edith Cowan University.
Yeah.
So you think, take 10 seconds out of that.
Yeah.
That was a good lap from Melbourne.
Yeah. Yep, 100%.
So Canterbury lapping about 1:57.4 on their last lap. So there's enough gap, I think, that, you know, if Tristan can get into a bit of a groove in that ECU car, that he could at least stay in front and not have to be passed by Canterbury. But Canterbury is absolutely the class of the field at the moment. They did lose a bit of time travelling. They lost some big chunks of time, so 20 seconds here, 10 seconds there, caught in slow traffic.
Yep.
So that will work against them, but there's no guarantees that the teams that have followed, like UNSW and University of Western Australia, won't also have to deal with that.
No, well, that's right. It's the need to pass sometimes seems to flow on through just about every car that has to go out.
Yeah, this is now looking much more stable. As you can see, a bit of temperature in the tyres now. Car's looking good. He'll be feeling a lot happier in this car now than he was in Autocross. And as soon as you get a few laps under your belt where things are starting to go right for you, you can very quickly erase those memories. And so hopefully he's getting to really enjoy this drive. And you can see Canterbury is closing on ECU, but not really fast enough, I think, to end up with a pass. So, oh wow, a great time there from Edith Cowan University, a 1:54.7.
Yeah.
So that may have even put a little bit of a gap to Canterbury. Well, it'd be interesting to see this next lap from Canterbury.
Yeah, it will.
And that's really what the team was sort of hoping for, that they could show some sort of pace.
Yep.
It's just taken until now to see that. And that lap time from Canterbury was a 1:54.4, so Canterbury's responded.
Yep.
It looks like there's a little bit of a competition going on here now. The difference is that Canterbury don't have many more laps to go. So they are near the end now, and they will just be hoping that the car goes to the end, because if they finish it with this sort of run, they're going to be incredibly hard to beat overall.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
It's been a very clean run from what we could see. The car just looks very easy to drive. I mean, the car looks fantastic, but it looks easy to drive as well. Very well controlled. I mean, that's beautiful.
Yeah. They've done a brilliant job all the way through this vehicle.
Yeah, I think this is, it is absolutely, if I had the money, I would say, could you please load it up in my trailer? We'll take this one home. This would be an absolute weapon to run around on sort of hill climb tracks and all the sorts of things you could run a car like this on.
Mm-hmm. You could turn it into a sports car.
I've already got one of those I'm working on. Swinburne are back out. Their last lap was a 2:06, so that's their best lap so far. So they've obviously got the quicker driver in now. Edith Cowan University looking to come and close another lap very soon. And Canterbury won't be too far behind them. And ECU with a 1:52.7, just a tenth of a second away from the fastest lap so far. That's an incredible lap by Tristan.
Yeah.
Oh, this is really, really good to see. Nice, good competition between ICs and EVs.
Yep.
We didn't really get to see it in the Autocross, and that Canterbury is a 1:55.7. So that is a 3-second lap difference between the car that won Autocross and the IC car of ECU. So I really think we missed the best of ECU in that Autocross.
Yeah. Yep.
Of course, Canterbury, I have to be a little bit more careful here. They don't have necessarily the battery capacity, so they won't be running at full pace. And, of course, we've got the worry with Edith Cowan. Do they have enough fuel? Will they be able to manage at this? If Tristan decides that he wants to pump out 152s...
there's a penalty there for a cone on the car there. Swinburne come through again. The Swinburne car looks to be travelling a little bit quicker this time than when we looked at it before.
Yes, that's a 2:04, their fastest lap again. I think this driver is now reeling out fastest laps after fastest laps for them. I think this car's going to go under 2 minutes as well.
Yeah.
Maybe not this lap, though. It looks like they're slowed off a little bit.
Yeah, I think there might have been a bit of clearing a cone there in front, and one of the officials might have been just a bit concerned about where the official was as he came around those tyres.
Oh, well, I'm really interested in the little battle that's brewing here. But Canterbury are just a few laps away. By my reckoning, they're only about 3 laps away. Edith Cowan crossing with a 1:54.27. So maybe, put the quick lap in, backed it off a little bit.
Yep.
Canterbury coming around to complete lap 16. One of those is the driver changeover, so I think that's actually 15 timed laps.
Yep.
So probably only about 3 laps to go. So this is looking really, really good. That's flying. That's beautiful. That was a 1:54.8. So about the same time there from ECU and Canterbury. So running very, very close to each other in lap times. Maybe both teams conserving a little bit, holding back just a little bit. When it came down to it and both were running at the absolute best pace they could manage in autocross, Canterbury were the absolute star of that autocross.
100%.
So they know they've got a fast car. And these events, they're full of what ifs, Phil.
Ooh,
always.
yeah.
And you think if you're in Auckland at the moment, you'd have to be asking the question, what if we'd got out? What if we'd been running against this Canterbury? Monash poor Monash students have done such a good job. The accumulator didn't get through tech. They've had such a struggle. Hopefully we see them here, but they'd be asking, what if?
Yeah.
What if we'd made it through tech, or could we have run with this Canterbury car?
Yes, and they're usually one of the outstanding teams of the comp.
Oh, absolutely.
Really unusual to see them not out there.
So Canterbury coming through. They're looking to complete their 17th lap, I think. So may only have one more after this, Phil. Regardless, the team will be on edge. We might see a white flag when they cross the start-finish line, indicating the last lap.
Yep.
We might not be able to see that on the blend line coverage. But look how beautiful this car is. It's just so composed. Some of these bits of the track, which was so tricky for some of the cars, it is. We've got the last lap for Canterbury. So they are holding out. That last lap from Edith Cowan University was a 1:53.7, but the last lap from Canterbury was a 1:52.6. We really need to stay with this Canterbury car. We've got to see this last lap. It's the thing that the teams are all looking for, is just the finish endurance.
Yeah.
Everything
at the
else.
moment, it's the benchmark. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, it's the one to watch.
This is an incredible looking car. They have come here with a well sorted car, beautifully built car, wonderful driving. It hasn't been easy sailing for them. They did have issues. They got out late to autocross, only just got out.
Yep.
Having to sort out, I think they had mentioned some connector issues that they were having issues with. But they have fixed it, and this is looking like we're just a little bit away. I don't want to say it because I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. We don't want a commentator's curse here. But I don't think they care about the commentators because this looks like it's going to finish. This has been flawless.
It's so solid.
And Edith Cowan University are not too far away from finishing either. This Canterbury car, what a beautiful, beautiful machine. So they've come all the way from New Zealand. They've crossed a little bit of water to get here.
Swum the Dutch.
This is the last time round the hairpin. First car to go out in the endurance. They were the car that won Autocross. They were the car that won Skid Pad. And it looks like they might be the first car to finish endurance.
Yeah.
And look at that. That is job done. And, I don't think, Phil, it's going to be very, very
Fastest
hard.
lap as well.
Fastest lap of the race, 150.2.
Yep.
That is a statement.
Yeah.
That is an absolute statement. They've said, come and get us.
Yeah, that was a Max Verstappen lap, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. Now, UNSW are now out on track. The next car to come around to sort of finish, and ECU's last lap was a 159 flat, so a lot slower than where they've been running. They may have had to pass a car, so they may have to they may have had to got past Melbourne. We didn't get to see that. Swinburne, of course, still out there. And we haven't seen a lot of Swinburne on the footage, but their last lap was a 2:10. They're running pretty well.
Yeah, good solid run.
Very, very happy with that Canterbury run. That was beautiful to watch.
It was.
I always love seeing these teams finish. They work so hard to finish this event, and any chance that you get to have the job done. You know, so Edith Cowan, I'm starting to get nervous, Phil. So anytime I'm not seeing Edith Cowan University, I'm wondering, have they stopped? Have they run out of fuel? There's not much to go. You know, if they cross the start-finish line now, they're on their last lap. And maybe we can watch them go around, but I'm not sure I'm going to do well in commentating that, Phil.
Look, maybe they're just trying to wind you up with saying that they might run out of fuel just to get you on edge.
Oh, no, I've seen the data, Phil.
Okay. Oops.
But they are looking like they're coming in to complete their final lap. And, look, they haven't had the perfect run. They haven't necessarily gone to the absolute best performance. They didn't get the autocross time that they wanted. They didn't get the acceleration time that they wanted. You know, we weren't matching the best of the EV cars. No. And that does have some concerns going into a UK competition.
Yep.
We need to find some speed in the 6 months from now to the UK. But they will be over the moon if this car crosses the line. It might actually, when this car crosses the line, it might be the difference between funding to the UK or not.
Well, I'll tell you what, the teams in the UK are going to be looking at this car going, okay, this is what's coming. We better look at what we've got to beat here because this is looking pretty sharp.
No, I think they'll be watching this going, well, maybe ECU can come, but please don't bring Canterbury. No, I think, and you see that first lap from UNSW, a 156.6. They're not mucking around. They're not going to let Canterbury have this their own way.
No, they're not.
And they're going to have a better track than Canterbury. It's well swept, it's rubber down. But Edith Cowan University, not long to go to finish this lap. This will be in the last time they were here in the Australian competition in 2024.
Yep.
I think it's 24.
24 was last year.
Last year, man, I'm out of years. 23. Last time they were here, they won the IC class, and they were a really quick car. They were probably one of the fastest cars overall. Won in 24 in the UK, and so this is they're coming off the back of victories in Australia and in the UK, and they're about to, I think, win the IC class quite comfortably here, finishing this event. It's a huge achievement to the team. It's a very different car, and they have managed to do it. Over the moon. That is a fantastic finish. You always want to see that. Very, very happy. And that last lap from Edith Cowan University was the fastest lap from them, a 150.6.
Yeah.
So only 4/10 away from the last lap of Canterbury. Yeah. So they had the pace. It was clear that Tristan was conserving fuel there, making sure. And when he got that last lap, you saw the thumb go up.
I'm going.
That's it, I'm going.
Yeah, I'm going.
There better be enough in reserve.
Yeah.
So let's see if UNSW can get down into the 150s. I think that 150 is achievable by other teams. A 155.7 on the second lap there from UNSW. That's looking very, very good.
Yeah, so ECU will be looking at how much fuel is left in that tank and trying to figure out whether they could have gone that little bit harder, a little bit more.
Yeah, well, I actually had a situation as a race car engineer very similar to that when I was running a car out of Sebring. And we were doing I can't remember how long the race. It was a Porsche Club of America. It was a practice race. And we were doing quite well in the GT3. And I'd miscalculated the size of the fuel tank. Oops. And as we were chasing down, looking for the overall win, we had the class win, and looking for the overall win, we were driving very, very hard. And the chief mechanic and I were getting more and more nervous because we realised we didn't have much fuel left to go. And they ended up doing an extra lap in the race after the time. And when we pulled it back, I went over to the chief mechanic and said, how much was left? He said he couldn't drain a single drop out of the car. That was about the most nervous I've ever been race car engineering a car, and never want to be there again.
That's perfect engineering.
It was very far from perfect
Why
engineering.
carry the extra weight?
and it was absolutely my fault too, Phil.
Oh, dear.
UNSW.
One you got away with.
And you know who else is out on track? University of Queensland, and they just did a 154.2, which is
early.
the fastest first lap of any driver in this event. This is really good.
That's interesting because that could indicate that they are going to go top of tree.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's their threat.
And Queensland, it's the team I've been saying right from the start. They're a team to watch in this competition.
Yep.
UNSW crossing there with a 159, so losing a little bit of pace there.
Swinburne in the background, still going around.
Absolutely. Swinburne with a 207 there. They're on their second last lap. Quietly working at things.
Yeah.
And so far, I mean, we haven't actually seen Melbourne. Something's happened. I haven't seen Melbourne for a little bit. Their last lap was a 2:18. No, they've just crossed. They've just done a 2:18. So Melbourne's still out there running around.
Yep.
So far we've had pretty good reliability from cars getting out on track.
Yeah, it was. I think last year or most years we seem to find a couple of issues with cars not completing, and so far we've had a clean sweep. Everybody's getting through so far. I guess it's still early days though, Kevin.
It certainly is. This Swinburne car, this driver is doing exactly what this team would want from it. Nice, consistent laps. They're not the blasting fast laps. They're doing 207s, but that last lap from Queensland was a 150.577, the second fastest lap so far. It's only a matter of time before that drops under 150.
Yeah.
Queensland are the fastest car on endurance so far. Yeah. They are really, really pushing it. They didn't come here to be an also run. They want to. They've still got a chance.
Yeah, they're coming up on the back of Swinburne at the moment, I think.
Yeah, and of course we remember. No, that's UNSW approaching Swinburne.
Yep.
Of course, we remember Canterbury's run. They lost a big chunk of time in the middle, and so did Edith Cowan. It's not really going to matter for Edith Cowan University because the IC class, there's a little bit of a speed differential there.
Yep.
But for Canterbury, that loss of time, catching Melbourne a couple of times, catching Swinburne, it's really going to add a lot to their time. So UNSW, their previous lap was a 156, and Swinburne's previous was a 207. But this is the last lap. For Swinburne. They're about to finish endurance. So this is really good to see. I think there were moments that we saw in the Autocross especially where there were sections of the track where Swinburne were very, very fast.
Yeah.
But there were sections where they were struggling with their powertrain. Whether it was just not driving out of the corners, it would sometimes get a bit of a stall.
Yep.
Whether that's meant for endurance, they've just decided to turn it down a little bit, take it a little bit easy, make sure they get the finish. We wouldn't know. We'd have to talk to people at Swinburne here.
We would. But look, they've got the car flowing really well. It's maintain that flow, just get it into a good rhythm and keep that rhythm going. Getting lots of wind whistle and all sorts of things here in our commentary booth. The wind out there must be a bit to contend with.
Yeah, these wing cars. And it's really just coming in. Not every corner is going to be at the same angle to the wing. So sometimes you're going to have a bit more downforce, sometimes a bit less. But I think that this driver of Swinburne is driving within the grip of the car. I don't think they're right at the edge.
No, I don't think so.
So the wind really shouldn't be affecting them too much. and UNSW crossing with a 152.5. So the cars are going quick. The track is starting to rubber up. It will get faster from here. So Canterbury and Edith Cowan set some really good early lap times, but the track's just going to get faster. And these guys are chasing. And that is Swinburne through with a 2:14 to finish it. Yep. And they have finished endurance. What an achievement from Swinburne. So we have ANU entering the track.
Yes.
Now Melbourne are currently on their 17th lap, so they're looking like they are the next ones that are trying to finish. Their time is taking a little bit longer. They're not quite as quick as some of the other cars that are running around. But now as we're starting to get through the event, some of these cars are going to be, we're going to see a big variation in speed.
Yeah, 100%. So be interesting to see how that affects the faster cars in particular, whether they get to be able to make that pass nice and clean without being held up, or whether they have to go for nearly half a lap behind one of the slower cars.
Absolutely. And they base this start on the endurance times based on the skid pad time.
Yep.
So we've got cars still to come, like the University of Western Australia. When we saw them in the Autocross, they were very, very well sorted cars. So not doing well in that skid pad event, in this event, can really have a knock-on effect to the rest of your competition.
Yeah.
So Queensland's last lap was a 1:58, so it looks like they probably put a pass on somebody in that last lap. And we're really keen to see what ANU's lap time is. So this is only the second IC car to get out on track.
Yeah, flowing the car quite well, and again, this looks like one of the narrower setup type cars.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a little bit wider than some of them. I really do like the upright driving position of this.
Yeah.
I think that visibility is so important. UNSW's last time was a 151.2, so UNSW flying out there. I'd say actually on average, that UNSW run is faster than what we saw on Canterbury on average.
Okay.
Because they're getting really good, consistent lap times. And when we're seeing these fastest lap times, that's a one-off. But the time and endurance is all added together. So I don't think that Canterbury's going to end up winning endurance for the EVs.
Might be right, yeah.
You know, that time spent behind Melbourne, there was that one lap in particular where they lost 20 to 30 seconds.
Yeah.
You know, that's more than a second a lap that they needed to make up in order to account for that.
Yeah, exactly.
And Queensland there crossing with a 150.36. And if there was a team that was really fighting for that endurance win of the EV class, it's Queensland.
Yeah, look at the speed of this car coming through. Really driving brilliantly.
And what's interesting here is we can see that the flaps are open.
Yeah.
For Queensland. I haven't seen this on an endurance run. I don't know whether that's them trying to, you know, lose a little bit of that downforce, but ensure that they have less drag to preserve the battery a little.
Yeah, it could be.
But if they're trying to preserve the battery, I'm wondering what they told the driver, because this guy's flying.
Well, maybe it's compensatory. You know, we know this guy's going to push hard. Let's just let him have straight line speed.
Yeah, this is an absolute amazing drive from Queensland. But what they're going to need, if they want to win that endurance, is they're going to need two drivers that can run at this sort of pace. So we don't know whether we're seeing the best of their drivers here. There's usually a bit of a gap between driver one and driver two. We saw that for Canterbury. We saw that for ECU.
Yep.
So hopefully it's a great finish.
Yeah, and I think they were fairly easy when they got to have to pass the slower car. I think that came in rather well.
We've got a bit of a visitor here, Phil. I'm wondering if you'd be able to hand over your mic a little bit.
I'd happily hand over, because this is somebody that you know.
Now, we're just seeing that Melbourne is right towards the end here, so we are going to do a little bit of an interview soon, but Melbourne's about to come through to finish their endurance. But talking about finishing endurances, we have one of the endurance drivers from Edith Cowan University, the team leader, Sebastian. How was it out there?
Oh man, yeah, unbelievable. The track is really, really technical and really hard to drive, but yeah, great achievement by the team.
Yeah, you got a huge smile on your face.
Yeah.
Is it a bit of a relief after, I guess, some of the letdown of not quite performing where we wanted to be in the autocross?
Oh, absolutely. You know, the past 18 months, the team has been working, you know, really, really hard. And yeah, to reward them with this was unbelievable.
Now we're watching here this Melbourne car. This is a beautifully put together car, and you know what this feels like. They've crossed the endurance. You can hear the cheers from Melbourne here, and I know that as coming along here, you just really want to see all of the teams do well, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's the environment. It's a team spirit. Everybody's here to cheer each other on and just put on a great event.
And just the last question for you. What have we just seen? Queensland has done a 148.6. How is that car? That's amazing. What do you think?
Yeah, that is amazing. You know, well done to Queensland. That is far out. That is a good time.
Yeah, so well done, Sebastian.
Thank you.
You know, really proud of you guys. And go back and tell the team that I'm looking forward to catching up with them
absolutely.
after.
Thank you, Kev.
Yeah, good
Cheers.
job. Oh, that's fantastic to speak to Sebastian. Really happy. Huge smiles on his face. This is new team leader and really excited. Just come out of the endurance as well. All smiles. All of the previous struggles forgotten. And 18 months of work, it's a good reward to have. But what do you think, Phil? Was that 148.6 from Queensland?
Yeah, that's a bit of a stunner.
Yeah, and what we're seeing here is, I reckon there's a little bit of weather coming in, Phil.
Yeah, well, let's hope it doesn't. It's certainly very blowy out there, and just about blow the hair off the top of my head that I haven't got any hair on.
Do you think there's maybe another surprise coming, that maybe in this event is going to show us something more?
Well,
we might end up with a few drops of rain, and that could upset everything.
Don't mention that word. Do
Oh,
not
no.
mention that word.
And UNSW, look at this drive. The driver is really doing a good job out there. It's lap after lap. ANU just put in their fastest lap with a 2:06, so ANU aren't waiting around either. That's a really good lap time from them. And we've got Queensland did another fast lap, a 150.7.
Yep.
And we have one of the cars that I think was one of the most impressive cars in autocross, which is Newcastle out on track. So UNSW here, they're coming in for their driver change. That was a 154.4, a really good stint by that driver. That was excellent performance. Really keen to see this Newcastle car.
Yeah.
They were the second fastest car in autocross. Keen to see what they can do here.
100%. Now, I've got someone else to have a little bit of an interview with, Kevin, if we can pinch your headset. I'll bring in a man from Bruce Rock Engineering. And I've already forgotten your name, I'm sorry.
David Newcomb.
David Newcomb. Welcome to the commentary of Formula SAE 2025. David, tell us a little bit about Bruce Rock Engineering. You're based in Western Australia, a long way away from where I am currently standing. How did you get across here?
Well, look, we're founded 45 years ago in the town of Bruce Rock, which is halfway to Kalgoorlie.
Yep.
And with a footprint in Western Australia of 4 sites, we've decided that, you know, associating our brand with, and we build big road trains, right? So we're the biggest manufacturer of road trains in the country.
Okay.
And third biggest trailer manufacturer overall.
Yeah.
And so when you see Outback Truckers, that's sort of an idea of what we do in both mining and grain. And so, the association with SAE is really about, you know, we've got a love for our product, right? And we actually listen to our customers and build, you know, high volume but bespoke products. So it's very customisable.
Yeah.
And it's not too dissimilar to what the students are actually doing here today.
Yeah.
So they've got a set of criteria, they create their specification, but each team come up with a slightly different solution.
Yep.
And they work together to be able to, you know, bring their vehicles onto the track, and it's encouraging to see the passion that they have for their product.
It's really difficult to go away from an SAE event and not be full of enthusiasm and, the world's in a good place, because you see so much positivity and everything going on. It's just brilliant.
That's right. And so, we thought we'd like to get involved with the SAE and and let the students know about us, I guess expand our brand and network.
Yep.
And
so what sort of employee base? You're talking, how many people would you be employing?
Well, overall, we've got just under 400 people across 4 sites.
Yep.
About 200 in Perth, 100 at Bruce Rock, which runs 24/7.
Yep.
Both sites run 24/7, about 30 at Headland and 30 at Gero.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, it keeps us on our toes, and we've got a healthy engineering base as well. We're heavily involved with manufacturing, of course, and we're a vertically integrated company, so we have big steel processing capabilities with a 24 by 3.5 metre plasma cutter.
Yeah.
Big presses, lots and lots
you don't
of welding.
do anything small.
No, and spray painting and all that sort of stuff. So it's fantastic. And our engineers, again, they get to talk to the customer that's going to be purchasing our products and say, right, what is it that you want? How can we tailor it for you?
Yep.
And really optimise their yield, which is ultimately their revenue.
Yep.
And we're not a cookie cutter company, right?
Yeah,
so everything's bespoke. And what we look for here is people that can solve problems. We've got a engineering graduate program for the first time running next year. So we thought we'd, rather than just be in WA, let's cast the net a bit broader and see. You never know who might be interested.
Yeah. And you've had plenty of people approach you down in your area, down in the pit area?
It has. It's been really encouraging. We've had some competitions on as well, so results of those will be drawn, I believe, shortly.
Yep.
But yeah, some really encouraging people come down and see us and just try and get a bit of an understanding on who we are and what we do, because the brand isn't quite as common over here in Victoria.
Yeah, yep, excellent. Look, I'll thank you very much for coming up and having a bit of a chat with us. So I guess we should go back to looking at what's going on screen. You're welcome to stay there, because I think Kevin has wandered off. Well, maybe he's heard me and he's wandering back. I don't know, but look at what's going on screen here. What can you tell us about the differences that you see on screen here to what you're building in your place?
I can tell you it's certainly changed from when I participated in this in the first and second years of the Formula student program. But yeah, certainly, mass optimisation, composite materials. What I really like is that each team sort of has a slightly different solution to the problem.
Yeah.
And they're focused on different areas with their products. So a lot of innovation going on here.
Yeah, ANU certainly pushing their car really well there at the moment, up around the back. And you wouldn't want to see some of your big trailers being wiggled and waggled like this.
No, they wouldn't like that at all. They prefer straight lines, and the lateral loads are not necessarily our friends, but or undulating road surfaces. But these things certainly handle quite well. And look, we do a fair bit of work on vehicle stability and that sort of stuff, which is interesting. Yeah.
Kevin's been and he's gone again. I think he's indicating that he'll be back very soon, but he's certainly an absolute knowledge on the history of Formula SAE, having been around it for 20 odd years. So you were saying that you were a part of this in the early days. Which university did you attend?
So I was at Swinburne TAFE and then university.
Okay.
And so I did all my studies part-time. I was employed by Holden as a drafting trainee.
Yep.
And it was a fantastic, I guess, introduction to the workforce and a career in the automotive industry.
100%. Now, University of Newcastle there, the car, no aerodynamics on it at all. Very clean looking car, very sleek and very quick. Putting in some really good times.
And I particularly like this product too, because as part of the business case in that as well, it's a low cost, high value sort of product, and it's got a lot of merit.
It certainly has. We're just watching the driver of. Now I missed it.
Is it UQ?
UQ, I think. As they head out on track, University of Queensland, round the big bowl of tyres.
Taken off with a bit of energy.
Yep. Ooh, a bit twitchy there under brakes for that left-hander.
That's just enthusiasm.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, the driver is very enthusiastic and getting right into it. University of Queensland running really hard on this time through. As we welcome Kevin back, thank you very much for your time, and all the best for Bruce Rock Engineering, and hope to see you again next year.
Oh, I had to duck out there, Phil, and had a few students to congratulate.
Yeah, well done, and they'd all be pretty happy, I'd imagine.
Oh, they certainly are. You always come here really first to finish, and for a while it wasn't looking that promising.
They've done really well, so certainly still the top of the internal combustion engine vehicles in the comp.
Oh yeah, I think that one's going to be reasonably safe, but some of the other teams, I think the one that I really missed on seeing run was Griffiths. I would have really liked to see them on track.
Yeah, that was very sad for them to end up with a conrod hanging out the side of the block.
And look at that. Queensland has done a 1:45.7.
What?
That's amazing. I would have thought that what we saw from their first driver, that he may have been the quicker driver, but it looks like they've saved the best till last.
Yeah.
This is definitely a faster endurance run so far than Canterbury.
Oh, yeah.
And I even think the UNSW run probably has a bit of an advantage on Canterbury as well. So we're seeing a car that was absolutely flying, being held up a little bit.
Yep.
Is probably looking like it's going to struggle to be on a podium.
Yeah. Whereas this car is, I think they've fed this guy on raw coffee. He's pushing the car as if he's in a sprint race. He's doing absolutely brilliant times.
Well, we saw some social media content from UQ before the comp, some inboard of this car, and it looks fast.
Yeah, okay. Well, I can tell you from the outboard view that we've got at the moment, it looks fast.
Yeah, we have UNSW still going around, and both of these teams in their second half, UNSW in their last lap was a 1:55. The last lap from Queensland was a 1:45. So 10 seconds a lap difference between them. They're both going fast.
Yeah.
Newcastle, their last lap was a 1:58. So not quite showing the same speed that they were doing in Autocross.
Now they're catching up. UNSW catching up on the car in front.
ANU. There will be a pass very soon on that. That last lap from UNSW, a 1:54.6. They're just putting really good lap time.
Yeah.
And that lap time, another fastest lap from Queensland, a 1:43.48.
Yeah. Now this is going to be interesting because the next passing gap, I was a bit worried there for UNSW that they may have had to park up as well, but
no, and that hasn't worked
well.
Hasn't worked well for Queensland because Queensland are right behind ANU now at a very different sort of speed.
Yep.
And what the UNSW driver really needs to do in this little bit is get a bit of a gap because they aren't running as fast as Queensland. They don't want to get past.
No.
So using ANU as a little bit of a buffer here will just hold back Queensland, just a rampaging Queensland from gaining on them.
Yeah, now, did Queensland manage to get past the other car?
Yeah, there will be a passing lane. I think they were getting close to a passing lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering whether they would hold ANU back in that passing lane.
Yeah, I was
for the second car, but there was maybe just a bit too much of a gap. It would have really ruined. But Queensland are through on that passing lap. They weren't held up too much. Look, they're right on the tail of UNSW. They're running a good 10 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah.
And now they're going to get held up a little bit. But thankfully, UNSW is moving at a reasonable pace, so UQ is not going to lose too much time. The driver just needs to make sure that nothing silly happens.
Yeah, you back off to accommodate the slower car in front, and when you get the get-go to go past and you floor it again, you might overdo it.
We have seen cases where You know, you'll be following, you'll be looking for the pass, frustrated, but you go too close, car in front has a little bit of an issue, and then there have been cases where one car has hit another, and we don't want to see that sort of stuff. So, but I think the driver in UQ is a good distance away.
Yep.
They're going to get the pass. So that last lap from UQ, it was still it was still a 149.
Yeah.
Even caught in traffic.
Yep.
Behind one car for a while, passing another. They still put on a 149. The car is flying.
Yeah. Not holding back at all. He's really letting rip.
No, this is absolutely beautiful. You know, I think they're going to be wondering, you know, where was this absolute pace in Autocross? I mean, they did a good lap, but they did have that penalty in there. They didn't do it clean. Yeah. If they drove like this in that Autocross, they could have really put a lot of pressure on that first place.
Yeah, they certainly could have.
This is incredible driving here. These Goodyear tyres, I think they're a better tyre than the 10 inches when it comes to just outright tyre grip. You have to make, everything gets a little bit bigger with the 13-inch wheels. So you do have that trade-off in weight.
Yep.
But they are an absolute fantastic tyre. Look at this car.
Yeah,
this is absolutely fantastic.
Just changing direction beautifully. Got so much grip.
And this is a space frame car.
Yeah.
You know, it's not out and out a crazy car. It's an achievable car for people to build. They've just done it so well. And they did a 1:42.8, another fastest lap. What are they doing? And ANU...
Goodness me.
Newcastle's doing a great job out there. Newcastle did a 1:52, a really good lap time, absolutely flying. And Queensland are just running 10 seconds a lap faster than everyone else at the moment.
Bonkers.
I mean, the gap between Queensland's fastest lap and Canterbury's is almost 8 seconds.
Yeah. The Newcastle driver, he's driving that car really, really well. He's not hanging about. He's pushing the limit. He's certainly driving it like he's in a sprint race. Not driving it to conserve the energy. He's out to push it as hard as he can. It has to go into the slow lane, I think.
Yeah, passing lane.
There we go.
Once again, Queensland.
Yeah.
He's having a blast out there.
Yeah, he's going to end up in the 130s.
Yeah, UNSW has done a 1:57, and all things going well, that'd be a great lap.
Yeah.
But when you've got Queensland out there, almost 20 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah.
I think they are making a huge statement here, Queensland.
They certainly are.
They're not looking to win this by a little bit. They're looking to win this, and maybe they're looking for points on Canterbury. You know, Canterbury made the design finals. Queensland weren't in the design finals. There may be a points differential between them. Yep. So Queensland know that they need a push here.
Yeah.
They didn't have the luxury of Canterbury not finishing endurance. Canterbury were absolutely reliable.
Yep.
And Queensland are chasing now. And that was a 1:42.8. Only 0.04 off the fastest lap in that lap there. And they had to pass Newcastle.
Yeah.
So Newcastle coming in for their driver change. Now we see Queensland only have 4 laps left. You've got to wonder, can they drop under 140? It seems unbelievable, Phil.
It does, but I tell you what, he's driving like a man possessed.
It's very close to the cones. You know, the car is set up. When they had that post out, they had claimed already 750 kilometres of testing for this vehicle. I think they've done more since that post went out, and it shows. Like the driver is just one with the car.
Exactly, and chatting with Nassar from Al Faisal, they think that they might have had maybe 300 kilometres of testing.
Which is still
across
pretty
4
impressive.
drivers.
Yeah, 300 kilometres would be pretty impressive. ANU's back out on track after the driver change, and as an IC car, the engine's restarted.
Yeah,
they'd be over the moon with that. It's not a guarantee, and they just have 9 more laps to go to finish. UNSW has been having a great run out there. UNSW only 3 more laps to go.
Yeah.
So we're seeing some great runs here.
We are.
And one of the things that used to be a hallmark of the Australian competition was reliability.
Yeah.
We used to have a really good finishing rate and a big focus on making sure cars cross the line.
Yep.
It'd be great to see that again.
It would, indeed.
So you want to see cars winning or losing this comp based on their performance on track, not whether they've gone out.
Yeah.
You know, when we've seen Melbourne has finished already, Canterbury's finished, Edith Cowan University is finished, Swinburne has finished. So everyone has started so far.
Yeah.
Has finished.
That wind is still pretty strong out there, hearing it on the microphone on the camera.
Absolutely. It's very strong. Queensland's last lap was a 1:43.8, so a little bit off where they've been, dropping a second. I think we may have seen the fastest from Queensland.
Yeah, I think so.
The big question for Queensland will be, have they left enough juice in the tank to finish?
Yeah, exactly.
Have they packed enough electrons into that pack? Yep. UNSW, only a couple more laps to go. Their last lap, a 1:57.2. So ANU, this is finishing off the first lap for the second driver. And this is good to see. We don't see any, it's not a really fast lap going on here.
No.
I don't know if that's an issue with the car. UNSW coming through.
Nice wiggle through the witch's hatch there.
Yeah, they don't have much to go. I just want to see this over the line. It's been a great competition for UNSW. Yeah, they've had a really good weekend.
Yep.
You know, I think they'll be looking for building off a really good, reliable base, looking for how can they catch some of these teams that have just had a little bit of an edge on speed.
Yeah.
How do you start to close down that time between Queensland and yourself? Some of that has to be in the drivers.
Yeah, for sure.
And drivers, it's about making sure they got the time. So that last time from Queensland, a 1:45.9, but I think they may have been slowed by a car in that last lap. I don't think they're going to get another clean lap. So Newcastle coming in, or actually going back out, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So this has been really good so far.
It
so
has.
We've seen a lot of really good stuff.
And of course, just looking at the elements on the wings on this, the elements are well and truly up.
Yeah, this is full downforce spec.
Yeah.
I think it looks like Queensland's gone the Max Verstappen spec, low downforce, and Queensland are now past another car.
Yeah.
That would have cost them a little bit of time, but they have not been held up like Canterbury have been held up. This is absolutely the mark. This endurance run is going to be the one to beat, and I'm not sure that there's many cars left that can take it to them.
No. Their overall time for endurance is going to be quite good.
Yeah, and maybe a big points chunk. Maybe it's enough. I would have thought after seeing Canterbury's run, I would have almost started writing their name on the first place overall trophy.
Big mistake.
Yeah, I think Queensland weren't consulted on that. So when Queensland cross the start-finish line, they will only have one more lap to go. UNSW are on their last lap. Their last lap from Queensland, quite a bit slower, but they did get held up at 1:48. They're on their last lap, but I think we want to stick with UNSW here. They are on their final lap. Really, really good run from UNSW. They've been consistently in the 150s. Their fastest lap was a 151. Their last lap was a 158. It's just been reeling it off nice and consistent.
Yep.
They obviously went in with a plan, and the drivers are driving to a time. And you cannot understate for these students what it feels like when the car crosses the start-finish line.
Yeah.
I definitely, even though this event hasn't got the length of an endurance run, I know that when you go endurance racing, the feeling when your car finishes a long one, after 24 hours, when your car crosses the line, it doesn't really matter where you finished. You feel fantastic.
Yep. And elation.
Absolutely. The fact that you've built this car, they've designed this car over the last year, they've worked late nights, and they've just done it. Yeah. Look at them go up. What a finish from UNSW with a 1:59.6, still staying under that 2 minutes. And now we're seeing that we are on the last lap from Queensland now. This is it.
I think so.
This is the last lap. Western Australia's gone out. We can't focus on them just yet because this team coming through right now, Queensland, this is their final lap. This looks like it could be the endurance winning time. What a run from Queensland. They haven't really been held up by any of the teams. They've put in the lap times. This has been an amazing run.
And I'll tell you what,
the fastest lap right at the end, at 1:41.2. That is incredible from the University of Queensland. What a team.
And I think the driver is going to get out of that car quite exhausted because that would have been hard work, the whole lot of that session. It wasn't just a one-lap wonder. There was several really, really quick laps in there.
Well, they were just fast the whole time through. What a team! I mean, I think it's going to take months to wipe the smile off their faces.
Well, I'm seeing a big smile on your face, and it's not even your team.
Oh no! I know the Queensland team UQ. I'm a huge fan of all of these teams.
Yeah.
But there are ones that I follow a little bit closer.
Okay.
And University of Queensland, it's one that we follow quite closely at Edith Cowan University. We really like the way they go about their team. And, we rocked up out the front going into this thing, and they were immediately asking me, "Oh, wait, you're the guy that does this car design workshop." And I thought, anybody that watches my YouTube channel
is a must.
I'm a big fan of them.
Big fan of them. Oh, well, I'm in luck then.
No, they're great. They're great guys. They absolutely deserve what they've done. They've worked really, really hard for this, and those lap times were incredible.
Absolutely. And it's not all just down to the driver. It's the entire team that has put that together. So absolutely hats off. Congratulations to each and every one of them for what they've done. University of Western Australia wrangling the car around.
And they've been asking me what I've been thinking about their light blue wishbones and roll bars.
Yep.
Because this is a throwback to the colour scheme that we used to run when I was a team member. Yeah, so we used to have the yellow chassis and the blue things. And when I moved on, the people who took over got rid of the light blue. So it's a little bit lighter than we had it, and maybe it's a bit 2000s, but it's a beautiful, beautiful car. They've got a lot of. There's a lot of history in the University of Western Australia. They've had some real victories in the past, and they went through a really tough period as a team. They struggled to get out, but I think they're on a resurgence, Phil. I think this is a team that I'm really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen in the next few years from them.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, a team that's also been doing good is this team here, the University of Newcastle. A very plain Jane looking car in terms of aerodynamics. But it's been performing really, really well all weekend.
Yeah, and you would think a car like this, when it doesn't have aero and it's an EV car, you think, well, for the endurance is what you're building that car for. It's not going to have the drag. It's going to have good use of the electricity. But they came second in Autocross.
Yeah.
All these teams with wings and a more, technically say more advanced cars.
Yeah.
Were beaten, and truly beaten, by an incredible drive, but an incredibly well set up car.
Yeah, that's right.
So Newcastle absolutely showing, just how good you can go when you focus on all of the little details of the car. And I know when, talking to some of my competitors, I guess, in Monash around their philosophies, because we have very different philosophies. And one of the measures that they had come up with was an implementation measure. So they would say that there's a certain amount of speed you get from your concept, and then you effectively have a percentage of what that's worth. And the basic way they described it was better to have a high implementation percentage than to get your concept spot on.
Yeah, okay.
So it was okay to carry, maybe not make the theoretically perfect choices about the car systems, but instead, whatever you've done, implement it really, really well.
Accurately, yeah.
And they got championship after championship with that strategy. and became incredibly difficult to build. And I think Newcastle seem to have that same sort of approach. Just make sure that what you're doing is done right.
Yep.
Now, Western Australia, their last lap was a 2:07. So I think this is going to be a case of the driver warming up into this. Now, I won't tell you the details because I don't know all of the details, but I can guarantee you this team was panicking.
Oh, really?
Just about a week ago, they had some serious issues in testing. They had done a fair bit of testing with this car, but they really had to rebuild some very, very important systems.
Yeah.
And at one stage, was sort of looking, going, I'm not sure that they're going to get this on track.
Wow.
But they have worked endlessly to get this car here and into a running condition. And the results this weekend have been great for them.
Yeah. Yeah, they've done really well and still are doing really well, as we can see on track.
Yeah, I think their main goal will be they won't want to overstress this car. They want to bring this home with a really good finish.
Yep.
There's been so many finishes already that this is not going to be a battle of reliability.
No.
So, you know, they're probably not in a position where they're going to sort of waltz into a top three finish.
No.
It's probably not a podium overall. So that's where you really start to go, let's just make sure we get through it.
Yep.
I mean, in terms of cars that have finished, we've had Queensland finish, Canterbury, Edith Cowan University, UNSW, Swinburne, Melbourne, all finishes.
Yeah. Yep.
We have ANU that has completed 14 laps. They have 4 more to go. They're running around. University of Western Australia closing in on them fairly quickly. So there's a little bit of a speed differential between them, about 10 to 15 seconds per lap.
Okay. Yep.
So Western Australia should catch ANU before ANU finish their run.
Carrying a reasonable amount of speed there. The car's, you know, not slouching around, so...
very good to see. The car has good changes of direction.
Yeah.
It is a really nice vehicle.
And we'll be looking for the passing move very shortly, I suspect.
Yeah, maybe even here. No, yes, they've held them across, so that hasn't really slowed Western Australia down much.
No, I think they got out of that really well, actually.
And a good passing zone for ANU. It really hasn't upset their lap either. So actually, my co-faculty advisor at ECU, we were both from University of Western Australia, both alumni from there. He actually managed. He's got a really good background because I think he's maybe the only faculty advisor in Australia to have won a competition as a student and as a faculty advisor. So really impressive. So if we keep working together, I'm always going to be one win behind him. He occasionally might remind me of that. He is an absolutely inspired designer. It's a wonderful opportunity to work with somebody like that over the years. And as the students will tell you, we barely even argue. Yeah, we only usually argue about a half a dozen times an hour. Until Nando realises he was wrong, and then we move on.
It's like that, is it? Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay, sure. Who's making the coffee tomorrow?
Well, it's more of a case of who's got the microphone here, Phil.
Oh, okay. I think Nando wants your job next year.
Nobody wants that. So ANU are doing really well here. They've only got 3 more laps to go. Newcastle are also on the last few laps. They've had a really good run. Their last lap was a 2:07. They're not running at the same pace that they were in Autocross or what they've done in this endurance as well. But they just need to finish this. They've had a great weekend. In fact, so many of these teams have had a really rewarding weekend. They've put a lot of work in over the year. And actually the spirit of the competition this weekend has been really, really friendly.
Yeah.
It's been a really great competition to attend. And it's just lovely seeing all these teams getting the rewards for their hard work.
And talking about seeing the rewards of things, some of your past students, you must follow them, and there'd be some amazing people and results that have come through with some of those past students of yours?
Oh, absolutely. We've had one of our students has managed to, as a race car engineer, win the Indy 500 2 years in a row.
Well, there we go.
Luke Mason.
Yep.
John Grove has won a number of championships in NASCAR and in supercars. We've got people in F1. So people that are currently working in Aston Martin. We've had people in McLaren, and it's really great to see these students achieve. But we also have a massive number of students that are in non-motorsport positions doing amazing work. Our team leader, Ashley, from last year is working in Fortescue at some really advanced development there. It's really good to see that students can take lessons from this competition.
100%. That's what it's all about.
And apply them to engineering. And you know, it's always a joy meeting a Formula SAE student, regardless of what team they're a part of. I always find it interesting to talk to them and seeing what they're doing next. And
yes, well, I was lucky enough to be in the UK in June and was invited to Oxford Brookes University for the launch of their 2025 car and a tour through one of their new facilities. So we're standing outside the facility waiting for someone to come out. Young chap comes out and says, "Hello everybody, how are you?" And turned out to be someone who had finished his time at one of the supercar teams here in Australia, went to Oxford Brookes to do his Masters, has since completed that and now works for Williams Formula One team.
Oh, and aren't Williams doing well this year? It's been great to see their resurgence. And ANU, they only have a couple more laps to go, Phil. So really looking forward to seeing them finish. And Newcastle, they're coming around now to complete their 16th lap. So they'll be on the last 2 laps. And they're just looking so stable and ready. It doesn't look like there's any indication of issues going on.
No.
So we've got Western Australia. Their last lap was a 2:01, so they're bringing their time down a little. It won't be long before they're, I think, in the 150s, under that 2-minute mark. And that really is there's almost a barrier. You want to drop below that 2-minute mark.
Yep, you'd like to get that out of the road if you could.
And we're seeing ANU come around here. So ANU should be getting their last lap. I'm mistaken. That's the Queensland University of Technology car is out there. Now, they have had issues. I had a talk to the QUT, and what were some of the things that were going on in Autocross? Because they were going quite quick in some sections. But what was happening is as they were lifting a wheel, the motor would spin up and cut it out. And so they're only 2-wheel drive at the back, and they really just need to keep those wheels with a little bit of load on them so they don't spin up. So they can only apply enough throttle to avoid slipping the wheels. So really unfortunate for them. Maybe a setup change could help a little bit, but very difficult to solve the problem. So ANU now on their final lap, Phil.
Ice baby ice.
Yes,
ice baby.
Yes, and as I was very promptly told, that of course is
internal combustion engine.
Exactly. I had the old man turbo lag, not quite understanding. I just thought the team really liked vanilla ice.
Well, I have heard the reason for the duck goose.
Really keen to hear that. What's that?
So apparently 3 years ago they must have called their car Duck, and they intended to call their car the next year a different name, but they called it Duck again. So they figured they were a bit of a goose, so they've decided that they've called the car Goose. Duck Goose.
Yeah, I do like the names of cars. The name of the ECU car is Gwen.
Gwen. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a history of either naming that after people that have really helped the team, or they usually choose some sort of name. Because these cars, as you're working with them in the workshop, they do develop a little bit of a personality. And you spend so much time with the vehicles that they do feel like there's another presence in the room. And I think what it is it's just the accumulation of all of those moments spent together as a team.
Yeah.
That you can either look very fondly upon a car, or in some cases, it's very much a love-hate relationship.
Yeah, I love to leave because I hate it while I'm here. Yeah.
There was one car that I remember from UWA where we had an official name for it, and there was an unofficial name that
we can't repeat it. We can't use on air.
Yeah, that the car earned for very reliably letting us down. But we see here ANU coming over to complete their final lap. Only a little bit left to go. Ooh, a little bit of a issue with the gear shift there.
I have noticed that a couple of times with this car. It seems to be a bit of a problem with the gear shift. So whether it's just in an awkward spot or what's going on, I'm not sure.
But ANU through for the finish. And we have the second IC car to start Endurance has also finished Endurance. So great to see. And we're straight to Newcastle now, who are also due to finish their lap. They've been running a little bit faster. Yep. Their fastest time from Newcastle is 1:52. They've really backed off the pace from that. They haven't been at that pace for quite a long time.
No, they haven't.
Nursing at home, making sure it's going to finish. I don't know whether that's concerned about the battery usage or just the difference in driver ability.
Yeah, it could be.
But it's an incredibly well put together car.
Yeah.
And this is the test for them. Can you, with a group of students, non-professional engineers, working over a year, put together a vehicle that can come here? I mean, they only do approximately 30 kilometres.
Yeah.
But over the weekend, it's a rough 30 kilometres to complete.
Yeah, 100%. It's not an easy gig.
So we've seen skid pad from them, we've seen acceleration, we've seen a fantastic autocross run, and now we have seen a completed endurance run.
Yeah, brilliant. Wonderful job.
Well done. They will be over the moon with this. I am astounded though, Phil, at the finishing rate.
Yeah, it's the standard of what's going on here is amazing. We've had a finishing rate that's, well, we haven't had any failures yet. Everybody's finished, so 100%.
8 finishes so far.
Yeah.
I think if we were looking at the overall competition and you're saying 8 finishes out of, I think there's, I think it's 26 cars in the competition.
Around about that.
8 out
Whoops.
of... maybe I've spoken too soon.
It's your fault. Having some difficulty getting the car started again.
Oh, come on, Tokyo.
Yeah. They've been doing so well.
These cars can be quite difficult to get off the line in IC.
Yeah.
Yeah, the clutches can be very... Oh, that is fantastic to see.
Yep.
Good to see. So 8 finishes so far, almost a third. Now, in some of these events, you only ever see a third finish.
Yeah, we do.
And I can remember when I was a student in Australia, we would see approximately 60% of teams finish, and that was one of the highest rates of finishing in any of the worldwide competitions was right here in Australia.
Yeah.
And it really shows that, I think there is a mindset there that you've got to build on reliability.
Yeah, 100%.
What would be really...
Well, part of that comes from the fact that we're such a large country. If you're going to build something to go somewhere, like the Bruce Rock trailers, those trailers, they need to go through some pretty tough conditions. They've got to be able to get there.
Well, and I think of some of the really well-known designers that have come from Australia in the past. Ron Tornak was well known for building very reliable cars.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we look like we've got Tokyo Denki stationary again.
Yep.
It's looking like they're having some problems with that engine cutting out. Oh, this isn't good to see.
No, it's very unfortunate.
Western Australia, it looks like they're in for their driver change. They've just snuck along. Their last lap from them was a 2:01. They didn't quite break that 2-minute mark in their run, but they are in for driver change. They have 9 more laps to go. Tokyo Denki going again.
Going again. That's a good thing.
I didn't see any signs of this car that they were having issues with the engine. It looked like it was It was running very reliable, but of course they didn't come back for their second autocross run. So
no, and it did appear that just putted out. It was, something, not too sure exactly what happened there.
So maybe something that they're dealing with. So QUT are showing a little bit of pace. They've done a 2:16. The last lap was a 2:22. They are getting caught behind Tasmania here.
Yep.
But QUT not able to show their true pace at the moment. They can't really push as much throttle down as they'd like with that rear wheel lifting up.
Yeah, that would be really frustrating for them to have to contend with that.
Oh, incredibly frustrating. And I think if I was in that situation and you knew that was happening before the competition, I'd be really tempted to enter without the aero. I'd be doing everything I could possibly do to try and make the line that you're travelling through on the track as open as you possibly can, really just to avoid having to be on the throttle too much.
Yeah.
But difficult to do. You've got to run these cars they've gone through scrutineering.
Yeah.
Very difficult to make that fix. And I know once they get back to Queensland, they'll be able to fix that really quick.
Yeah.
You know, they'll be on top of that. And so it's just the difficulty of having the car in the right condition at the right time. You know, if we rewind just a week and a half ago, would have been unlikely to see Edith Cowan University finish the endurance.
That's right. Yep.
You know, we were dealing with small problems. You fast forward a week and a half in the future with the QUT car, and it's a lot faster.
Yeah, that's right. And the conditions that they may have been able to test under up in Queensland may not have brought on that little bit of a problem.
Yeah, it's just so many factors, and you know, sometimes a problem develops at the wrong time. There's always a little bit of good fortune that goes with a good result. But, you know, there's a really good chance for them to work through those problems and still try and get that finish. And this is the big lessons you learn in this competition. It's not the technical lessons that are the most valuable from this. The big lessons is what it's like to work as a team, but also how do you behave when things don't go your way?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what we want to see in our engineering employees around Australia. We want to see a bit of resilience.
Yes, there's no good spitting the dummy and walking away, because that doesn't achieve anything. It's keep at it, and even through the bad times, you've got to keep your head down and keep at it.
Yeah, and I think QUT, they're finding a little bit of speed. That last lap was a 2:14, but again, we've got Tokyo Denki stationary. And the real downside of this, Phil, is when you're restarting these cars, it takes a lot out of your battery to start these cars over and over. You can only do it so much.
Yep, exactly.
You need to have that time of the engine running just to charge the battery.
Yeah.
In fact, with these single-cylinder motors, we've found that the alternators barely charge the battery.
Yeah, right.
So with the Yamahas, we actually had to change ECUs and PDMs in order to get to a point where we were slightly charging. Yeah. Otherwise, we were draining our battery down throughout a run. So any start that you're putting into it is taking capacity out of that starting battery, and you just can't keep doing it.
No.
So they'll need to find a way to keep that car running. You know, drive it a little bit differently.
Yep.
Or maybe when it's coming stationary, you can do a little bit where you start to bump start the car a bit.
Yeah.
You know, pop the clutch in when it's starting to go, and then pop it out when you want to try and go. You have to find a way to not let the engine shut down.
Yeah, that's a crucial problem. And the setup of the vehicle would be such that the start battery would be at an absolute minimal capacity for what's required. And it's done it again.
And see, that's exactly the time where the driver really could have done something there.
Yep. It has restarted okay, so...
Yeah, there's only so much you're going to be able to do that. So it's just got to find a way to drive around it. It's really unfortunate, but once you're in that situation, your mind as a driver cannot be on how we're going to go faster.
Yeah.
Your mind has to be on how do we get this through the event.
How do we get the reliability through change of driver. And
we have UWA coming through there quite cleanly through that Lamb, they look like they're probably going to be the class of these cars that are currently on track.
Yeah, I think so.
Tasmania's last lap was a 2:21, and QUT's last lap was a 2:22, and Tokyo Denki, with all those stops, it's a 3:17, but Western Australia a 2:04 on that lap. So fairly close to where they were. And again, Tokyo Denki has stopped.
Oh no, same spot as before too.
UWA going around, that there won't be any penalty for that as an off course. The organisers are very good around those sorts of things and understanding. But at some point, that they're not going to get that car restarted if it keeps cutting out. And it'll be horrible to see Tokyo Denki come down here regularly. They're a regular competitor at Australasia, and it does look like they are pushing that car to the side, and that's so sad.
Yep. But they will go away and assess exactly what's happened here. They will be back.
Yeah, that's pretty odd. You don't actually see that very often, that when a car is running that it'll cut out like that.
No.
So, maybe there's an intermittent electrical fault. It's hard to tell, but it's not a common failure mode for ICs around this event. So UWA here driving very, very... This car is just set up so well to drive.
It is. It looks nice and easy to drive. The driver is very relaxed, minimal amount of input to the steering, and just seems to be working beautifully to get around the course.
Oh, well, I think their vehicle dynamics package on that car is really, really good. The downside is they're just carrying a little bit too much weight.
Yeah, okay.
So if they can find a way to bring some of that weight out, they're going to finish well here. They're going to have a really good weekend. But I think if they could find a way to take some of that excess weight out, they're really going to start to trouble some of the teams that have gone a lot faster.
Yep.
And you can have good results where you finish well because some of the teams have dropped off around you. But what you want to be is you want to be in a position where you are dictating whether your weekend has gone well, not the reliability of other people. And they're so close. They're a team that's looking to break through to that next level. And it's going to take a little bit, 20, 30 kilos. But if you find that sort of weight, all of a sudden you're in that next barrier. You're in that next group of cars.
Yep. And
starting to really challenge for podiums just on raw pace.
Yeah, that was the catch-up point there was beautiful, as good as you could possibly get for the two cars.
Absolutely. West Australia got held up a little bit by Tokyo Denki that previous lap, and they had a 2:13, and Tasmania's was a 2:21.
Yep.
So Tasmania's, doing pretty well. Nice, consistent laps. University of Western Australia is looking for, just finishing this event. It's been such a shame we haven't seen the other West Australian university in Curtin out on track. They have not had a good weekend. They haven't had a good lead up.
No.
And I feel devastated for them. They're an excellent team. They've built a really, really nice car, and to not see it on track so far has been it's been a real shame.
Yeah.
There's still a chance for them to get. So some of the teams that haven't run so far, we've still got an hour 30 in this session. Mm-hmm. They can come out. We haven't seen Auckland out. Auckland have missed their spot.
Yeah. I'm not sure what's happened there, because they did push out, but too late for the event earlier. So I'm not sure what's happening as to where they will come out for this one.
Well, in endurance, the rules are fairly clear. So it's not unlike where the Australian competition has put a run order in for the other events. For endurance, if you miss your slot in endurance, there's a time penalty, but that's it. You have a 2-minute time penalty, and then you go on and run from there.
Yeah, right.
Oh, look at this. I have had, from my faculty advisor, co-faculty advisor, has bought me an ice cream here.
Yeah. Where's mine with no nuts?
Okay, so Phil has
requested. My order is now in.
The order is now in for Phil. But this is, my co-faculty advisor, Nando. He's a really big fan of the Days of Thunder movie, which is why we're starting to watch it each week. And one of the favourite lines is, "We're sit back eating ice cream," and So there was the offer, if we did well, that he'd bring an ice cream up, and he's a man of his word.
He's a man of his word, yeah. So I've now got to continue on my own whilst you manage to gulp down that ice cream. And everybody outside is all going to go and look for an ice cream, I'm sure. And you've got Queensland University of Technology on track, managing to... I'm laughing because Kevin spilled his ice cream. He'll want to pinch mine when it arrives. So Queensland running quite slowly here, Kevin, but I think they're going slow in just to give you plenty of time to eat your ice cream.
Yeah, well, the bit of the ice cream that's still on the ice cream. Yeah. That was definitely an old man turbo lag moment.
Dear.
Yeah, the students are very good at coming up with names and flying accusations at us, and the old man turbo lag one came about this week, and they've really latched onto that. Yep. But I don't know, as a comment, I think it's a bit mid. It's a bit 6-7.
A bit 6-7 and a bit mid. Well, there you go. I don't know what either of those things mean, so I'm well out of it.
Either do I, Phil. It's young people talk. It's not supposed to make any sense, I think.
So what about Nando? Has he got any nicknames that have arrived out of everything that's going on?
Oh, Nando. I think Nando gets more nicknames than me. I just don't know if I can repeat any of them.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. We'll leave that well alone.
No, Nando's he's a design lecturer. So he definitely pushes them to try and make sure their designs are as good as possible.
Yep.
And he's also Italian. So
speaks with his hands a lot.
Speaks with his hands, and there's definitely hand gestures around certain design features.
Eat that ice cream. It's getting all over the place. You don't want to see everybody what's going on in here with his with Dr. Kev and his ice cream. I might have to make some comments on his YouTube channel about how do you eat an ice cream in a sports car. You don't seem to do that well eating one in the commentary booth. And I can make all of those sorts of cheeky comments because he's got a mouthful of ice cream. So UQ doing another run around. Taking it quite steady, maintaining as much even throttle as possible to try and reduce the amount of energy consumption. If you're on it and off it, that will boost up the energy consumption a bit. Maintaining a nice smooth run is the best option. I'm not too sure how we're going for time there. We're currently 15:03, so we've still got plenty of time. The endurance event closes at 16:30. So, what's happened there? We've lost our screen. We've lost most. Of it, and I hear myself now. I've still got a black screen. Something's occurred in our production at the moment, so we're a little bit off air, which is handy because my ice cream has arrived.
Well, I'm past the worst of my ice cream, Phil. So that last lap from Tasmania was a 2:11.2. So picking up the pace a little bit. That's their best. And Western Australia is starting to get close to the tail end of their run. But great to see this QT out. They're just a few laps away from finishing their event. They've got a bit to go. You can hear a bit of wind coming through there. It's you can definitely hear it through the mics. But Western Australia's had a really, really good, solid run. They've been popping in and around that 2 minute most of the time. But QUT struggling a little bit just to keep the power down, but the first driver did manage to find a way to get the car into a 214, which is quite respectable for the issues they're facing. And this driver coming around now with the 226, so we'll need to find a way to decrease their times from there. This is the areas of the track where they're really struggling to pick up. Oh no, we've seen University of Tasmania here stranded, so it looks like we have another car to join Tokyo Denki as a non-finisher, and Tasmania had just been picking up the pace. They had done a 2:11. And they were getting close to the end of their first driver stint, and they've had to pull over. This is absolutely devastating for them. University of Western Australia doesn't have many laps to go. They've got 3 more to complete the endurance. This is what they've come all the way from Western Australia to do. It's been a difficult run for them over here in the preparation, but really looking to try and finish this strongly. But definitely feel for University of Tasmania and what they've gone through. They've worked really hard to get this car here. It hasn't been the easiest years of them. You can see in the background, QUT also had been struggling, but managing to keep getting that car around and completing laps. Marshall's just moving Tasmania there into a safe location.
Yeah, really tough there for Tasmania to suffer that bit of an outage, but I'm sure that they will go back, have a look at what went wrong, and make an appropriate change.
And Western Australia here coming through to they need to cross the start-finish line 3 more times. So counting down now. And this is the moment, in these last few laps, your excitement builds throughout the endurance run. You're thinking, oh, we're doing it. And when you get to those last few laps, that's when you stop getting excited and you start to get worried.
Yeah, you worry about the gremlins.
You stop worrying about times. Right now, I can guarantee you that the UWA students do not care one little bit about the lap times in the last few things. They are 100% focused on just the lap count.
Yeah, making sure they get those last few laps done.
The driver probably doesn't know what lap they're on.
No.
After you can usually count.
Oblivious.
Yeah, you count a few laps in, you can keep count, but you'll find that there's only 9 laps here, but when you're driving one of these, you forget the ability to count to 9.
Well, you're so busy concentrating on the cones and whether it's got to be on the right side of the car or the left side of the car, you probably, to some point, don't even know which part of the track you're on at times. You just go, oh, I've got to go that side of that cone.
Yeah, and I think what you're waiting for is, as a driver, he'll be in there going, when is the last lap thing? And one of the things you start to worry about, you get an idea that you're getting close to the end, and the thing you get a bit scared of, or at least I got scared of as a driver in this, is, have I missed it? Have I missed the last lap thing? And am I going to end up doing an extra lap? I never want to do that. We've seen that in the competition multiple times where the driver doesn't realise they have to come in.
Yep.
And you're just waiting for it because you're not looking at the flags.
Yeah, that's got to incur another penalty, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah, it's not good. Usually it's just added time.
Yep.
And then you're asking more fuel and all sorts of things. You don't want to do it. But it starts to become your worry because you don't know exactly where you are. Now, UTS is out. And we also have Taiwan out on their runs for endurance. And UWA should be receiving their final lap, their last lap signal over the start-finish line very, very soon. So there it is, last lap for the University of Western Australia. They've had a really good run. It's been good, solid times. And you see that overall in the fastest laps, they've been in 6th place overall in terms of fastest laps, and that puts them as the 5th fastest in EV, and they have been incredibly consistent in their lap times.
The regularity is almost breakfast brand perfect.
and this is what you want to see. So we don't know where the final finishing places for endurance are going to be, but they're not based on your fastest lap. They are based on your total lap time. And Queensland have been absolutely the star of the show when it's come to endurance. I don't think we don't expect that we're going to see that better unless we see maybe Auckland come out towards the end, running out of order.
Yep.
Apart from Auckland, I don't think there's going to be any other car that could potentially challenge that Queensland time. And they were consistently fast. There was a period during that run from Queensland where they were consistently putting in the fastest lap of the race every single lap. It was incredible to watch. But what we're seeing here from UWA is nice consistency. And what's really interesting is Taiwan, and their first lap has done a 2:08. That's not too far off where UWA was at the start. So Taiwan is probably showing a little bit of pace that they haven't shown previously in the competition.
Yeah, they've been foxing.
But here it is, the University of Western Australia. They've travelled a long, long way to do this. They had to go and get parts flown in from Western Australia a week ago to fix major systems. They have worked very, very hard at home, worked very hard in Victoria, and this is it. It's the last few corners. They come around to complete endurance.
Brilliant stuff.
What an
Absolutely
incredible finish.
Yep, that's great. Now, Kevin, your ice cream is just melting away there. I'm going to try and keep things going here a little bit whilst I can devour a little bit of my ice cream as well. So, bad luck to all of those people out there listening to you and I eating ice cream, but that's their bad luck if they haven't got one of their own. Queensland showing a bit of pace running around through this part of the track. Good applause there from the crowd. All of these teams are so supportive, not only of their own team, but of all of the other teams as well. Everybody just really supportive of the entire event. Taiwan, in the background there. They've done a really good job this weekend. Keep on going around. Queensland wriggling through the hatch there. I think as a driver you'd probably go home and have daydreams or nightmares about witches' hats. It would be somebody came and put a witch's hat in your room, you'd step around it in the wrong direction.
We've as the students have been watching TV at night, they've been putting witches' hats on their heads. I don't know if that's to try and ward them off during the event. But no, it's never nice to hit a cone. You never want that penalty, and you certainly don't want to be a driver to collect the most. But I've been really impressed with just how clean the driving has been.
It has been really good. The standard of driving, the standard of the cars has been just absolutely brilliant.
After seeing the Autocross, I thought, some of the drivers were really struggling with the layout. They looked like there were a few off courses here and there, and a few cones hit. But in the endurance, maybe it's just been that, especially most of these teams are electric teams, they back off just that little bit, and it gives that headspace for the driver to figure out, this is where the car needs to be, and they're not rushing it. And you see that from Queensland. When you get into that groove, you can really pick up some pace.
Yeah, absolutely. Taiwan here doing a really good job as well. Car's been running reliable all weekend. Just clobbered a cone, unfortunately.
Well, it looks like the driver's having to adjust their hand position on the steering wheel. Oh, yes. Okay, so when you're doing that and adjusting your hand position like that on the steering wheel, it's probably an indication, I would say, that steering wheel is, one, too small.
Yep.
And they're having to get both of their hands just to turn the car. So the driver's really having to put a lot of force in. And as these cars slow down, and this car is not at its full pace, the steering loads get massive.
Yeah.
This driver will really, really be struggling. And if you add in a few little issues in your steering system, maybe running a bit too much caster, a bit too much mechanical trail, the loads going into the steering can be quite high.
Yeah.
And those are sort of mistakes that are really easy to make as a team in designing. And you can really see the driver just getting both hands on just to turn the steering wheel. That
and
really
I think the
having to
driver is actually a little bit crammed in there as well. The cockpit area doesn't seem to be quite big enough to accommodate that driver.
And this is I reckon if you went and drove that car, that would be the one thing you'd want to change first, more than anything. And you think all of the work that goes into the powertrain, the aerodynamics, the chassis build, and what they've got is a steering system that is just got too much load for the driver to get through. They're having to adjust the position of their hands constantly throughout the lap.
Yeah.
That will be absolutely exhausting for the driver.
And really, really easy to misgrab the steering. And when I've been in situations in cars like this where you've made a mistake, you're running that too much caster, the steering load goes up, and we've had cars where the steering wheels are a bit too small, and you start to fear coming up to a corner because you know that your forearms are really going to bear the brunt of it. You start to get the back of your shoulders starting to ache, and when the car's running well, 9 laps on a track like this feels like not enough. Yeah.
But when your car has a really high steering load, like what this is, as soon as you've done 2 to 3 laps,
you're looking for the exit.
You're done. And I won't name the team, but there was a team that came over to Western Australia from Victoria, and I had a drive of their car. It was one of the early electric cars.
Yep.
And great power. You put the throttle down, you could really come out, but the steering was really, really badly set up. It was so much load that despite having a bit of fun after 3 laps, I was like, no, that's enough. I'm hopping out. I'm not driving this anymore. And I said, thank you very much. And maybe said, your steering's a little bit on the heavy side.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to tell you what's wrong with it.
I'm not hopping back in. Thank you very much. And it was really, I would have thought in that car that I drove, if you'd fixed the steering, it was going to be worth 3 to 4 seconds a lap, easy.
Yeah.
Just in having the car easy to drive. It's actually an area we spend a lot of time on to ensure that the driver is able to go as fast in the final lap as they do in the first lap. And we saw that. In Canterbury and Edith Cowan University, their fastest lap was their last lap.
Yep, that's right. And there's no good having a really good handling car that you can't steer because it's too heavy in the steering. It's just not going to be an achievable issue.
And you would think that on a car these are a lightweight car here is anywhere from 150 kilos to 170. The Taiwan's probably sitting at 250 and around that region. You think a car at 250 kilos, how can it have heavy steering? But you've got to think that when you get your caster wrong or your mechanical trail wrong, you're actually trying to lift the car.
That's right.
The driver is trying to lift the weight of the car as they're turning the steering wheel, and then you put a small steering wheel on it.
Yeah.
And it's incredibly difficult.
So steering axis inclination and the scrub radius is also another aspect of what can seriously affect those loadings.
Oh, 100%. And I've mentioned it before. I do have a YouTube channel. But one of the things I was looking at was exactly that, the steering geometry and how that affects the loads that are going through the steering system as you change your mechanical trail. So mechanical trail is if you look side on. So that's the line that if you take a line through the upright points and intersect it with the ground, side on, you have mechanical trail. And if you look front on, you have your scrub radius. Yeah. And a lot of people do focus on scrub radius and try to get that low. but you also need to focus on mechanical trail.
Oh, we've got...
oh, no. So QUT, it does look like it's still... The light is still flashing, so it's still live. No, but we've seen a green light now. Oh, they were on their last lap, Phil.
Now, what has happened? Are they able to get it to restart?
Not only were they on their last lap, but they'd also just done their fastest lap time with a 2:12.
Oh, no.
And I'm hoping that the driver just hasn't gone a little bit too much. They have had issues. In Autocross, they kept stopping the car.
Yeah.
They did get it re-going. I'm just hoping. Yes, they've got it re-going.
Got it going again. So gently off for the remainder of that lap.
I'm wondering, they've just done their fastest lap. I'm wondering if that's the driver just getting a little bit too excited, forgetting what the job was.
Yeah, and just stepping the limit of a car that's not quite right. Just going that little bit too hard and overstressing it.
And this is where you really want to make sure when you're hopping in that car, you've got to, yes, you want to enjoy it and you want to drive the car, but when you're having issues, you just need to realise what you're there for.
Yeah.
And what you're there for is to finish.
Yeah. And, well, looks as if they are going to finish, but...
don't say that yet, Phil.
Commentator's curse. No, you're the one that gives the commentator's curse. I can just give them encouragement.
Oh, no, I feel bad for Tokyo Denki.
Yeah.
This is great to see, though, from QUT, getting it running again. And that is a sign of testing, too. So, obviously, the driver knows how to get it running again. So, it means they've spent time in the car, because... You don't necessarily have the people that are working on your powertrain and doing all of that as your drivers. And so you need to make sure that whoever is driving your car, regardless of what they worked on in the car, they understand how to get it working, what's going to mean when you have to restart it. And the only way to do that is by getting out early, putting drivers in the car.
That's right.
And we have a finished endurance. And look at them go.
I think we'd say they are happy.
They're incredibly happy.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what we're talking about. Is that, yes, they're going to be massively disappointed as a team that they couldn't run fast here.
Yeah.
But what they've been through is they had a car that had problems.
Yeah.
And they've worked on it as a team.
Yep.
And they've been staying at the same caravan park that our students have been at.
Okay.
And they have been working. You see them come together as a team, working on that car, working through issues. So they've problem solved it, got it to finish endurance. Yeah, when on reflection, they're going to go, what if? What if we had it right? But they're going to be very happy that they've solved that problem together.
Now, what's happened here for...
so it looks like Taiwan is now skipping. No, it looks like a yellow flag. So entirely sure whether that is for Taiwan or if there's another issue there.
I think what might have happened was gone the wrong side of... some of the witches' hats.
We're talking about the steering. Maybe the driver just decided, no, I'm not steering through those.
Yeah.
This driver has been in this car for 6 laps already, and that's 6 laps of constant turning of the steering wheel. And while we've been doing this, UTS has just moved up a couple of places in the fastest lap time. They're another team to join under 2 minutes with a 1:58.1. Flinders University, another IC car out on track.
Yeah, so this is another car that's really cut down and not carrying all the aerodynamics and bits and pieces on it. It's been doing quite a good job.
Yeah, their last lap from Flinders was a 2:37, so it's not one of the faster cars at the moment. Maybe the drivers will get some experience during this endurance event, and we'll actually start to see their times coming down. If we do, that'll probably be a good example of maybe they didn't get the driver training that they would have been after. So we'll watch this one and see if the times start to come down. And hopefully they've got a driver in there that has a chance to return next year.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely gutted. We couldn't see Griffiths out and running with that engine failure right at the start of comp. They had a beautiful car. They've gone back to the IC. And they really looked like they were going to be a car that we were worried about in terms of the pace that they could put on track.
Yep.
You always, if you're bringing a single-cylinder car, you always start to worry about these four-cylinder cars.
Yeah, okay.
Because you know you might have some points in fuel economy on them, but you are concerned about just having the speed.
Yeah.
And Griffiths in the past have been a really, really fast team. They had a really nice car. It's such a shame we haven't been able to see it on the Blendline TV coverage.
Yeah.
Because it would have really been good for viewers to see what they had built. A really nice put-together car. And I think this Flinders University car is pretty well put together too. Lots of attention to detail, and you can really tell the love they've had for the project.
Yeah, it looks a comfortable car on the track, so it's not a bad car. It's driver doesn't seem to be struggling with the car to manipulate it through these witches' hats.
You see a little bit of rearranging of the hands there.
Just as we talk about it, there's quite a bit of rearranging there for the really tight one.
Well, what happens when you're at the peak of grip? So when you're at your maximum lateral UTS, they did do a couple of spins on the Autocross. They'll need to make sure that they're well controlled if they want to finish endurance well.
Yeah.
But what you see is when the tyres get close to their peak lateral grip, so when the car's really pushing it, you have the self-aligning moment of the tyre. So the self-aligning moment is what's trying to pull the tyre back straight. And when you've got low slip angles on your tyre, you have a lot of self-aligning moments. So the tyre really wants to go back to a straight position. So you're fighting against that.
Yep.
But near your peak lateral capacity of your tyre, so when the car's really, really flying, you've got good cornering grip, the self-aligning moment drops to basically zero.
Yeah, okay.
And so you have a lot less load that you put through your steering system. Yep. So when we said the cars, they feel easier to drive at the limit, it's because you've actually got less load that you're feeding through the steering. And so you're able to drive it much more precisely.
Yep.
And I think what happens is a car, it sort of feels like it starts to be on its tiptoes.
Yep.
And you're dancing it through the corners rather than wrenching it.
Yep, correct.
And when you've got the cars that you're not able to get up to there, or you're driving in a way that's not getting up to there, you sort of think as a driver, the loads are just going to get bigger and bigger, and I don't want to push it. But the actual answer is just push it. Just get up there. Get to the limit of the tyres.
And another car completed
first half for UTS.
First half, and we've got
Flinders there. Looks like they are stationary.
And that looks like Old Faisal University coming up in the background. They're about to start their session.
Yeah, we've got quite a few teams that we haven't seen out here on track. So I don't think we've seen University of Wollongong yet. Now they were doing pretty well in Autocross, so hoping to see them out on track. We've still got to see. So Tokyo Denki, unfortunately, didn't get too far along into their run.
No.
We haven't seen ADFA come out yet, so I'm not sure if they're ready to go. There's a couple of other universities that we aren't going to see out there that are still in the pits. They're not going to get through scrutineering. Definitely Griffiths we're not going to see them out, unfortunately.
No. No amount of chewy gum is going to fix that one.
No, I'd love to see the University of Adelaide out on track. We haven't seen University of Auckland. They weren't able to complete the Autocross run. Hopefully we're going to see them. That would be a fast car, but we haven't got to see them on the track. And Monash, a really sad story for Monash, not making it through scrutineering. We haven't seen them come out to pass the brake test. I don't think that's going to happen. It's almost unbelievable to have a Monash entry that doesn't make it out onto track. It's crazy. And the students have done so much good work on that car.
Yep.
When I saw it, I had it in my list of the top 4 or 5 cars that I thought these are cars with a good chance to win this competition. And Monash were pretty high up on that. They built a car that was under 200 kilos.
Yeah.
Had real speed. I'd seen some footage of it running around in practice, and just not able to make it through scrutineering. Curtin University, we haven't seen out yet. Hopefully we're going to see them. We have seen them line up for a brake test.
Flinders being pushed away, so
that's horrible
that's
to see.
Unfortunate.
So, we might not see too many more cars coming out.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to see Flinders being pushed out of the road.
And that's devastating for them. So there'll just be a little bit of a pause as they clear that car. They've really focused on making sure that there's safe operation of the event. Clark, of course, is really very concerned about the safety of the students. Yep. This is not a wheel-to-wheel racing event. You don't want to drop the hammer going through some sort of accident site. It's not like the movies. In fact, I couldn't believe in Days of Thunder, it's like, put the yellow flag up, please. You don't go drive through incidents like that. That's a surefire way to end up in hospital and meet someone like Nicole Kidman.
Yeah. Now, I've got someone else here for a bit of an interview, Dr. Kev. So we're just going to do a bit of flipperoo with some microphones here. And we've now got on the headset Chris from Caterpillar. How's things, mate?
Very windy. Very windy.
That's what brought you up. You've got blown up here. Here's me thinking you came up to do an interview with me, but no, in reality, you just got blown up the stairs.
That's right. Straight up the main straight here at Calder Park Raceway. I mean, the weekend, the last few days has been absolutely phenomenal to observe. I mean, as alumni from many years ago now, it's great to see the advancement, not just in the technologies, but how the students and the teams have evolved over the years as well. Looking back on my involvement and many others, it was very much the engineering competition made up largely, if not 100%, of engineers.
Yep.
And what we're seeing these days is what I refer to as academic diversity.
Yeah, okay.
We're seeing business majors, we're seeing the digital teams, media teams coming in to operate these cars and these race teams, we call them.
Well, I know Redback, they've got quite a strong media team behind them. They seem to be doing lots of presentations and things throughout the year with what they go on with their team. So that's really good to see. But going back to Caterpillar, so you're here as the naming rights sponsor for the event this year. What can you tell us about Caterpillar in Australia and where that's all at?
Yeah, sure thing. So second year as title sponsor, and our third year as a sponsor tied to the event. And then one of the key attractions we see with Formula SAE is the alignment with what we're doing with Caterpillar globally, not just here in Australia. A couple of key work streams is electrification. Okay. So we're working quite heavily to look at alternative energy sources.
Yep.
One of them very much being battery electric technologies for not just our earth-moving equipment, looking at some of the other mobile and non-mobile solutions as well. Right. So our rail industry, looking at a marine industry, as well as energy storage systems.
Yeah, right.
And as we swing across, is very much complementary to those technologies is autonomous solutions. Yeah. So within Caterpillar, for the last few decades, we've been working through autonomous development of our mining equipment primarily, as well as lots of other digital and technology overlays for other earth-moving products, geofencing, remote control type operations, where an environment might be present we don't want to put an operator into.
Yeah,
so we remove the operator from that hazard, allow the machine to do its thing, and continue to either move resource, construct an industry construction or something of that nature. So that's become very prominent here in Australia over the last, I'd say, 15 years. Very heavy presence, if not industry leader, for automation of large mining trucks here in Australia. And we're talking several hundred, what we call 793 mining trucks amongst some of our other models. So 240-ton payload type applications are completely driverless.
That's a big wheelbarrow.
It is a very big wheelbarrow, and there's a very large team in the background that's either doing product development or the deployment and implementation portion of it. So we've got quite an array of skill sets that we look for in the individuals, much of which we see here at Formula SAE in talking with students.
Yeah, brilliant.
And the future for everyone, I think, is very ripe. And we talk about Formula SAE students being more industry prepared or industry ready, and that's their professional skill sets, their technical skill sets, but also their ability to hold a conversation and convey information across. We see that as a key attribute that we look for in the individuals as well. Again, this is prime hunting ground, and we're going to endeavour to stay aligned with the program as it continues to grow over the years. And I would put a call to action out to all our other industry partners, our peers, and even our competitors out there. If you haven't had a look at Formula SAE and the talent that comes out of this place and the program, take a step back, have a look at it, and just assess how that might fit into your business and how do we support STEM moving forward. Formula Kids is something that's a little new to Formula SAE, and we're getting in there early. We start that conversation early and just open the eyes, I think, to other possibilities for work, for employment opportunities, for global experience, for people that as they evolve from primary school through their high school years and into potentially tertiary education.
Yeah, brilliant. So your display here this weekend, you've had plenty of people coming and chatting with you?
We have had a bunch of foot traffic through, from our battery engineers who loved a good chat with myself, through to some of our autonomous teams that were present, just to also understand, and sometimes also assist some of these students as they went through debugging and troubleshooting, which we all know in industry is 101. We're problem solvers, and these teams, these students were still at it this weekend. One of the things I thought was very impressive was the number of business-related students. So here in Australia, we've got obviously our engineering and product support protocols and executions. But in addition to that, we have a very strong financial and a very strong marketing and sales group scattered across multiple offices here in Australia, from Perth, Brisbane, right down to here in Melbourne, with our headquarters for Australian operations.
Yeah, and so having students coming through that maybe not doing engineering, but they've been a part of SAE, they build a better knowledge of engineering terminologies even and availabilities and the various bits and pieces involved in all of that, to then go into work in industries that are engineering businesses like Caterpillar.
That's right, Phil. Building that technical
the bridge, I guess, between the marketing and the engineering. That's right. It's not always there.
No, it's certainly not. And it can be a bit of a unique skill set to hold, being able to have both a commercial conversation, dollars and cents, what does it mean for the contractor, what does it mean for the miner, what does it mean for any type of industry application. Ultimately, everyone's out there to make money. So we look at our owning and operating costs, we look at our total cost of ownership, but how can we apply not just mechanical fixes, but digital fixes and services to that end user, and having that technical prowess as well as the commercial and the business acumen is highly regarded. And particularly as students coming through that are perhaps they've got the one up on their peers that maybe didn't do the program. It's looked at upon favourably.
Now, Chris, I'm going to come back and let's have a look at what's happening on screen. We've got Al Faisal University out there. They've come all the way from Saudi Arabia. Their car is probably, I think we've got to be honest and say it's not the best car that's out there, but it is performing so much better than what they were able to achieve last year. They did achieve a certain level, but they seem to be achieving much better this year. So really good to see them come along, and the driver there urging the car to go. It's yes, come on car, go, and manages to get it going. What do you see with the likes of these machines from overseas? We welcome them with open arms, and really good to see them. But what's your view on on these teams from overseas?
Look, we certainly see a variety of capability and complexity in the vehicles. Some have access to some of the, some outstanding technology, and some phenomenal skill sets within the teams and within the universities themselves. And we come back to this being an engineering competition, and the carrot is the fact that it happens to do with motorsport and the ability to design and the opportunity to design and build a race car and compete on track. So whilst they may not necessarily be the fastest on track, the willingness is there, the fortitude is there, and ultimately to finish first, you've got to finish.
That's right.
And these guys are out there and they're doing it. So we really wish them all the best. Reliability and durability are key portions of not only motorsport but mobile product in general.
Yep.
So we continue to see him perhaps a little frustrated at the moment. The vehicle's not quite performing to his expectations, but the wheels are turning, and there is a path forward for that vehicle, which is fantastic to see, and it's a credit to not only this team but all of our international participants that are here. It's great to see you again.
Yeah. Chris, thanks very much for coming up and having a bit of a chat to us about some things Caterpillar and things SAE.
It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be amongst it, and again, it's great to just have that conversation in pit lane with each team, understanding what their journey for 2025 has looked like, and what their plans are as they move into 26, both personally and professionally. It just helps that network, and I think it shines a fantastic light of positivity on the event moving forward.
100%. And to anybody out there listening, if you haven't been down to see the boys or the people at Caterpillar, go and do it, because it's a very valuable place to go and have a bit of a chat.
Sure is. More than welcome to come along, and we'll have those conversations accordingly on any aspect of the competition or our product.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Chris.
Thanks again, Phil.
So when the headset was exchanged again, we'll have Kevin back in the seat. And Kevin, how windy is it out there? You've been out there and experienced it's blown more of that hair off the top of your head.
I know, old man turbo lag, missing that hair. Gone white in the beard. Haven't gone white and too much white in the hair, but I've certainly thinned out. And being out in this wind in Victoria is certainly threatening the last vestiges of a head full of hair. How good is this UTS car, though?
Yeah.
Like, just going around, they've put in some good times. They have their fastest time is a 1:56, which is pretty respectable. That's quicker than the University of Western Australia's fastest time. So pretty exciting to see them do well. It definitely is a car that has had a few little incidents.
Yes, we've seen it pointed in the wrong direction a couple of times.
Yeah, although, depending on what sort of event you're in, if you're in a burnouts, then you sort of got to point it in all directions, right?
Drifting competitions, yeah.
It's great to see. It looks like this driver is doing the job now and making sure they're going to see this through to the end. They haven't got a lot to go. So.
No, they must be well into the final stages of their section of the endurance event.
Yeah, they have 4 more times to cross that start-finish line.
Well, there we go. So you're the man that's counting these laps down, doing a great job there.
Oh, if it looks like a great job, all I can do is thank Natsoft. The timing officials do a fantastic job of this. And Natsoft, if you've never done it, you look up Natsoft on online, and it has live timing for just about all of the events that you could imagine.
Yeah.
And you can watch how it's going. You see all of the detail. So on a screen, you generally only see the fastest lap. But I mean, the footage from Blendline has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, brilliant.
It's really, really good working with them. But when you're looking at the Natsoft, you get to see the last lap, gaps, how many laps are completed. It's really good. Being an engineer, I'm a data guy, so I love seeing all of the
details.
Facts
and figures, yeah.
In fact, this year watching, I managed to pay for the the official feed for the Le Mans race, the 24-hour race.
Okay. Yep.
Usually my favourite race of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And I was absolutely astounded by the media coverage. It was a nominal fee, $20, $30, but then you could go and watch in-cars from all of the cars.
Yeah.
Great timing. Oh, it was absolutely fantastic. Great way to pass the day. UTS right on the back of our Faisal here.
Yep, so they'll come up to the passing point at some point. Not too far away, I suspect.
Now, interesting that we haven't seen Wollongong out. Wollongong were running in the Autocross, so interesting to see why they haven't managed to get a start. Maybe they're up there.
Yeah, could be.
So there we see passing UTS. They have 3 more times to visit the man with the checkered flag. He's only going to show his flag on the last one, though. So we see University. There we go. University of Adelaide lined up.
Yes.
There is the Auckland. So we could see a bit of fireworks at the end of the competition. All of these cars, University of Adelaide, Wollongong, and Auckland, they're all capable of good speed.
Yeah.
Auckland, having missed the Autocross, will be going out on a mission. You know, it's going to be very difficult for them. It's almost impossible to claw back the lost time of not running Autocross.
Yeah.
They easily won the acceleration event. So that will offset some of the loss of that Autocross time. They were right at the pointy end for the skid pad as well. They were looking like the clear favourites to win this competition, but they'll need to get good points here, and it's maybe not out of the question that they could steal the win for the competition overall. They would have to run fast though.
Yep.
And wouldn't that be an upset? You know, not completing an Autocross and being able to win the competition.
Now this is interesting. Faisal University has actually come back and looking to pass the car that's just passed them.
Yeah, well, UTS wasn't going a lot faster than Faisal. You know, you'd think as the track marshals, you'd let this play out a little bit, because you might have some sections of the lap where the UTS is noticeably faster.
Yep.
But you can see Faisal's really on the back end of UTS here.
Yeah.
And what you don't want to see is this backwards and forwards.
No.
You know, in fact, if you're Faisal, I'm not sure that you'd want to be, if you're not running significantly faster, you don't necessarily want to get back in front.
No.
Because all you're going to have to do is do this again.
Unless they've found something extra in the car, or this car has lost something and its performance level has just dropped off. Driver is shaking his head.
Oh, he's way too close. That's completely out of order there. The driver needs to back off. That is just dangerous.
So Faisal does get the pass there now.
That was not the sort of driving that you'd want to see. They are told in driver briefings not to drive like that. That if they are caught, to trust that the marshals will sort it out.
Yep.
And all that would have had to happen there is UTS have a small issue, and then you have a car contact.
Yeah.
No, that one, I would hope the marshals will have a talk to that driver and just say, you need to calm down. And if you were doing that in these sorts of events, it's not uncommon for them to pull you in, have a chat, and say, stop that.
But I tell you what, Faisal University is travelling quite a bit faster now. They're coming back up on the back of Taiwan and straight past there, no hold up there.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing Taiwan here. The times have definitely dropped off. So they were at the 2:08, but they're a lot slower now, and the drivers are dealing with that steering.
Yeah.
So Taiwan only have a few more laps to go, and that driver will be absolutely aching, literally aching, to get out of that car.
Yep.
And get some relief from the pain they would be feeling in their forearms.
Yeah.
This will be a difficult end for them, but they want to see it to the end.
Yeah, they do.
If you just drive it through a finish, it does look like UTS has dropped off the pace a little bit.
It does, doesn't it?
They've really slowed down.
I do wonder whether their level meter on their battery has sort of come in and said there's not a lot of level left here. You need to back off the energy consumption to be able to get to the end of this.
Well, hopefully it wasn't the first driver losing too many electrons when they were going roundabouts.
Yeah, it could have been.
Having a bit too much fun. They are on the back of Taiwan. They're both going very slowly. We used to see this quite a few years ago when the EVs were first coming in. It was not many of the cars could run at good pace towards the end. We didn't really see what we saw from, say, Canterbury and Queensland, where they put both of them as EVs put their fastest laps on at the end. We generally saw this. We saw the cars slowing down towards the end.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, I think it's a real credit to all of these teams running EVs that we don't see a lot of this anymore.
No.
We see fast running to the end. At UTS, they just needed to finish this lap. They're on the last lap now.
Yep.
They'll probably get the pass from Taiwan. They won't have to worry about being stuck behind them for the whole lap. I'm not sure they're going significantly faster anyway, though.
No. Yeah. What's happened here?
There's been a bit of a mistake.
Yeah.
So Taiwan was called in. UTS has stopped. Driver's a little bit unsure of what's going on.
Yeah.
You know, I think there was a mistake there. The Taiwanese driver, he didn't pull in when he was supposed to.
Yep.
The UTS driver wasn't supposed to pull in.
Yep.
So that's mistakes on both. And you can see the hands going up from the University at UTS. But
it would be frustrating.
It was frustrating, but he came in when he didn't need to. It's not entirely the marshals at fault there.
No.
In fact, I don't think it's the marshals at fault at all.
No,
that was
not
sort
at
of
all.
initiated by the driver from the Taiwan team not coming in.
Yep.
And who would blame the Taiwan driver? His arms are burning now.
You mean I've got to turn the steering wheel again?
Yeah, I've got to go into the slow bay and then turn back out. I know that's frustrating, but you've got to look at this. In reflection, you've got to look at this in the bigger scheme of things. He's on the last lap now.
Yeah.
All that needs to happen is finish. And, not being close to Taiwan and having a bit of clear air towards the end and not complications, that's probably not a bad outcome. It hasn't affected his time too much. In fact, the lollipop went up to indicate it going through, and the driver wasn't aware that they had to do that. So there's a little bit that the driver could have, maybe missed that in the briefing. But how good is this to see UTS coming around to finish their final lap? They're once again catching up on Taiwan. So this will be frustrating for the driver. But you know what? They're about to finish endurance.
Yeah, exactly.
They're about to do it. What they came here to do.
Here.
And you know what? This driver is going to have this story to tell for the rest of his life.
And 15, 20, 50 years' time, this driver will be telling that story.
In my final drive in Australia, I got caught behind a car that was rearranging the track. And the marshals wouldn't blue flag them. And I was getting these cones constantly in front of the car. We were significantly faster. And the number of times I tell that story, it says, what if? It was incredibly frustrating. These things happen.
Yeah, they do.
It's not a professional motorsport event.
No.
And this is some of the things that we expect to happen. But there you go. UTS, the fist goes up. I think the driver realises, for the frustration of the last lap, what an achievement. That's absolutely fantastic. And another team finishes. And Taiwan's not far away from finishing.
No, that's right. And look, the poor driver's arms must be just... Oh, no. Look as if they've come to a...
That's
stop.
Really unfortunate there. And they didn't get too far into their run. They only managed to do 5 laps. That's really unfortunate. I sort of got a bit of an idea when we saw this car on Autocross that they were going to struggle a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, the UTS driver pumping the fists in the air, it is fantastic to see.
Yeah.
Everything is forgotten when you finish.
Yeah, 100%.
Now, I wonder whether the organisers, there are some of the teams like Wollongong and Auckland waiting to go out. I think they might hold off. No, they aren't. No, University of Adelaide. They're not going to hold off until Taiwan is cleared. Now, hopefully they can space them in a way that they won't get too disrupted. All of these teams are going to be having a 2-minute penalty.
Yep.
So You know, that is a little bit of a problem. I didn't think of that before when we were thinking about how Auckland could come back in this. They are running out of order. So great to see them getting out there, though. In the case of Adelaide University, though, they aren't running out of order because they didn't get a time in skid pad. So this is B where they are supposed to run. So there's no penalty for them.
No.
The time they get is going to be pure points.
Yeah, interesting.
I think the same is true for Wollongong. So the only one of those three teams that were sitting there waiting that's running out of order is Auckland.
Yeah.
So the other two are, you know, they've got a chance.
Very interesting.
Now, I don't think any of these teams, the only team I could imagine that might give a shake to UQ would be Auckland, but we haven't seen them run.
No.
So there's no guarantees. We haven't seen them on the autocross track. They were quick in acceleration, they were quick in skid pad, but that doesn't necessarily always transfer. And I know that from previous experience. So I own cars where they would be very, very quick on acceleration and skid pad and not really have that transient behaviour. But I have seen Auckland cars in the past, and they do know how to get those cars turning, and they do have good drivers. So looking forward to seeing if they get a run. There's not a lot of time left in this event, but we're seeing Taiwan here as they cross this start-finish line. This time around, they will be on their last lap. So there we go.
The last lap board, but I'm pretty sure it's the last lap.
I think I saw it just in the corner of the vision. So Taiwan about to, on their last lap, and what a relief this will be. This won't just be a relief for the whole team. It's going to be relief for the arms of the driver.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you can see that tight one. It's just...
Yeah.
It's difficult to get around.
Yeah.
So Taiwan just making their way around.
Now, we just did hear a little bit of a mention in the background that there's no official at the start line, so they're not sure whether these cars are going to be allowed to run, which will further make another lot of interest. There's the lollipop with no one handling the end of it.
Well, by the rules, there is clear provision in the rules for running out of order in endurance. There's a clear penalty scheme. And as mentioned, I'm fairly sure that with Wollongong and Adelaide, they're not running out of order.
No.
This is when they would be running in the endurance, because any team that has done the qualifying thing, so in this case the skid pad, they are required. They have a run order. But the teams that didn't, they run at the end once everyone else is gone. Now for those teams running, they are going to get a nice, clean track.
They are.
It's as clean as it's going to be. It's probably as good at conditions. It's not the hottest. Usually you like it a little bit hotter than this for your tyre heat. But it is going to be good conditions, and they are quick teams. They're teams that have been quick in the past.
They are. So the other thing is that the endurance event doesn't close until 4:30, so there's still plenty of time available. We're only 3 minutes to 4, so that gives them half an hour.
Yes, and I'm not sure whether that's gates closed. There hasn't been any hold up in this endurance run.
No.
So they have let cars go out as they've been going. So I would fully expect that to allow them to start. They may have to just extend the end of this.
A lot of people running down the pit lane here.
It looks like we have another car that may have just passed brake.
Yeah.
So this is very, very interesting. And we may have another one. Now, look at this. This is Taiwan. They have come here a long distance. A long distance to be here. And they're just passing the start-finish line. One more turn to go, and then the arms get some rest.
Yep.
There we go.
Mind you, the driver had enough energy to do a fist pump as they went through into the bigger paddock area. So that's a great effort.
That is so good to see. And we see University of Adelaide lined up a beautiful looking car. It's such a shame we haven't seen them run until now.
Yeah.
This looks like a really well put together car, but we get to see it in the event it's designed for.
And rapid off the start.
Oh, so I think we're going to see a little bit of fun at the end here,
Yeah,
Phil.
I think we are. They're going to do their 9 laps as quickly as they possibly can. Oh, no, that looked like a bit of a stall.
Now, obviously, the cars that are coming out here, these are the cars that have had issues in the competition. So we're not expecting that. You know, we've had incredible reliability in this event.
Yeah.
I mean, of all of the teams that have started, we've only seen 4 teams that haven't finished. So we've had 12 finishes out of 16 so far.
Yep.
And we have Wollongong coming out. Now, we did see Wollongong when they were out earlier that this was a little bit taily.
Yeah, this is their second driver, so...
Yeah, they don't have a rear wing on this. They don't have any sort of stabilising fin. And, already a little bit of stability.
And a dead cone.
Oh, no, hopefully that's... Yep.
Back and going again, but the driver will be going, not a lot of grip in those tyres just yet.
I'm thinking there needs to be something on this car to get a little bit more stability. It's not got that back end grip that you need. It's a bit on the other side.
Yeah.
You do need to set these cars up to be a little bit oversteer. They do need to rotate. Your acceleration is a really important part of what you've got to tune these cars for, but you can go too far.
Yep.
Most of my experience with these is you're battling understeer, and you're really trying to work the car to get that out. But I don't think understeer is the issue here. Or at least the driver's certainly able to induce oversteer.
Yes, quite easily, I think.
And Auckland.
Yeah, here we go. This is going to be a blinder.
A very, very rapid car.
Yeah.
They have a lot of time to make up because they are going in with a 2-minute penalty. They're running out of order. They should be the fastest car on track, and they're the only car, I think, that's got a chance of knocking off Queensland.
Yeah. Looking nice and smooth at the moment. The change of direction is really, really good in this car. The driver appears to be extremely comfortable in the car.
Yeah, a lot of power. They've only got one option here, is they have to go hard. If they want a good finish, not having that autocross finish, they need to go as hard as they can and hope they can keep it clean and hope that they've got enough juice in the batteries to do the whole run. And this is when you do miss an event, the pressure goes back on you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, big time.
You know, Canterbury were able to relax a bit. Hopefully Canterbury didn't relax too much because we didn't expect what we saw from Queensland.
No.
Maybe Queensland expected what we saw from Queensland. But they were just another level. I don't think Canterbury would have thought that they were going to be giving up 8 seconds a lap.
No.
To anyone.
No, not at all.
So Queensland have really done an amazing job here. And it'll be interesting. Auckland's going to have to do at least what Queensland did, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And they're going to have to do it lap after lap. Driver's doing a very good job wrangling the car around really tight through there.
It's a beautifully built car. The carbon work on it is amazing. And there's a lot of it. There's a lot of detail in the aero package. The chassis is beautiful. And that first lap from Auckland is a 1:52.
Whoa.
So already a good pace. The track is beautiful.
Yeah.
We've only ever seen this car come out at the very end of an event. We've never seen this car. Well, I mean, remember at the start of Autocross how greasy the track was.
Yeah, exactly.
It was really, really difficult to drive. We saw Kian from ECU put in a blinder early on, but they weren't able to match it later. But this track right now, rub it in. Absolute ready to go.
Yes, well, it's at its best that it's going to be for the day, that's for sure, with the amount of rubber that will have been put down.
And this is the part here, you see just a rapid turn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's four-wheel torque vectoring there, turning that very, very quickly. Wollongong looking pretty good as well. So Wollongong's last lap time was a 2:23, but they did have that time where they spent off, and Adelaide moving at a 2:02.9. So Adelaide's no slouch, but Auckland running about 10 seconds a lap faster than Adelaide on their first lap. I'd expect to see Auckland's second lap in the 140s.
Yeah, they're certainly looking like they're going to push down into that sort of a realm.
Yeah, I wonder what the students at University of Queensland might be thinking. They did make design finals as a team. I saw their car. Their car was a beautifully prepared car.
Yeah, okay.
So having put that speed on, I think that was a statement. I think it was a statement as, please consider us next time for your design finals. We can build a fast car.
Yeah.
But talking about fast cars, this is fast. Auckland crossing the line with a 149.4.
Yep, they're certainly pushing it back.
Now you see that movement. The previous lap from them was a 152. They dropped about 3 seconds off, but they've still got a gap to Queensland to catch.
Yeah, that's a big gap still.
That's not a given. It's a very, very fast car, but it's not a given they can get to that speed.
No.
No, this is another car, I think, lined up, ready to go
it is
out.
too, yes.
So that's the University of South Australia. And Wollongong here. It's a beautiful presented car.
Yeah.
Now, Wollongong has a big history in this competition. They've won the competition in the past. They've won internationally too. They were the first Australian team to win in an international competition. They won in the US.
Okay.
A long time ago now, but it was an incredible statement of the Australian competition.
Yeah, right.
And in fact, they were the first non-North American team to win that competition.
Brilliant.
So a number of teams from the UK, Leeds had gone over and had done a good job, but it took an Australian team to really make Formula SAE an international competition. And it was Wollongong that did it. And in fact, some of the alumni from that era where Wollongong were incredibly strong are back there now, helping out, doing some research, helping out with the technical team, and having those heads around to bounce ideas off has got to be helpful to this team.
Yeah.
I'd love to see Wollongong once again at the very top of the world. And Auckland there crossing with a 147.9, so they're working hard to try and get down to Queensland, but it's just putting it into perspective just how good that Queensland run was.
Absolutely. Now, and yes, they get the pass, but they did get held up. So they've now got to come back up to speed, try and get this lap done, and then try and put in another blinder on the following lap, provided they don't have to pass another car.
Adelaide out there at the moment, their last lap was a 2-minute .3, so they're also looking like they can drop into that under the 2-minute mark.
Yep.
Oh, in fact, they just have 157.7. So only the 8th team to drop under the 2-minute mark. Yeah, Auckland's absolutely flying around now.
Yeah, doing a great job, and that car, as you say, just looks so stable and predictable.
Yeah, and I think they've been a really, really strong competitor for quite a while, especially the switch to the EV. They have done some really very, very cool cars in the past. They've made custom engines and some beautiful gearboxes. They used to make a really, really small, narrow car with a lot of underbody aero. And as they switch to the EV, they've just found that whole next level of pace.
Yeah.
So they were always been a fairly quick car, but now they're always threatening to be that fastest car. But Queensland's wanted nothing of that. Queensland's have put the stamp on there. They've said, yeah, we're going to be the fastest car here. Canterbury did it in Autocross, and Queensland came out here. And maybe Canterbury was playing a game. We don't know what's going to happen when we look at the efficiency results.
No, we don't. That's right.
So maybe Queensland used a lot more.
Yep. There's a lot of other elements got to come into the final equation as to how this is all calculated. But University of Adelaide, that car is performing really rather well as well.
I know. And this is that bittersweet feeling, isn't it? They on this team so glad to see their car going out there doing a great job, But the question has to be, what if? What if we'd got out earlier? What if we'd been able to put a skid pad run?
Yeah.
You know, maybe there would have been a podium there.
Yeah.
But the team can enjoy this. And if you had to have a choice coming to this comp of doing all the other events but not finishing endurance, or finishing endurance and not doing any of the other events, you would take the endurance day in, day out.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
That was a really nice manoeuvre. Big flick of the tail to rotate the car around that corner. Not so much there, which probably could have been done there as well. Maybe it was an accidental beautiful move.
Well, I think that passing lane, when they're going past that, I think they're going out a bit too wide.
Yeah,
They're giving themselves a bit too much space. There's a lot of places where they can save some space. Knocked a cone down there. It was teetering for a while, but did knock down, so that will be a penalty. There's a few areas where maybe they could just drive a little bit tighter.
Yeah.
You saw most of the other teams not going out that wide. And of course, when you're going out on a line where it hasn't been cleaned up by other cars, you don't have as much grip there. 147.5 from Auckland, so their new fastest lap. Still a bit of a distance off where Queensland was, so they're not undoing their penalty.
No, they're not.
And very, very hard to do. I mean, it's 120-second penalty. So per lap, that's a lot. It's a lot per lap
for sure.
So it's going to put them back quite a bit. They did get good points in the acceleration, but overall, it's really going to hurt them. Now, Wollongong's last lap was a 2:06, their fastest lap. So this driver now starting to find the limit of the car, and
there's a cone and another
cone. Yeah, going out wide as well. I noticed those faster ones with Queensland and Canterbury and Edith Cowan, they weren't pushing that wide out in that section.
Here we go, University of South Australia. It's their first dynamic event, and you can tell because they've still got the stickers on those tyres. Those stickers will disappear.
And what happens if you see what's happened there? That's an off course.
Yeah.
And it was exactly about what I was about to say. It's that when you've got an event that's not going your way and you're having to work on the car and really push it through scrutineering,
everything goes wrong.
Everything starts to, because you've not got drivers focused on. You've got to go and do the track walk.
Yeah.
You've got to go and watch the other teams as they're going around. And all of those things that are required for you to do a good job on track, they start to get pushed aside as you're just trying to get through scrutineering.
Yep.
And so you do see mistakes like that. But it does look like the driver knows what they're doing, has spent some time in the car, so hopefully they'll figure that out.
Car certainly seems to carry good speed.
So Auckland into the 146s with the 146.8. Adelaide's really moving with a 152.8 in their last lap as well. So you're getting some really good speed, taking advantage of the fact that this track is really good.
Yeah.
It's really good for running right now. Now the sun's up. You're going to get some good temperature. Sun's decided to say hello.
Yeah.
Popped out from behind the clouds. That last lap. The last lap from Adelaide, a 154.4. And they've already done 7 laps.
Yeah.
Can you believe it? In this, because they're moving along, they're
zoom.
They're really churning through their laps pretty quickly. They're going to be at a driver change soon. South Australia, they're just struggling a little bit around that hairpin.
Yep.
And that's where normally this driver would have done an autocross, so would have had a siding lap. But this is seeing them for the first time.
Big cheer goes up as they've completed their first lap.
And it's a 2:13.8. So I think given all the incidents in that lap, that's a pretty respectable time.
Yeah.
We see Auckland crossing with a 1:47.9, so dropped off the pace just a little bit. and definitely not getting down to that Queensland time.
No.
Now, this is only one driver from Auckland, so we don't know who
true.
the second
We've still got
driver
the
is.
Second driver.
They could be an absolute gun and put really strong lap times in.
And it could be that this driver is just deliberately putting one in the bank.
Absolutely. We don't know the full potential. We don't know if this is the full potential of the car. I'm fairly safely say that UQ gave everything out there. I don't think they left anything out.
No, not at all.
And, now you have Auckland's going to have to contend with catching up to cars. So, this one's not going to cost them too much time. But they are stuck behind. The University of South Australia is not moving incredibly slowly. It's not what we saw with, say, Canterbury when they approached Melbourne and got done for, 20 seconds, 30 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
This Auckland car got through that fairly quickly. We'd expect that's only going to be, maybe 3 seconds, 4 seconds in that sort of range. But that is time compared to Queensland.
Yeah, Queensland had a bit of a dream run in that regard.
Yeah, they didn't have too many. I think I saw a couple of laps where they maybe lost 5 seconds or so passing someone. But I think they really were quite fortunate.
Yeah, they were.
I think when UNSW and Edith Cowan University and Canterbury were out, Melbourne was out rotating around, and all of those cars got held up a little bit. Looked like a bit of a pause there.
Yeah, it was.
So we'll see the time and how much they lost on that lap. And that was a 1:49. So, about 3 seconds. So they really only lost. So the car is picking up speed. The tyres are heating up. That certainly didn't slow them down too much. And even though this is the, accumulated time of the endurance, all teams want to have that fastest lap. Everyone wants to walk away with the fastest lap to the race.
Yep.
There's good bragging rights in there. That's the next time you're in the workshop, you go, next time we're going to come back and we're going to take it all. And we know because we were the fastest.
That lap time will be written up on the wall. Did you see the lap we did? There it is up there.
And the University of Adelaide's doing a pretty good job. Their last lap was a 1:55.8, which is pretty quick. So they, of course, had that 1:52. Very few teams have got down in that sort of region.
Yeah.
So this is a car that could have really challenged throughout the event. And that was a 1:53.8. And that's the driver change. They've done it so quickly.
Yeah, they have.
That was such a solid run.
Yeah.
This one really is a what if. Now, it'll be interesting to see with Adelaide whether that was... There's always one driver that's a little bit quicker than the other. And I'm always keen. Do teams put their quickest driver in first or second? I'm usually a fan of, putting the quicker driver actually in the worst conditions, putting them out straight away where you've got your tyres aren't up to temperature. Because I figure the time difference you get by having a better driver in, even though they don't do the quickest lap, you make up more time in your endurance by having them go out on the cold tyres.
And the difference is less.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And so some teams do it the other way around so that you get that quickest lap time, that fastest lap time. And that's part of the strategy. What are you aiming to do with your endurance? How do you get the best overall endurance time? And I think if you've got one driver that's slightly less experienced than the other, it's better that they go in a car that's got nice warm tyres. They don't have to worry the balance isn't going to change too much on them. They can go out and do a good run. And that's certainly how we did it when I was driving. I'd normally hop in first, hop out, hand it over to usually the number 2 driver, and they would then have good tyres to go, unless I destroyed the tyres by that stage.
Or the car.
Which in 2002 I sort of had destroyed the tyres.
Oh dear.
But often
turbo lag was lagging nothing.
Yeah, we had a bit too much caster that year and chewed up the insides of the front. So, Steve Visser, if you're listening to this, I'm still sorry. It was over 2 decades ago. I'm still sorry for it, and I know next time you speak to me, you remind me of it again.
Well, Well, I think he's probably putting up the money for a tattoo for I destroyed tyres across your forehead.
Oh, and Wollongong coming in for the driver change. And that was their fastest lap time of that stint with the 1:58.6. So they're under the 2 minutes.
Yeah, a handy time.
Yeah, and with South Australia's last lap was a 2:04. That was their fastest time. So they look like they might be able to get under the 2 minutes as well.
Yeah.
So we're dealing with 4 cars that would have been right up there. Absolutely right up there. And the weekend hasn't gone exactly to plan for them. But what a way to end the comp.
Yeah.
You know, to be able to get out there, show what your car is capable of.
That's right.
Get some points. And in the case of the teams like Wollongong, who did manage to get an autocross time, they're going to end up with a good haul of points. They're just missing out on those 2 events.
Yep. The University of South Australia actually got the car working really well. The driver is flicking the car through those cones really well.
Well,
a little slow around that tight hairpin there.
Well, the worrying thing for some of the other teams is I'm fairly sure that the University of South Australia and Adelaide are joining, I think, as universities. They're creating one team.
Yeah, that's been a bit of a thing in the news about the 2 universities over there becoming one.
So now you're taking 2 cars that we're seeing out there.
Yeah.
You know, they're 2 different philosophies. How would you mix them together?
Yeah. Maybe they start running 2 teams.
Yeah. I think that what you've got an opportunity to do is to build a really big, like, powerhouse team.
Yeah.
Because even if you have a really good team, one that's maybe a little bit faster than the other, no single team has all of the good ideas.
No.
There's really good students on all of these teams, and it's one thing to remember when you're looking at cars is not the quality of the car that you're seeing is not necessarily the result of solely the students there. Some of it is the history of the team.
Yep.
And sometimes you've got students on those teams that are absolutely fantastic that's maybe not reflected in the overall car because as a team they weren't as strong or their teamwork wasn't as strong.
Yeah.
So when you have an opportunity to take the best from 2 teams and join it together, they could be a real threat moving forwards.
Yeah, well, each team gets the engineering notes of the previous, each year gets the previous engineering notes of the year gone by.
So Auckland back out after the driver change.
Second driver looking nice and smooth.
Maybe looks on this first lap, maybe a little smoother, but maybe not as quick.
Yeah, might be a bit of concentrating on the smooth and let the speed come.
We'll see
what happens after a couple of laps. I think it might tweak up to be something a bit special here.
The car's definitely got it in it.
Yeah.
You can see that acceleration. You can see why this car won the acceleration event. Coming out of that corner, it was just all 4 wheels pulling that forwards. This is a very, very neat car. This is the sort of car, like the Queensland car, like the Canterbury car, that would do well in any competition around the world.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, talking about quality action, the camera work is just stunning. We've been privy to probably some of the best camera work that you're going to see in those sorts of events. Big thank you to Blendline TV.
Oh, I know this. And speaking to them a bit earlier today, and just because they've been at this event a while, they're starting to learn the shots and that they're looking for things that people are interested in seeing. And I've just loved watching this. This has been really good.
Yeah.
The only downside for people watching this on YouTube is they have to put up with us, Phil. They can't just have the good images. They've got to have us rabbiting on in the background.
Yeah. Well, we apologise for that. No, we don't.
But University of Adelaide, this looks great. This is a great looking car. Their last lap was a 2:01. They've got to go over that start-finish line 8 more times.
Yep.
Second driver. They haven't been able to run before in this competition, but you wouldn't know it by looking at this effort.
No. It's going really well.
Oh, really impressive. South Australia's just done a 1:54.3.
Wow.
So, this Adelaide team and South Australia, they're very close to each other.
They are.
Close to each other where they come from and close to each other in times. There's got to definitely be bragging rights. I know in the States, we're very close. All of the teams in the States are very close, but they are your first competitor.
Yeah.
So you are looking to have that sort of bragging rights, and Adelaide going around there with a 2:01. So at the moment, South Australia has that little bit of an edge. It's going to be very close between them. And Auckland's last time was a 1:51, so they've definitely come back off the pace.
Yeah, this car seems to be quite slow through those really tight corners, which you just see there.
Yeah.
It's really slow through there. Shows good pace through the wobbly bits. Those really tight corners just seem to be, I don't know whether it's the driver just being extremely cautious or whether there's a bit of an issue with the car not being that nice to drive at really slow speeds.
No, it does look like it lacks a little bit of front end on it. It doesn't have quite that turn in. And I think we saw that with the first driver. So the first driver was kicking out the back end and putting a bit of boot in it to get the car rotated.
Yep.
And this driver's being a little bit more gentle with it and struggling to just turn it around. And you don't really want your throttle to be doing your turning for you. You want your hands to do the turning for you. But getting a good front end on these cars is very, very difficult. It's one of the hardest things to tune into them. It'll be the reason that Wollongong aren't running a rear wing here.
Yeah, okay.
They're focused on that front end turning. They're the only team that I've seen that have maybe gone a bit too far with it. Maybe. But certainly we'd want to see that South Australia team really work on that part. And that could be front wing, steering geometry, canvas. There's more that you've got to play with there. Oh, and this is really sad to see. So this is South Australia. Sorry, it was Adelaide that we were talking about, but this is sad. They've done some really quick lap times. They were just really getting into pace. That's really sad to see. Wollongong crossing the line there with a 1:53.9. So unfortunately, South Australia's stuck there, but Wollongong's really starting to move.
Yep.
Yellow flags are out. So Auckland's last time was a 1:46.8. So they're not. Oh no, they've just done a 1:45.86. So their new fastest lap time.
Yep.
So they're starting to get that time down. It's going to be a big ask for them to match that time that Queensland put down.
Yeah.
A huge ask.
Yep. So far, that 1:41.24 from Queensland just...
it was stunning. It was absolutely stunning. Wollongong have put in a really quick lap time there, a 1:51.69.
Getting pushed away, so
Wollongong absolutely flying out there. That's the fifth fastest time from an EV. And I reckon if they keep going at this rate, they're going to sort of get a time up close to Canterbury, maybe even beating Canterbury.
Yeah.
They are in better running conditions than Canterbury were running in. The Canterbury ran very early. They were the first car out on track, having won the skid pad. So Canterbury had the worst of the endurance event. But you don't get this just based on conditions. You've got to have the car, you've got to drive it well, and Wollongong is absolutely flying. And I think you were right about Auckland. I thought that they were probably not pushing a bit hard enough on that second driver, and you said the lap was going to come to them, Phil. So they are getting faster as they're going, and it looks like now that they've just got nobody to get through.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
So, Queensland did have a few cars to get through. Canterbury certainly did.
Yep.
Edith Cowan had a few cars to get through. But Auckland have got... There's nothing but fast cars on the track right now.
And Auckland being the very fast car.
Yeah, 1:47.3 there. And up the road, they've got Adelaide still going around, but their last lap was a 1:52.9. So there's a 5-second differential.
Yep.
And really, you you'd be in that car or with that team going, come on, Adelaide, just a little bit faster. We don't want you faster than us, but fast enough that we don't have to catch you.
Yep.
It can feel good in the car passing somebody.
Yeah.
I managed to do that a few times, and it feels really good, but it slows your laps down. And they don't want to lose any speed. They're making up every little bit of lost time here. They're making up that penalty time.
Correct.
They don't have the autocross run. There's no points for them for autocross. So any points they're going to get to add to their total are going to come from here. And they don't have the luxury of their top competitors not finishing, because all of these top EVs have finished.
Yeah. The driver's driving this really well. The car looks very, very stable and very predictable. The driver just having a lot of fun out there wrangling the steering wheel.
Yeah, I think this one might be one of the biggest what-ifs of the whole lot.
Oh, yeah.
What if they had made their scheduled time for autocross? What if they got out and had that time?
And look, I guess there's probably a certain amount of psychological disappointment that could be playing on the drivers at the moment too. They may not be driving necessarily to their very best because of the hold-ups that they had.
Crossing there with the 145.7. It's their new fastest lap.
Yep.
They're just not going to reach that Queensland time. I'd be really surprised. I think before that, Queensland had done that 141. They had some 142s, a 143, 145. They were really just putting lap after lap that was the fastest lap time for the event.
Yeah.
It wasn't just this one-off. I know with Canterbury and ECU, they both put in a lap time that was a good 2 seconds or so faster than their fastest on their last lap, and it's probably not reflective of what they were doing. I mean, UNSW was running at the sort of low 150s quite regularly.
Yep.
So I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that Auckland are going to get into the 141s, especially if they encounter a little bit of traffic towards the end. It's going past Adelaide now.
Yeah, that was. I think the timing of that worked fairly well. I don't think it really held up Auckland at all.
I don't think it held up Adelaide too much either.
No.
They were sort of in. They weren't held.
Yeah.
Auckland was straight past.
Yep.
It won't have cost them. We'll see. So the last lap time from Auckland was a 145.7. So we'll see what that time is.
Yep.
And for Adelaide, their last was a 155.9, which is a really good lap time.
Yeah.
Consistently under the 2-minute mark. A really good job by Adelaide here. The last lap from Wollongong was a 151.7, so they're consistently in that really good lap time region. They haven't got too many times to go. Auckland coming over the start-finish line soon, and after this lap they'll only have to go 3 more times, and it was a 144.4.
Wow.
So despite going past Adelaide, they've gone their fastest lap time. So I don't think they were held up.
No.
Adelaide certainly were. So Adelaide were doing a 155, and that one was a 2-minute.
Yep.
So they probably lost to that 5 seconds in that lap.
There we go. Yep. Oh, nice catch.
The Wollongong drop. They don't have much time left to go, Wollongong. They've got 5 more times over the start-finish line before they're done.
Yep.
Just clipping the cone there. I don't know if that fell over. Hugging it really tight. The driver's using every last little bit of the track. You can see very rapid movements on the steering wheel there.
Mm.
I wouldn't, looking at this, I wouldn't say it's easy to drive.
No, I'd agree with you there.
That's a 156.9, and you can really see, very, very rapid movements on the steering wheel. And there's no handbook for these sorts of cars. You have to choose all of the parameters. Your steering ratios, how much angle you're going to have on the steering wheel. That's all stuff the students have to decide. And so do you have a really quick rack where it's very responsive and a small hand movement ends up with a lot of wheel movement, which means that you can end up with a lot less work, but maybe it's a little bit heavy, and maybe a bit too twitchy? Or do you go for a lot of hand movement, which could mean you've just got, it's actually difficult just to get the full movement. So you see here a lot less hand movement from Auckland. It looks way easier to drive. And Auckland there with a 144.1, a very fast lap.
Yeah.
Now, Auckland have 2 more laps to go. So 2 more chances.
Yeah, so they've got 144, so
they've got a clear track.
Yeah.
The only people stopping them from beating Queensland now are themselves.
Is this going to be the last lap blinder?
We'll see.
That was what.
Well, all the 3 up there that are around them. So Queensland, Canterbury, and Edith Cowan all did it on their last lap.
Yeah.
So the tyres. Just basically on these, the tyres just get better. As long as your suspension's pretty good and you're not chewing through them, the best lap on the tyres is the last lap. That's when they're at the best temperature. It's very difficult to really overheat these tyres if you've set them up well.
Okay.
The only question for EVs is whether you've got enough juice to be able to really push at the end.
Yeah.
But I think we're seeing the end of that. Like, all the top teams can push all the way through these events. And maybe for the EVs they can turn it up a little bit right towards the end if they've got a bit in reserve. So this is going to be really interesting to see whether Auckland can match that 141. It's a big task.
Yeah. The sad thing is that the electrons weigh just as much after you've used them as they do before you use them.
Oh, absolutely. You don't lose any weight. You don't lose much weight in the ICs. They don't get much faster because of their weight, but a little bit. So Adelaide's going pretty well. Their last lap was a 2:01. They've only got to cross the line 2 more times as well.
Yep.
And Auckland there with a 144.7. So it didn't make it any better. They've got 1 more lap. They're on their last lap. And we'll see whether they can match Queensland. But, I think having seen Queensland throughout this whole weekend and seen how they've gone about things, how they're prepared, they have done everything right. They'll be hoping to keep that top spot.
Yep.
You can see a little bit more aggression from the Auckland driver on this lap. They are giving everything to this.
100%.
They are really pushing it now. I think they've turned it up, or the driver's going, okay, we've got enough. Let's push it. Very clean run. There hasn't been any cones that I've seen from Auckland.
And I'm not seeing a lot of adjustment to the direction of the car by the driver. It's pointed and steer it. There's no recorrection of where the car is about to go.
Yeah, you can really see a car that is set up well, and that torque vectoring, that's it's a really good system, but it has to be tuned.
Yeah.
If it's not tuned well, then it doesn't help you as much as you think. You can't just put it on and expect it to work straight away.
No.
So you've got to tune that with all of the inputs, and you can just see how easy it is for the driver with their steering inputs. They're not having to work hard, and the car is moving quickly. And this is just testing and development, a lot of time behind this car, a lot of good design work, a lot of good testing work, and a good history. So year after year of being at the pointy end, and an incredibly fast car.
Yeah.
And Auckland crossing with a 143.2, so it was their best lap time, but not quick enough to take off Queensland's. Now, it was fast throughout. We don't know all of the lap times from Queensland, so Queensland may not have won the endurance.
That's right.
There.
Yeah, it's just all we can see at the moment is the fastest of the lap times. We can't see the aggregate time. We can't see how many cones they took out or any other time penalties.
Now, I am fairly sure that Auckland do have a penalty because they did run out of order.
Yep.
But sometimes the penalties aren't always applied. Sometimes there's a bit of controversy about results. So, you don't have the trophy until it's handed to you.
Yeah, once it's in your hands, glue it on.
Yeah, then you don't give it back. If the organisers say, we'd like that back to give it to another team, you say, I think we've lost it.
Yeah.
So University of Adelaide, they only have this as well. This is their final lap. Yeah. Looks like they're slowed a little bit.
It does, doesn't it?
Oh, please get on over. Yeah. It's the final lap. It is the last lap for them. They have done so well to get this car out. It's right at the end. I hope they haven't pushed it too hard, that they've got enough left. And they have crossed the start-finish line.
Yes.
And another car finishes Adelaide 2:15. The car definitely slowed.
Yeah, that was low on electrons, I think, there in the last lap around.
Well, I think the driver was there, trying to go as close to Auckland. I mean, all of these cars are running fast, and now we've got Wollongong on their final lap. Their last lap was a 1:52. They've got a chance to maybe take that UNSW. They're so close in that lap time to UNSW. You can see 0.02 of a second difference between the fastest laps. So the top 3 fastest lap times have all come from electric vehicles. University of Queensland with that amazing 141.2. Auckland with a very quick 143 after a fast run. But benefit of the best conditions, but they definitely made use of that. Canterbury's brilliant 150.2 in pretty slippery conditions at the beginning, right at the end, and Edith Cowan were starting to match Canterbury lap for lap for a while, a bit tit for tat. One lap would go to Canterbury, one to Edith Cowan, but they couldn't quite get the fastest lap on Canterbury at the time with a 150.6. Then UNSW with a 151.269, and now Wollongong sitting on this 151.286. They're coming through to their final lap. I don't know whether the driver's got them in it. He'll be tired after this.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
A lot of steering input.
I think there'll be a lot of tired drivers and students right throughout all of the SAE teams after this weekend. There's been a lot of energy expelled from both cars and participants in the teams.
Well, they're heading to be the 15th finisher out of 26 entries, which is incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, what an end. Just giving a hello to that final cone. They finished with a 152.4, so didn't get a better lap time, but that was the very last lap on Formula SAE Australasia for 2025, and they finished that on style. Put that cone right away. They said, start packing up these cones. It's time to go home.
Yeah, here's one to put in the box straight away. Oh. Well, that was an amazing event, Kevin. Now, I'm going to ask you to reflect on what things that you think might be the standout points from the weekend.
Oh, well, if we were to go, I think if we're going through event, I think the absolute star of the show when it came to that skip pad run was Canterbury.
Yeah.
It wasn't just that they put the time in, it was just how effortlessly it looked. It just looked like the driver could do that day in, day out.
Yeah.
It wasn't even in doubt that they were going to do that. I mean, they went sub-5, which is always impressive.
Yep.
They're not a four-wheel drive torque vectoring vehicle. They're a two-wheel drive torque vectoring vehicle, so they don't, theoretically, it's not the car that should do it. But it was so well set up. When we moved to the acceleration, I mean, it's clear. Auckland, they came in at the end. They did their runs at the end, but they didn't need to be at the end. They could have done it at any time. They did a 3.7. Everyone else was above 4.
Yeah.
It was like there was two competitions going on. Canterbury's there at a 4.3, having won the skip pad. Auckland comes out, puts a 3.7 on the board.
Blink.
It was done. It was done. 2 orders. It was like they were in a class of their own.
Yeah.
Autocross, I think, is where we started to see some really interesting things, and I think there were 3 drives in the Autocross that I thought were the absolute standouts. I think Kean Butler in the early stages at Edith Cowan University when he put that 148, and that held up to the top for quite a while. And you could see the cars around there; they were all really struggling for grip. Back ends coming around, and he put a time that was seconds in front of everyone at the same time. Now, our second driver didn't manage to improve upon it. So it's really impressive that the time that won ICs was actually put in. It was the 3rd lap of the event, well before it was cleaned up. And obviously Canterbury's run, it was phenomenal. But the drive from Newcastle,
that was really good.
That was really very, very special.
Yeah.
I think that was showing a much simpler car, very well put together, and just. Honestly, I think it embarrassed some of the designers. I mean, it's very hard to go back into a design team and go, we need to do this, and this in order to beat what Queensland did. When you go, well, hang on, Newcastle,
hang on.
what are they doing? And then endurance. I mean, that was a great run at the end. But I think in amongst the traffic, in amongst the mitts, right in the middle of the run. when we thought we had seen the best run. We thought we'd seen ECU and Canterbury fight it out for what were some really fast lap times. Canterbury having the edge, the obvious edge. It looked like that they'd had it. They had it held up a little bit, and we just weren't expecting what we saw from Queensland.
No, we weren't.
It was phenomenal, and I think if we weren't expecting it, it's probably because we weren't paying attention.
Yep.
We hadn't gone to their socials. We hadn't seen what was there. I had my own students saying, "You've got to watch out for Queensland. They're going to take this thing out." And I said, "UQ, really? I know they've been fast in the past, but that sequence of laps, especially from that second driver, where it was seen lap after lap after lap, it was the new fastest lap of the event, and it wasn't by a couple of tenths; they were seconds."
Yeah, it was serious stuff. It was, that was an absolute blinder.
Yeah, what about you, Phil? What was your highlights?
Well, spending time in commentary with you, I think I've done virtually no work at all. You've been the man that's just carried this event through. Huge thank you to yourself and the effort that you've put in. You're an absolute blind of knowledge about things SAE. Fantastic to have you back this year, and I hope that you're coming back next year. But if you're doing the UK thing, there might be only one trip in it for you again. So that will be a bit of a sad blow.
Oh well, we might try to come back, especially if we get the hybrid system working. We might come back to do a bit of a demo of that.
Excellent.
And it's always a joy to be here with you, Phil. I always a pleasure to see you when we rock up, and certainly enjoy the brief online sort of interactions we have throughout the year.
Yeah, have to see if I can ramp that up a little bit, actually.
No, it's great. You just asked too many sticky questions. That's the problem.
No, I've got to make you think. Listen, I think we'll wrap it up at that. Big thank you to all of the volunteers, all of the people that have gone together to put this event on. Big thank you to Caterpillar, of course, the main sponsor of the event. This is the 2025, I should say, Formula Student SAE Australasia Championship. And a big thank you to Blendline TV for an absolutely brilliant coverage. Your camera work has been fantastic. Your production in the van, just spot on, being able to follow the right camera at the right time. Well done to Blendline TV. Thank you very much to everyone once again. Kevin, look forward to seeing you at some stage, hopefully in the not too distant future.
And to everyone watching, thanks for your time.
Yeah, fantastic.